हेलो एभ्रीबडी, फेरि पनि स्वागत छ। PMPL सिजन 4 मा खेल्ने नेपाली टिम्सहरुसँग हाम्रो कुराकानी जारी छ। त्यो मध्येमा आज नेपालको सायद कम्पिटिटिभ स्टार्ट हुँदाबाटको एउटा लाइनअप रहेको थियो PN क्रू, जोसँग चाहिँ हामी आज कुराकानी गर्नेवाला छौं।
हेलो एभ्रिवान, मेरो नाम चाहिँ निशान छेत्री अनि मेरो इन गेम नेम चाहिँ PN निक्सन एन्ड म आफ्नो टिमको लागि जेर खेल्छु।
हेलो एभ्रिवान, मेरो नाम चाहिँ अर्किड श्रेष्ठ, मेरो इन गेम नेम PN अर्किड र टिममा मेरो रोल भनेको एसल्टर हो।
सो PN को लेगेसीको बारेमा त हामी सबैलाई थाहा नै छ, बट रोस्टर सफलको थोरै प्रब्लम छ PN सँग रहिरहेको छ। के रिजन रहन सक्छ कि PN को कोर लाइनअप भनौँ न एभ्री स्प्लिट सँगसँगै चेन्ज हुन्छ?
बेसिकली यस्तो हुन्छ, अब प्लेयरहरू चाहिँ अब धेरै राम्रो खेल्दै गयो भने अब डिफ्रेन्ट अर्गनाइजेसन प्लस अब टिम्सहरू राम्रो टिम्सहरूबाट पनि इन्भाइट आउँछ। प्लेयरहरूले पनि अब आफ्नो अब फ्युचर राम्रो होस् भनेर टिमहरू चेन्ज गरेर आएको हुन्छ। प्लेयरहरूले टिम चेन्ज गर्ने भनेको एउटा मेन रिजन भनेकै यही हो।
आई थिङ्क पर्फेक्ट एन्सर पनि रहन सक्छ, किनभने हामीले आफूलाई पनि अरू कुनै टिमबाट एनसी खेलेको देखेको थियो, त्यहाँ राम्रो पर्फर्मेन्सपछि अब PNबाट सिधा PMPL खेल्ने मौका रहेको छ। म अब चाहिँ अर्किडलाई सोध्न चाहेँ कि PNमा प्लेयर्सहरू जुन नयाँ ल्याइएको छ अथवा एउटा लाइनअप बनाएको छ, सिनर्जी प्रब्लम फेस गर्छ या इनएक्सपिरियन्सको कुरा पनि रहेको छ? किनभने मोस्ट अफ द प्लेयर्स त अफिसियल टुर्नामेन्ट नै नखेलेको पनि त छन्, यसले इफेक्ट गर्ला PNलाई?
सिनर्जीको कुरा यस्तो छ, अब हामी खेल्न लागेको पनि अलिकति टाइम भइसकेको छ अहिलेको लागि। सुरुमा त सिनर्जी प्रब्लम एकदमै भएको थियो। अब तपाईँले अफिसियल इभेन्टको कुरा गर्नुभएको भए मैले अहिलेसम्म एउटा पनि अफिसियल इभेन्ट खेलेको छैन। म आफै एउटा इनएक्सपिरियन्स प्लेयर हो, तर पनि हामीले दिन प्रतिदिन ग्राइन्ड गरिरहेको छौँ आफ्नो सिनर्जी, आफ्नो कोअर्डिनेसनहरूलाई इम्प्रुभ गर्नको लागि। त्यही पनि अब हामीले कहीँ न कहीँ चोक गरिरहेको छौँ हरेक गेममा, हरेक म्याचमा। अब हाम्रो ग्राइन्ड त जारी नै छ। अब हेरौँ PMPLमा हामीले राम्रो पर्फर्म गर्न सक्छौँ कि सक्दैनौँ, तर हाम्रो तर्फबाट हाम्रो बेस्ट पर्फर्मेन्स दिनेछौँ हामीले।
ओके, एज अ आइजिएल म यो क्वेसन चाहिँ आफूलाई डेडिकेट गर्न चाहेँ कि सुपर विकेन्ड क्वालिफायर त्यहाँ टिम अलिकता एग्रेसिभ अथवा खुलेर खेल्ने गर्छ, जस्ट लाइक सुपर विकेन्डमा क्वालिफाई त गर्न छ, बट सुपर विकेन्डमा गएपछि हरेक म्याचको प्राइज पुल रहने गर्छ, हरेक चिकन डिनरको प्राइज पुल रहने गर्छ, अनि त्यो गेम प्ले ट्रान्जिसनले इफेक्ट गर्ला नगर्ला? गेम
प्ले अब सबै खेल्ने भनेको पहिला नेचुरल हुन्छ गेम है, को कसरी खेल्ने भनेको त्यो पहिले अब आफ्नै गेम हुन्छ पहिला। अब सुपर विकेन्डमा चाहिँ अब हल्का सिरियसली किन हुन्छ भने चाहिँ त्यो सुपर विकेन्डको पोइन्ट चाहिँ पछि गएर फाइनलमा जाने हो नि त। त्यही भएर चाहिँ अब सुपर विकेन्ड मान्छेहरूले अझै धेरै सिरियसली खेल्छ, तर जुन सुरुको म्याचहरू हुन्छ त्यो चाहिँ प्लेयरहरूले अब टप 16मा त आउने हो नि भन्दै खेलेर अब सुरुमै फाइटहरू लिने यो गरेर अब त्यसै सुपर विकेन्ड पुगेर अनि आनन्दले खेल्ने काम गर्छन्।
सो मेरो एउटा यो क्वेसन रहन सक्छ, PN को टिमको लागि यदि स्पेसियली कुरा गर्ने हो भने फ्रेस लाइनअपको पनि कुरा रह्यो होइन, अनि त्यसपछि नयाँ फ्लेभर पनि ल्याउन सक्छ भन्ने कुरा रह्यो, बट सुपर विकेन्डमा प्राइज पुलको कुराले मनमा थोरै आउला होला फिलिङ, प्राइज पुलको लागि भाग्नुपर्छ भनेर, त्यसले केही इफेक्ट गर्ला र?
प्राइज पुल अब यस्तो, अब आफ्नो गेम खेल्ने हो, अब सिचुएसन अनुसार भने जस्तै उसले अब आइजिएल जसरी खेलाउने त्यसरी खेल्ने हो, आफ्नो बेस्ट दिने हो। प्राइज पुल त अब आइरहेको छ नि, PMPL जित्यो भने त झन् अब सुपर विकेन्डभन्दा बढी आइहाल्यो। PMPL जित्ने टार्गेट हो अहिले, अब सुपर विकेन्डको प्राइज पुलभन्दा पनि बढी।
ओके, मलाई स्पिरिट चाहिँ एकदमै मन पर्यो, बट PN को स्पिरिट पनि फ्यान्सहरूलाई मनपर्ने गर्छ। सो द्याट्स वाइ म चाहन्छु कि फ्यान म्यासेज न्यू फ्रेसर लुक भए पनि तपाईँहरूको साइडबाट जाओस्, किन भन्दा तपाईँको OG सपोर्टरहरू टिमसँग अझै पनि जोडेर रहेको छ। निक्सन,
थ्याङ्क यू सो मच सबैजनालाई अहिलेसम्म यति धेरै साथ दिएकोमा, अनि अझै आगामी दिनहरूमा पनि धेरै साथ दिइराख्नु होला। यति भन्दै थ्याङ्क यू सो मच सबैजनालाई। PMPLमा पनि हामीलाई यति नै सपोर्ट गरिराख्नु होला। #PN जाओस् अगाडि पनि। थ्याङ्क यू सो मच।
अर्किड के एड गर्न चाहन्छु?
सेम एज निक्सन, थ्याङ्क यू एभ्रिवन फर सपोर्टिङ टिल नाउ। अनि हामीले PMPL सिजन 4मा अझै राम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स दिनेछौँ र PNलाई सकेसम्म #1मा ल्याउनेछौँ।
उनी थिए PNबाट अर्किड अनि निक्सन, आफ्नो टिमको पोइन्ट अफ भ्यू बताउँदै, एन्ड देन नयाँ फ्रेस लाइनअपले के निकाल्न सक्छ त आफ्नो खल्तीबाट, त्यो बारेमा बताउँदै थिए। हामी यस्तै कुराकानीहरू अरू टिमसँग पनि गर्नेवाला छौँ। अहिलेको लागि स्टे ट्युन।
What is victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here.
Hello and welcome once again to the second week of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. This is day number 2 of course, this entire saga during the league plays, and it is a big thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. I'm going to be your host, Laura. Joining us today, we've got a little bit of change. We've borrowed, yes, that's correct. We've borrowed the Panda Bros, one of them Panda Bros. That's going to be Pain Fixes, along with which we, of course, do have iSuper Johnny joining us as our analyst today.
I mean, it is a pleasure to be here as always. I want to ask Fixes though, like, how are you feeling being on the other side of the stadium now?
I mean, pretty big shoes to fill over here, and I hope I can do justice. Since, well, Ocean, where did he vanish, Johnny?
So this was a ploy by us and partners in crime, the dynamic duo. So Ocean was getting too many predictions correct, so we had to send him over to get fixed. Maybe we're going to see him back someday soon, with a little bit more acceptable rate of predictions, I believe. That was too accurate. It was freaky.
Well, the dude needs to recharge, recharge. But getting back onto the format explanation altogether itself, we of course are joined in with 20 teams that have been subdivided in 5 groups, Group A through all the way down to E. And all of them are going to be participating in these league plays. And today being the second day, that means the final league play when it comes down to the second week, we are going to be looking on to the top 16 teams that are going to be moving on for Fixes. When it comes down to your expectations, dude, from these teams, what are you anticipating?
Well, I mean, surprises, right? Like we always talk about the second day being the day of comeback. Yesterday, we did see domination again from the Mongolians, right? Something in contrast to the first week where it was the Nepalis all over. Today, I'm anticipating, well, the Bangladeshi teams to really step up.
Exactly. On the other side, Varun, when you talk about that prize pool, $150,000 on the line, dude. But along with that, when it comes to that super weekend, you know that chicken dinner means that much more.
Exactly, and today is going to decide whether you get to fight for those $15,000 that are going to be on the line this super weekend. $15,000, I mean, because 15 matches and you win a game, you get $1,000 for that chicken dinner. There's a lot of money to be won every single week by these teams, but in order to do that, they have to earn points first in the league play days and then move on to the super weekends to do the same thing.
Exactly, and talk about finesse. I mean, first super weekend, we saw T2K walk away with what? $4,000 in the bank? I mean, honestly, dude, that is just absolutely killer. And talking about the killer itself, it was the killing points that worked in their favor, where every single kill that you end up getting, you walk away with that 1 point. Along with that, you get a chicken dinner, 15 points right off the bat. With that, talking about teams, we are now going to be, well, Fixes, I want to bring it up to you, mate. When it comes down to DRS, what are your expectations from this team particularly today? Because, I mean, in League Play Week 1, this team was looking phenomenal, but now it seems to be kind of falling short a little bit.
You know, the major problem with DRS nowadays is in the rotations, and well, they're starting to second guess themselves, where they are, of course, falling down. We've seen them in multiple fights, right, where they go in to engage and the next moment they realize we need to back off. So this half-heartedness needs to go away. I think the fear sort of has come in. Once they go beyond that, I'm pretty sure they're going to recover.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on to Group B, Warren, this is where I want your input, mate. When it comes down to Group B, I want you to select one team that's going to make a comeback today.
I mean, all right, that's going to be a tough one, but I'm going to put my chips on P and Crew, since we did, in fact, see that, hey, I talked about the top 5 finish before the last game as yesterday, right? And they were the only ones that did it. So that is something that I want to focus on. They've set themselves up really nicely to do quite a decent job today. They're not going to be feeling as much pressure as R3D and Venom Legends, but both of these teams, R3D and Venom Legends, they have that X factor in them. They've had the experience, they have experienced players, and you never know when these players are going to pop off. So, I mean, we are still going to be hopeful to see some action from these two as well.
Honestly, again, I mean, you know anything goes. When it comes to PMPL Season 4, it is off to a rockin' start, and coming down to Week 2 League Play Days themselves, it is an interesting play being showcased from the Mongolian teams. I mean, we just saw ZEUS was there, but now, as we move on forward to Group C, Fixes, Stalwart Esports. Dude, give me one word to describe this team's awesome performance.
Absolutely incredible, right? I mean, the way they've been playing, I've been loving it, especially yesterday. I think we've got to talk about that Sanhok chicken dinner that they took. It was a complete 2-2 split. You know, one player action just handling the entirety of A1 Esports over there, who apparently are still struggling. So again, 7C, A1 Esports, our eyes definitely are on them as to how they're going to perform, because A1 Esports has been a pretty stable roster, but the same cannot be said for 7C.
Exactly, mate. As we move on forth, I mean, 7C certainly are having a little bit of trouble when it comes down to their synergy. On the other front, talk about no synergy problems whatsoever at all. Comes and visits with vibes, and this team has been phenomenal. But Johnny, I want to ask you, do you think, I mean, they've done this earlier as well, right? I mean, Week 1 during the League Play Days, they were doing exactly what they did in this week as well during the League Play Days. But you move that awesome synergy down into the Super Weekend, they kind of falter down. And
I mean, so here's the thing, right? Two possible things could have happened after the sort of the bomb that happened with Wizards with Vibes. Either they could have been like DRS, where the momentum sort of carried over and you see the lack of performance from the team, or what is going on right now with Wizards with Vibes, the reset that they took in that one day and have come back a little stronger. So I'm going to be hopeful for the second Super Weekend as well, because it's pretty sure these guys are headed there.
Exactly. With that, let's move on to the final set of teams, the final 4 set of teams as we move on through to Group E, and this is where we have Paradox, we have S9 Esports, Future Station 1952, as well as Trained to Kill. Now, Fixes, I have a question for you, mate. What are you expecting when it comes down to Paradox? Because again, I mean, last week also, they barely just managed to get into the top 16. Today, compared to yesterday's play, do you think they are going to be better equipped because we've got 3 Sanhoks going to be playing today?
I mean, yeah, because this is where this team really gets terrifying, right? We're talking about Sanhok, about how they've been positioning themselves on the mainland, right? Onto its the western side. They have been focusing a lot too much on Deadeyes and High Voltage, just trying to thwart them off. So they've got to try something different today. But again, this is one of those teams that becomes an absolute beast when the situations are stacked up against them. So I'm going to expect bigger things from Paradox, but more than that, I really want to see Future Station 9 and 52 performing out of this world tonight.
Or you know it's going to be there, dude. There's no denying it. Future Station, every single time, I mean, they're the magnets, you know. They just know how to get into the zone and be comfortable. Either it be the kills or it be the placement, they're always going to be there. With that, as we move on with the storyline altogether itself, let's call on the storyboard, and that is where we have a look at the overall ranking. And for now, it is Stalwart Esports that's trailing the show with 96 points. A GG play being showcased from them when it came down to the first day of the league plays altogether itself. But Varun, as we move on forth, which team are you thinking in this first page itself is going to be creating a big boost for themselves on the second day?
I think today has to be a day where we see DRS sort of do really nicely and really well for themselves inside the game, because I mean, it is DRS, right? You do always expect a pop-off, but then if you ask who I actually want to see do well, I would say A1 Esports. As Fixes said, it is time the Bangladeshi teams also step up, and I mean, it has been a long waiting game, because you do see them pop in those matches and they're going to be flying under the radar, getting those kills, but not too many. You see them finish high enough as well, but no major chicken dinners apart from the one that Future Station won. So that sort of things need to happen consistently, because we know A1 Esports at one point, even they used to dominate these teams that are present in this lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. And even, adding on to what Johnny really said, now we've got 3 Sanhoks for the evening, Blotter and Johnny. So this is where A1 Esports really find themselves comfortable, right? Dropping off at Paradise Resort. All they have to do is not get caught off guard like it happened to them yesterday. So if they can avoid that, I'm thinking they are going to have a really comfortable day tonight.
Absolutely. And talk about a volatile position. A volatile position. I mean, from that 13th all the way down to that 20th, Warren, we're looking at from 19 all the way down to 6 points. I mean, that is so close. One good game and one chicken dinner, hopefully. and they're definitely confirmed for the top 16. What do you think?
Exactly, I agree with that. One good game, one top 3 finish, one chicken dinner, and everything is going to change for these lads. But a lot can change for two teams sitting on the 11th and 12th. And I don't know how I forgot about this. R3D this time are sitting on the 12th with 21 points. So they would definitely want to finish things off early, like get that top 3 finish, get those 20 points as early as possible in the day, get those 40 done and move to the Super Weekend, because that is what the cutoff was. I believe 41 points
41.
last week. This time I believe 45 points just to be safe, or if you want to be in a much more secure position, just go for the 50. So 30 more points, not 30 exactly, 29 more points for R3D, and their job is going to be done. Do that as soon as possible within the first 2 matches, if possible. And, well, I guess Super Weekend, here we come.
Well, we definitely are going to be jumping into that Super Weekend, but today is the day that all of that deal is going to be settled all the way down to the top 16. But talking about them teams, let's talk about a team that has been going ups and downs in terms of their gameplay. I'm talking about Deadeyes, guys. I mean, this team, dude, the way they've showcased their gameplay from week 1 into week 2 of the league plays itself, it is a very tricky affair that they're participating in.
Yeah, of course. You know, they've been having a tipsy-turvy curve all the way, right? But again, today is the day where they've got to make sure that they're in that top 16, because that's what matters. You're not going to be carrying forward the points. But you're not talking about the differences. Look at the damages, right? I mean, earlier in the first week, they were really, really proactive. They were getting aggressive. They were getting at the face of their enemies. But again, once you start maturing, because we're talking about all these players who've been in the previous renditions, and a lot of them in fact have been part of the initial PMPL South Asia per se. But this is where, when you are really experienced, you sort of start doubting your decisions, right? When you do not want to take a lot of careless fights. This is where the younger generation really chime in. This is where they start taking all those reckless fights, and they turn out to be the victors. So this is one thing that has been sort of missing from Deadeyes, but I'm pretty sure they can recollect themselves. And a lot of mistakes were, of course, made by Deadeyes in this particular fight. If you remember the one previous there, one of the players was way apart from each other. Those splits were definitely not working. They need to understand, you know, when you are a 3-man squad alive, you're not supposed to be going for a 2-1 split. You're supposed to be rather sticking together.
I mean, it has, as I said, it has been exactly as Fixer said. There's the risky moves that the team is taking, sort of resulting in them getting punished super hard. But along with that, I guess, if they are going to try these risky moves during the first day of the league play days, and if we see them be inside the top 16 at the end of the day, it's all going to be worth it when they go over to the Super Weekend. So it is something, a sort of a gamble from the team, but now we just have to wait and watch if it actually works. Also, as one more thing, as Fixer said, I mean, they've been here since the beginning. They've been part of the international circuit before PMPL even began. So there are a lot of expectations from the name Deadeyes guys itself, and that does put a lot of pressure on the lads. But these lads are quite experienced themselves, so they have to live up to it now.
So true, mate. I mean, talk about the seismograph right there. I mean, that performance that has been showcased right here, Fixes and Varun, it is so tipsy-curvy. I mean, that is not the kind of Deadeyes guys that we know, you know? I mean, since the start itself, I would say, from the history of PMPL, I would say, and before that, this team has been popping off heads, and this time around in Season 4, they seem a little drowsy. But hopefully things are going to change when it comes down to Week 2, because we know Week number 1 was all about experimentation. It was all about understanding the opponents that you're up against. And now when all of that, well, homework pretty much has been done, is the moment where these teams have to utilize that opportunity to take every single fight for themselves and be able to get those rotations working for them as well. On the other front, as we talk about teams that have been able to go ups and downs, so to say, from Week 1 to Week 2, let's bring up the real soldiers, because Week 1 league plays, this team was looking ferocious. But on the other front, when it comes down to Week 2, the team has once again faltered down quite a lot. Varun, what do you think could be the reason?
I don't know, maybe the players are feeling the pressure of the tournament, but even that would not be correct, because DRS, I mean, by far the best Nepal has to offer, right?
Yep.
And in Week 1, as you said, they were dominating on day 1. Day 2, there was a slight dip, and the Super Weekend was a bomb. So it is going to be interesting to see how DRS, and in fact what they're going to do to recover themselves, because look at the difference that's there from Week 1 to week 2. It's just the first day's performance. Going from 18.3 points per match to 7.3. That is a massive drop.
You know, then again, I really sort of tend to beg to differ in this case because, again, we do see DRS in that top 10, at least for now. So their primary objective over here is to get to the Super Weekends because what we were usually speculating last week, what happened? They were absolutely dominating the leaderboards in the league days, but in the Super Weekends, it was a completely different affair. Now, the teams did soft target them quite a lot of times. You know, they were drop contested by Stalwart. Teams were holding around their drop locations. So this is where they do not really want to be too flashy. They want to be, playing the safe game, which they're sort of famous for. But I have to tell you, Johnny, when it actually matters, the boys are definitely going to step up.
Exactly, I completely agree with that because even Ocean pointed this out on the first day of the last league play day as well. That he's like, these guys are being too aggressive. Maybe they're just showing everything that they have prepped up for this season, and this might just backfire. And it did during the Super Week. So maybe this week hiding strats might just be the thing that works out.
Indeed, that could very well be the case for the real soldiers indeed. But when it comes down to their playstyle, we know that they're going to be able to outperform themselves. But as we can clearly see right now, when it comes down to the games, they have had some really good games, and then there has been a faltering down quite low from the side of the real soldiers, because that is not something that we anticipate from a team that is so dedicated to bringing in that destruction into that battle royale. But overall, we can definitely go back to the conversation that perhaps they did get their bag out too full and let the entirety of the lobby know what they're going to be up to. But on the other front, we can definitely keep our fingers crossed because we know that they are a dynamic lad that have been set up in that team on the other front. As we move on forth, let's move on and have a look at Stalwart Esports, a team that was just, that was mamma mia when it comes down to the playstyle that they showcased yesterday. Varun.
Yeah, I mean, this team has been, if I say incredible, even that would be an understatement. If any word you use to describe them is going to be an understatement, the way this team has been playing this week, and also the way these individuals have performed. Look at those kill numbers. Look at those knockouts from Action and Top. I mean, both of them just firing on all cylinders, and we see them continuously pop up in every single stat out there. Yesterday, we got to see the grenade kills, kill leaderboard. These guys with their top fraggers, these guys are going to be there. They have done an incredible job just making sure those kill points are constantly there for Stalwart Esports, and are definitely the major reason for Stalwart Esports sitting on the top in the leaderboard right now.
You know, one really peculiar thing that we've observed in both these players' gameplays, right? Action is one of those flashier players, right? He's usually having the maximum screen time. He goes in for some really ludicrous plays with those grenades. You did see that last game of Erangel, where he was shooting players through the smokes, and he went absolute nuts. But again, if you have to compare him with Top, right, who apparently does have better stats than Action. Now, this is Top is one of those players who sort of likes to take the backseat over there, and he does majority of the damage dished out for his own team. And this is what I'm talking about. He's somewhat like what Crypto does for Team IA.
Yeah,
right.
Completely agree with that. I mean, and it has been the case this entire time with. But I guess it works out for Stalwart Esports as well, because Action sometimes has been able to draw so much attention to himself that his teammates automatically find themselves in much favorable position in those team fights. And because of the sort of aggression that the rest of the lads also have in their own individual play styles, it overall works out really nicely for this team. But I want to see the same level of performance in the Super Week, and that's when I'm going to be a believer.
Absolutely. We can definitely look forward to that, because the way this team has just started off the week number 2 in PMPL Season 4, it is looking incredibly, ludicrously licious, is what I would say when it comes down to their playstyle. Because that's exactly what they do. You know, whatever game they jump into, whatever fight that they're part of, it is so very awesome for the side of this team. On the other front, we've got some big news to share with our audience that are going to be joining us for the stream. We have been, PUBG Mobile has been nominated for 2 awards for the prestigious Esports Award this year. We've got the Esports Game of the Year as well as Esports Mobile Game of the Year. And for this, we request you humbly to go down to the description. There's a link right there that's going to take you down to esportsawards.com, and I would request you to please go down there and vote for both of these awards. You can only vote once a day, but you can vote every single day till the first week of November, and we want to be able to participate, and we want to be able to take that award with a storm based on the community that we've got when it comes down to PUBG Mobile. With that, let's get our day started off. We are going to be moving on to the schedule, where, as was discussed earlier from the panel itself, we've got 3 Sanhoks that are going to be a part of the day today. So, Fixes, when it comes to first game, dude, I would really have to ask you and put you on the spot, as I did Ocean so many times. What team do you think is going to be taking that lead on this first game?
To be honest, I really want Paradox to win this one, right? We've been talking about the lads making a comeback. And yeah, if we have a centralized circle, if they do not commit a lot of mistakes, I think should be a Paradox chicken. Yes, I'm a believer.
Well. But on the other front, dude, again, I'm so sorry to put you on the spot. Varun, you already know what I'm going to say. I think Paradox is sadly not going to be playing this first game. So Group E is not going to be playing. We've got Group A all the way down to Group D. And in that, as we can clearly see, I mean, this is with vibes. You got vibes themselves.
Exactly. I mean, I'm going to say that it's either going to be Wizards with Vibes or Stalwart Esports, because yesterday, 2 games of Sanhok, both of them found themselves somehow a part of top 2. Also, if I get this wrong, I mean, so we took Ocean, right? We've been experimenting on him, and Experiment from the other side of the stadium gave me a pill and said this one is going to help you predict better. So let's see if it works.
Well, let's see. Let's find out. I mean, of course, he's in a shack getting all of those potions set up right for us. But, of course, he's not here today. But he's certainly given his pills down to Johnny for the moment. With that, let's move on forth. Let's get the game started. Let's get our day started. Let's go on to our lovely casters, the duo. It is going to be none other than XP and Bly.
Thank you for that, Blotter. XP, these guys are popping pills, man.
Am I the pill guy now? Is that what I'm to take from this? I mean, I don't have my license yet. But don't get me in trouble, Johnny. This is on. We're airing this out. This is live.
Yeah, I know that. Anyway. They're talking about popping pills and whatnot. Fixes picking a team is not playing the first game. Things are going wild on that desk. It's an interesting desk.
You know, maybe they're just inspired by all the painkillers we need to pop in the game every now and again just to keep going, because, you know, it's just brutal out there, Blaze. So I guess they're taking a little inspiration from there, and I'm trying to make sure I'm in the center of the screen. I think that is good. Anyway, day 2, Blaze. 4 games already done for.
Yep.
And 4 left to make it to the Super Weekend. And let me tell you one thing before the action starts off. Unfortunately, the usual suspects are at it again. The 4 teams who sat out last time are kind of struggling.
Yeah, like you look at 7C, Venom Legends, but they're being joined by Deadeyes guys and High Voltage, who had qualified for the first Super Weekend. So they probably need to buckle up a bit here, pull up their pants, and really deliver. Paradox as well, XP, they managed to squeak their way into the first Super Weekend. Right now, they are on the bottom of the table. So yeah, now is the time for all of them to really deliver. We pointed out PN Crew as well. They've been struggling, but the big boys, though, Stalwart Esports, Wizzies with Vibes and Wizzies with Vibes are really, really good in the group stage, but they kind of...
I was going to bring that
they
up.
kind of peter away in the during the Super Weekend. We'll get back to talking about them a little bit more in detail in a bit, because we're going to be jumping into Sanhok, my personal favorite. I know a lot of, not necessarily a favorite map for a lot of other people out there, XP, but I personally enjoy it. We saw an incredible game there yesterday. We will, of course, be seeing 3 Sanhoks being played today, the 1st, 3rd, and the 5th. And looking at the plane path, it's going to be smack in the center. And honestly, it's Sanhok. The circle isn't... Yeah, there we go. We have a circle. I don't expect it to be too drastic, whichever way it is going to be coming in from. And just a couple of teams outside of the play zone.
I mean, when the first circle is as big as the entirety of the island chains themselves, I mean, it's going to be easy, but something that's not going to be easy is a battle to the death between Venom Legends, again, a team we did talk about who are struggling, are going to be in the latter half of the table, and then they're going up against one of the big boys in the form of Seal. Now, it is going to be an important battle for them. It looks like they are going to be taking the fight with Steel Shot, the birthday boy from yesterday, getting the job done. His Vector is going to do all the damage. In fact, he gets double knocks with 1 magazine. That is good ammo management. And wait a second, Venom Legends play are a different beast today. They just took out 2 members of Seal pretty effortlessly, and, well, 1 guy did it.
Yeah, steel shot. All right. Well, he had a rough birthday yesterday, actually, but looks like today's the day he's going to be
Belated
delivering.
happy birthday, I guess.
Yeah, a belated birthday gift for him, and yeah, up close and personal at that range, that Vector is gonna shred through your opposition. Baron's wielding a double Vector, but considering they've lost the Zake and Killer this early in the game, I'm expecting Seal to play a little bit more of a safer game here. They've already lost 2 members, and obviously their ability to take team fights is heavily hurt right now, so they're going to be trying to play this one a little safe. For the side of DRS, Nima is going on a one-man scouting mission towards Mong 9, while the remaining members of his team are towards Camp Bravo. I did expect to see some early fights break out. We saw it yesterday on Sanhok as well, but it looks like apart from that little skirmish, nothing too crazy here. No early action.
Well, talking about crazy, I really want to see what's happening from Nima's POV, because it does seem like he is kind of oblivious and heading towards the enemy. Now, I am sure he did hear the commotion early on, but to go and, seek out what's happening all by your lonesome could be a bit tricky unless he is pretty... Wait a second. All right. It's good to see that the little pets are catching up with their owners. His Vibes Killer at the docks over here, just having a good time by the beach. No action yet, so I guess, you can lay back, as Blay would like to say, sip on that pina coladas and just have a good time. Enjoy the weather. It's a beautiful sunny day, but unfortunately, Blay, we are going to have to get some killing done. Now, talking about Vibes, you were right. Vibes and Business with Vibes, they've been doing phenomenally in the group stages. However, this time around, they've been doing a bit better than phenomenal, especially compared to them, if you compare this to last week. You know what? I think they just might be ready for the opposition, and this Super Weekend, they might just surprise us all.
Hopefully. I'd love to see that, right? I'd love to see a team continue their form from the group stage into the Super Weekend, which has, unfortunately, not been the case for a lot of these teams. We get to take a look at the replay here again. Great work from Steel Shot there. And he was about to go for the reload, and Zake up close, just the high rate of fire. The last bullet, he dropped Zake, and just fantastic work overall coming in from Steel Shot. Didn't even need any backup there. So a good start, as you pointed out. Maybe this could be a sign of things to come, a sign of good things to come for the side of Venom Legends. Speaking of other teams who have been kind of languishing at the bottom, 7C right now placed in the 15th position. I'm looking at the total number of points to have. They have only 13 accrued out of day 1 XP, only 13 points. And the team right below them is Venom Legends, who are on 9 points. So already, Venom Legends, with those 2 kills, are on 11, guaranteed, and 2 away from tying things up with 7C. So no one is safe right now. No one in the bottom half of the table. I'm talking about. Yeah. I'm just going to rattle off a few names here, right? A1, they are on 21 points, right? Mm-hmm. T2K 21, R3D 21, RAW 19, PN Crew 15, Seal 9 Esports 15, 7C on 13, Venom Legends, Deadeyes guys, High Voltage and Paradox below 10. It's barely 10 points of difference. Anything can happen over the course of today's action. But with the AWM getting dropped this early in the game, I would like to see someone pick that one up, XP. And I'm sure you would as well. Although, that being said, it is Sanhok. It's a map where it can be tricky to wield the AWM. And that is very, very pretty. Me likey as well.
Welcome to the future, ladies and gentlemen. This is how you are going to be getting all your stats in future, in the very near future, not so distant, in fact. But right now, we're going to be half content with the action on our screens, as it does look like Godless is going to come under fire from top to A. Now, Stalwart Esports, man, they've had an explosive day 1 to the start of the second week. I mean, they are typically top 2 chicken dinners to their names already, and they are looking pretty comfortable over here. Now, I'm just thinking about it. The Vector, we were just talking about that weapon early on. I mean, of course, the only 2 casualties in the game so far have come courtesy of that weapon. Oh, the QBU suppressed. I love that sound. Anyway, coming back to the gun, it is something that is not really appreciated. It is
I like it. No,
I
I shared with you. I love the sound that gun makes.
However, so it's most effective short to medium, not even medium, a little closer, right? It's not really a gun that you want to lay down shots at range. However, the fact that Steel Shot had the extended magazine to take it from 13 to 33, that is something that was definitely instrumental. Otherwise, I was kind of thinking that, boy, I mean, his ammo management is really good, but I guess his reload speed was actually phenomenal as well. So, again, a really underrated gun, and I love the fact that we see it a lot more in action these days.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that's how the meta evolved. What is Deadeyes, guys?
Look at what's happening up top.
Yeah. That's exactly what my eyes went to. And whatever train of thought I had got very quickly derailed. Now, we've seen a few teams do this in the past, XP, and usually they wind up... and they wind up in a very watery grave in Davy Jones' locker. But considering they're going for this rotation very early on, I bet they will be able to avoid any opposition having their eyes peeled in this direction.
I mean, I kind of understand the temptation to take a boat, especially like we said, it's the beautiful paradise island of Sanhok. However, judging by the circle, I mean, if you could just have the circle come up on our screens right about now, I want to point something out. Now, Deadeyes guys are going to be right to the north, and well, while we have a look at them just waiting around in the water, I'm sure the production is going to put the map up. Production, check, 1, 2.
Nope.
Alrighty.
No one's listening.
Guess, we'll have to use your golden voice play.
Well,
do your thing.
Oh, wait. What do you want me to do again?
I wanted to show something on the minimap.
All right. Let me try.
It's actually fun having.
Let me try here again. Production. Can you get us the minimap? Are you listening? This is a test. This is a live test of production.
I guess.
See, production never listens to us. They just don't listen to us.
Well, looks like this is again. Now I want to get into the mind.
I love how the mini Godzilla just swimming.
I mean, he's in his natural element. I mean, that is where he loves being. Now, again, this is what I'm going to paint you guys a picture right now, because I guess we're just going to have a look at Deadeyes guys swimming for the moment. Now, the thing is, they were at Hartin, right? Deadeyes guys love dropping at Hartin, the little tropical town on the Western Island. Now, what happened is they are pretty much inside the circle, and the majority of the circle is inland towards boot camp. There you have it. Finally, I think we had a little bit of a lag. Now, they went all the way up north and are going to be coming down south. Now, it is going to work out because luckily for them, I guess, the other teams got the memo. They were, up until a minute ago, a couple of teams still in Mongolia. Of course, we did see DRS over there. Venom Legends were nearby. They've suddenly traversed down south, which now kind of gives Deadeyes guys a little ace up their sleeve, Blay. They might have the element of surprise on teams such as Venom Legends. But again, it is Sanhok, and we are always looking around, and looks like someone else is joining the race as well. High Voltage decided to take to the seas.
Yeah, and they are braving the blue, although it's still very early, so they're not going to be really taking too much damage. But the later it gets in the game, the more risky it will be. Where, as you pointed out, we've seen teams get obliterated in the water, one of them being DRS a long time ago. And speaking of dropping down, it is going to be I8 unleashing on Raw. Uzum getting the first knock, I believe it was, onto his opposition. But considering how far away it is, I don't think he's going to be able to confirm the kill, and the rest should be coming in. Now, looking at the zone, though, Deadeyes guys, I know they were very, very early in the rotation, but they might have gone for the right call. Mongnai is right now uninhabited by anyone, and that entire eastern side of the island is theirs for the taking, if they do want to do so.
I mean, that is going to be, one of the plays over here, because I do kind of see the migration. Again, see, it is Sanhok, and the fact is, you got a lot of hilly terrain, and you have a lot of nooks and crannies that you can actually poster up in. So right now, I think the fact that everybody wants to be in the center so they can anticipate what the next circle is going to be is what's on their mind. But Jay, you're absolutely right. If I was one of the teams and I want to have just a little bit more of a guarantee, so to speak, I would kind of post up towards the east. But again, it's the circle, right? I mean, it has a mind of its own, and sometimes it can really hurt. But right now, Stalwart Esports are going to be heading up towards the northern part of the map, of course, towards Paradise Resort in the distance there, as we do see Action taking a few pop shots at Raw. A little exchange taking place, but it is Action who gets the first knock. Again, just letting them know that, they're there, so that when Raw are going to be pushing up that mountain, they're going to be just a little bit more varied.
Yeah, that could have easily gone either way. But yeah, apart from the early 2 casualties for the side of Seal, it has been a pretty quiet affair all around for all these teams over here. I do worry for High Voltage here, XP. Deadeyes guys, they're playing the periphery of the circle. And High Voltage might not be expecting a team waiting for them. ZEUS going to be tickling away one of the members of ZEUS, but won't be able to confirm the kill again.
Like, just a quick thought came to my mind. I wonder if they're going to notice that other boat out in the open water, and
it's very far off, though.
That is the smart thing that Deadeyes guys did. I mean, they did, leave that boat behind quite deep in the sea. However, where high voltage was, it was pretty close by. But again, Deadeyes guys are going to spot something in the distance since, they just did something.
I just want to point something out real quickly. I'm sorry, sorry for cutting you off there, but
Oh, no.
ZEUS, I saw one first aid kit on 3 members of ZEUS. I only saw bandages and some drinks. That's about it. I didn't see any first aid kits. Now, of course, they can easily loot it up from some of the bodies that are going to drop on their warpath, but it could also really bite them. So a distinct lack of first aid kits could potentially be a problem for ZEUS. And I guess High Voltage are extremely lucky, XP. The moment they're about to make landfall, Deadeyes guys like, yeah, there's no way anyone's going to be coming in from the water, right? And they head inside of the compounds to play the next circle. And that could be High Voltage staging an aquatic landing and an assault on the position of Deadeyes guys.
That could be possible. And, let's see if Deadeyes guys are the ones who are going to be caught off by surprise, as the Grotza is going to fall to the grounds. Now, of course, this weapon, oh my goodness, is going to be perfect for a map like Sanhok, especially when you get up close and personal because, it can just cut you like hot knife through butter. That's what I just love saying about this weapon. But right now, Killer does spot some movement in the distance, and 7Cs are the intended targets. Now, 7C again are going to be languishing in the 16th position. I mean, they do have their work cut out if they want to make it to this super weekend, because like you said, one game can make it or break it, and since all teams just have 4 games in hand, it is cutting it a bit too thin. But as the circle is going to implode in on itself, I was just happening to look at ZEUS's position play. So they are on the mountain at Bon, right? And it is central. I guess they don't really want to move because they have that little flat top mountain over there and they have a good lay of the land. However, if we have a drastic shift up north, I guess, like you said, they're going to have to pick up those first aid kits from all the bodies they're going to be dropping on the way. Oh, or not.
Oh boy, okay, that's a big shift. Now, a lot of other teams are going to be very happy with it, and with these vibes, they knew I8 were nearby XP, and they were waiting for I8 to kind of let go of that position. But unfortunately for them, I8 waiting. They still have the zone with them, so this is not exactly a comfortable spot for Wizards with vibes. Now, they will be able to leave the blue zone, so find some semblance of cover amongst these compounds, but what do? Like, they have the zone. I mean, they don't really necessarily have the zone, but they have a little bit of it. But knowing I8's position, I guess it's just going to buy the time. I8, though,
now
going to be pushing a little bit deeper. Yes, go on.
Now, it's really easy for them, actually, to be honest with you. They're going to have to contend with 7C because I8 are on the other side of that hill. So, their threat is over because Wizards with Vibe have that compound. Now, 7C is going to be the team that's going to hit them really hard from the east as we have a look at them moving in. What Wizards with Vibes needs to do is head over to that compound just a couple of 100 meters due north. Now, it is going to be in the circle, and that is what they need to defend because, again, the team that was a little bit in front of them in the form of Vibes, they are high up on another high patch of ground. So again, that's what Sanhok's all about. You have all these different levels. So, if you know your map well, you can really maneuver through. So, I guess we're going to have a little battle breaking out, and 7C's play are finally going to see some action. Or so I hope.
Well, we should. Action, though. Man, oh man. Cracking a 30-kill barrier yesterday.
I believe Stalwart are already up 50 kills, 52 if I'm not wrong, right? In 4 games.
That's just
ludicrous.
Mental coming in from them. Yeah, they are 52 kills. Second highest is 31 Wizards with Vibes. It's just mental that Stalwart Esports is just popping off like this. And they're not a team, I mean, they can definitely frag, but when it comes from the Mongolian part of the region, it's usually ZEUS or the super high fragging while not really having the placement points. And Stalwart are a perfect mix of fragging and positioning. And Top is just going to unleash a flurry of bullets into the direction of PN Crew. And now suddenly they are very well aware of who is lying in wait for them all across the mountain here. Still taking shots. Oh, I love the sound of that gun. I think he spotted another player, but no, it won't really find its mark. The res has come in for P and Crew, and I think they're trying to go for a very quick reposition because they know they're not inside of the play zone yet, and they're going to be jumping and trying to dodge his bullets. Smokes will be deployed. They've taken quite a bit of damage, but the first member of P and Crew, it's going to be Orchid. He's going to be making his way to safety, and one by one they start to follow, and now Stalwart Esports, multiple members, all 4 members unleashing on the P and Crew. Ayush, the final member, and he will cross on through. They somehow run the gauntlet and they make it through to safety.
I wonder if you missed a little bit of an audio cue. So, he was sprayed upon. I'm talking about top, of course, while he was laying down some lead. A bullet actually did hit him and then hit the pan. I wonder if you heard that ding.
Oh.
That was just something that just caught my ears.
I missed that. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Which is why I have you with me, XP. So, you would point out some of the crap I missed out on, considering my old age.
Well, it's pretty useless crap, but
no, it's a cool fact. It's a cool fact. It just goes to show that the pan can sometimes save you. But here, right now, no one's going to be saving anyone. Oh no, that is rough indeed. High voltage coming under heavy fire from Deadeyes guys. Shifu Sir looking to finish off the job spot at Wadu as well, and Wadu will be put 6 feet under real quickly. They're working together in tandem, but Extreme able to find one knock. Now he is on a sliver of health, and he will be taken down by the zone. No time to patch himself up. In fact, he didn't even have any first aid kits to work with. He only had a couple of bandages, I believe, and now it's all on Havoc. It's a waiting game. They know he's nearby. He could deal a bit of damage. That UMP up close could be brutal. Now, the knock will be coming on in because I do believe one of the Deadeyes guys members is very low in health, and he was in the blue, but I believe the reses should be coming in nonetheless. Now, Stalwart, they spot out their prey once more, but Pika, he's going to be going for the res before he tries to get a knock onto P and Crew. Looking at the play zone, though, Stalwart is split in a bit of a 2-2 pairing. Top and action together, though, and listen, if you have top and action together, I feel like they're an army of 2.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Lovely game, by the way, as well. And it does look like A1 Esports are, in fact, taking the fight to R3D right now with 1 member each from either side down on his knees as Jax is trying to go in for a timely revive. Now, I do hear a couple of smoke grenades being deployed for cover. That is a smart move indeed, but also it is kind of like a magnet for all those grenades. Elsewhere, it looks like DRS are taking the fight to Clarity Bubblue. Now, the blue zone is going to do the damage, but that grenade is going to go Pika P flying through the air as AJ gets the better of him, and Zibian with a follow-up grenade. Man, their nades are on point play. Going in for the kill. Nima is going to be in a world of trouble. Now, they need to think about a few moments. The revives are not going to be worth it right now, although it does kind of seem like they are going to go for it. But the distance is something that they should be worried about, as well as the fact that Mafia Ninja and ZEUS are lying in wait.
This could go very wrong for a lot of these players here. DRS. The res has come in, but remember, they're a 3-man squad. And meanwhile, R3D looking to finish out the job onto A1. They did not spot at Sinister. I'm sure he did. Sinister's still alive. Hassan, he had an opportunity there to immediately get the knock onto A1. Unfortunately, now he's getting shot at from multiple enemies, multiple oppositions, and Sinister is going to find his vengeance. It's all down to Maxi to try and do something, but he will fall. A1 making quick work of their opposition, and that is going to be a team wipe coming in.
And I do believe elsewhere, DRS are pretty much done and dusted, and I do believe they have been wiped out. Yes, sir. There you go. 14th position. They are out of here. Now, Clarity Bubblue, they are going to lose Shaw, and, Pika P is going to be lost to the blue as well. Deadeyes guys are going to be in trouble as Rated is going to be down on his knees out in the blue. Frag is still in the circle, laying down some lead on Delta X from Wizzes with Wives. Now, Wizzes with Wives, mind you, are still a 4-man squad, so they still have a lot of options. They can still maneuver around and get the better of Deadeyes guys. Now, 4 teams have been eliminated, and it is looking good. ZEUS finally opening up with a couple of kills to their names.
Where?
As Wizzes with Wives are trying their best. Now, again,
where the hell are Deadeyes guys?
What's happening?
There were 4 members.
Oh, they're scattered. They are scattered. They literally.
That nade.
They were caught upon, but beautiful.
Beautiful nade from Zibian there. Great replay as well. Shout out to production for catching all the action. Now, Malik. He's kind of by his lonesome. Okay. Quick exchange, as I do believe Bubblue has also, or actually down to 1 member. 420 boys still very much alive. The play zone is going to start massacring a lot of members here, XP. A lot of them still outside in the blue. One of them being 420 boy from Team Bublu. Malik tossing a couple more nades. That's perfection. Finds killer. Look at Prabeen though, braving the blue, trying to finish off the danger that is Wizzies with vibes, who will finally fall. Now Jack pushing up with the M249. That gun could be massive, but he's going to be caught in the explosion and finish off real quickly by Apex. Now Pika is down, so they need to get a res, which they will. Zone is shrinking very quickly as well, so Apex is going to be the one who's going to be pushing up ahead, trying to scout out what's happening, if there's anyone waiting and lying in wait for them. But it looks like the coast is clear for the time being, but the coast is definitely not clear for 7C, because I8 are gatekeeping them beautifully, and they are in a bit of a very spicy pickle.
It is a mad scramble for the circle with no team inside the zone as of right now. And looks like Stalwart is going to beat everybody else to the finish line as they're the first ones in. And I8 coming on the other side. But the zone says, you got to still keep going as it's going to implode in on itself. Now, Raw are going to come under fire by Stalwart. It is going to be Bishal going up against Action. It is a one-on-one situation. Well, a one-on-two if you count Apex, but he is a bit too far off. And it does look like the revive is going to come in because, well, RAW have been caught out in the blue zone. And all Stalwart needs to do is make sure they get the revive, and as soon as they see any motion, well, they start their flurry of bullets and bring down their prey. And it does look like they have bit the dust, and we are down to the final 3 teams. Blake.
It's a 4 versus 3 versus 1. There's one member still alive for 7C, and it's
7C out of the blue.
Where the hell is he?
You can't even see him on your map right now. He is out in the blue, ladies and gentlemen, towards the southeast of your screen, or the bottom right corner.
He can't make it.
He is
can't make
somewhere
it.
over there. Oh, there he is to the top. He is going to be putting in his last first aid kit. No, he still has one more.
He can run. 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 Go for it. Go for it. Yeah, leg it. Leg it. Let's go. Fear. He's running for all he's got, and he's just got to try and leg it, and he might just reach if no one spots him. He can't. He can't be paranoid. Now it's a race against the blue, and he finds himself some safety. And the meanwhile, it is going to be I8 going up against Stalwart. So XP, amongst all the commotion happening here, Fear has somehow been taken down.
Well,
never mind. I was so hyped and happy for him.
He was finally spotted out by a member of IA. Did take a couple of bullet shots and damage, and now Johnny knows that his work is cut out. He is going to be taken down by Top, and now it's going to be a 2-on-3 situation as 3 members of Stalwart are trying to assert their dominance on the map of Sanhok. The spread out action is going to be caught out. Apex is going to be in a lovely position to lay down depth from above, but it's Top
2v2
who gets taken down by Uzum, and Uzum is going to be quick to put him in the ground. Stalwart Esports do have the summit, but the fact that IA is kind of spread out is going to be something that might hurt them. Now, Apex is in a good position play, but a grenade or a surprise attack could catch him off guard because his position is well known to the enemy.
Action with a nade of his own, though. He knows there's someone in the smoke. Cooks it, but no. I think information has been conveyed to him by his teammate from above. XP, and it's going to be Uzum, but a great timing on the reposition, and the nade is not going to find its mark. If Uzum had stuck around there, he would have been done for. Blade, though, behind a tree. Information has been conveyed by Apex. Now, Apex, I don't think they've spotted him yet, because if they knew where he was, they would not be rotating like this. Blade tossing in a nade of his own is going to deal quite a bit of damage onto Apex. Smoke's going to be deployed, and Uzum and Blade, both these two teams are outside of the next circle. Although that being said, Uzum, a little bit closer. Blade, though, takes a tag through the smoke. He's using the tree for cover, and Apex is going to finally evacuate his position up top and dropping on down. Action pushing up, though, and we know how good he can be, but Uzum and Blade are better, and now it's a 1 versus 2. Apex against the 2 surviving members of I8, and can I8 finally get the chicken dinner is the question, and out in the blue, Uzum's actually going to get the knock, get the kill, and they get the chicken dinner, and I8, they get their chicken dinner. XP, it might be the first time we've had the opportunity to cast a game where I8, they finally get that coveted 15 placement points.
Well, the wait is over for this team. I'm sure there are going to be a lot of jubilant fans out there in the comment section. I8 have finally got that chicken dinner with 7 kills to their name. And, well, that was a beautiful outing in Sanhok. Again, the fact that, they held their nerve right till the end. Took a few good fights up until that point. In fact, they kind of found themselves in pretty dire situations where you and I were contemplating whether they're even going to survive it or not. But, well, Blade, they do survive it. They pretty much shush all the naysayers, and they have the chicken dinner. I couldn't be happy for them.
That final fight, if you ignore Fear from 7C, right? It was 4 versus 3 favoring I8. Then suddenly it became a 3 versus 2 favoring the side of Stalwart Esports. So it suddenly flipped back. But the way they were able to just group up together, isolate the kills. And I gotta say, I felt like Stalwart got a little overeager in the 3v2. The first member ran out in the open. He got double teamed and taken down. So, maybe a little bit of mistakes being made by the Mongolians, but they do get punished. And I8 will take the first game of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going to a very quick break, and we'll be back with the Analyst Desk.
Hello and welcome to this year's virtual desk coming in from the PMPL Season 4, of course, and it is all thanks to Oppo F9 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. We've got the first game done on the second day of the league play, and it is off to a phenomenal start. Varun, you were talking about Stalwart getting in there, but it was I8 taking the glory.
I mean, hey, it's good enough, right? I mean, we've been trying to steal the crystal ball, the prediction portions away from Ocean, and, well, I mean, there's going to be a few hiccups, but hey, it was close, right? Stalwart, they got set.
Exactly. On the other front, as we move on forth with the top players, Fixes, I want you to chime in, mate. I mean, I'm sorry, the team you selected has... But now they're going to jump into the arena, but on the other front, when it comes down to the playstyle itself, what can you rather talk about when it comes to I8 compared to Stalwart and their playstyle?
Yeah, definitely. I have to check for the pills though. But, talking about how Stalwart and, of course, I8 played, especially top. Again, the same storyline comes down. He was having more of that anchor role over there. But, Stalwart winning this game had to come down to how good Uzim was in those final few circles. Now, action in top. We did see the split coming out from them. We did have action in top on one area. We've got the other players on a different area. But again, in those final circle fight especially, despite the fact that Stalwart had an upper edge, it all came down to the final zone shift, which was sort of favoring Stalwart just a little bit because they were closer to the circle. Now, the moment the players of Stalwart, I mean, they were a two-man squad. They did realize that the players of the players of I8 were closer to the circle. The players of Stalwart did realize they had to get inside the circle, so they waited for the perfect opportunity, and that's where Uzim got one more and managed to secure the chicken.
Exactly, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that just worked perfectly. Once again, when it comes down to the second week of the league plays itself, I would say it's the zone. It's the zone that is definitely pushing all of these teams to a different play style altogether, Varun.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, the zone played a pretty key part in this because the moment the zone actually moved between Bhan and Query, you could see I8 exactly at the southeastern edge, well, between southeast and the southern edge, somewhere towards the 5 o'clock position of the circle, and there was just one team that they had to deal with. They took care of them, and then the entire southern position of the circle was theirs to control, and they took full advantage of that. As we move inside the game, they were forced to take fights, but in the meanwhile, Stalwart Esports, I mean, we know the aggression that this team brings, and it's clear in the match summary as well, with us seeing top sitting at, the top of the highest kills. 5 kills to his name. Godless is going to be there as well with his 4, but let's not ignore the performance from Bablu Clarity as well. That grenade that was lobbed towards the players of DRS, absolutely shutting them down in that team fight, and it was incredible to watch.
Oh, it most certainly was exhilarating indeed as we move on through to the match rank. And we, of course, do know who got that chicken dinner with a 7 kill, 15 point. The team of I8 are looking pretty solid with 22 points, but following them very close with only 1 point shy is going to be Stalwart. But along with all of that, I mean, you spoke about Clarity, let's talk about ZEUS as well, because at one point in time, Fixes, ZEUS was in the center of that zone. I think it was the 4th zone, right? That they found themselves in the center, and I was like, alright, this better be a ZEUS game. But then as soon as the circle made that curveball shift, it was just out in the open.
So this is the thing with the Mongolians, right? They kind of tend to play around the center, especially Stalwart and ZEUS. And this time it was nothing different as well.
Yeah.
If you talk about ZEUS's drop, of course, they were around that quarry area. Now, like you mentioned, even I did feel that this was supposed to be ZEUS game, but we did witness those two curveballs hitting, right? The first curveball hitting, and that's where Stalwart had the better, rather I8 had the better part of the circle, and the next curveball hitting, it completely went aloof. Now, this is where I really thought maybe Raw had a good chance, but so many teams, just gushing in from the eastern side, there was not much remaining. This is where Stalwart were just a little bit smarter, in which they kind of tend to, did manage to do some hefty amount of damage to 7C, but they did make that quick early rotation inside the zone, which really helped them in getting a better position.
What a play. What a wonderful play. I mean, Stalwart Warren just keep on getting better and better from one game to the next. It is getting absolutely ludicrous with week 2 when it comes to PMPL Season 4. With that, let's move on with our conversations and also have a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
I mean, this was a match filled with a lot of action. Right from the very first minute, we saw all those fights happening. And this was what started it all. Venom Legends, Steel Shot, bringing that 1v2 against the players of Seal Esports. Now, this is something that we hardly get to see, but that was sort of a sign that Venom Legends, they still have a fighting chance. Even though they might be struggling on the overall leaderboard, they can still grab those points for themselves. Over on the other side, I want to bring the conversation a little bit back to what Fixer said about Raw. And I completely agree with this. Because the shift that I was talking about, where I8 did in fact get the southern part of the zone under their control, Raw was smack in the center. I believe it was just about being able to handle the pressure that was about to come upon them. Had they done that, it would have been their game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it certainly could have been. And, just carrying the conversation forward, I really felt that Stalwart could have actually gotten this chicken dinner in this one. For a moment, they were kind of a little bit laid back in those final few circles. Of course, they were outnumbered, but they did manage to pull it off. They evened the numbers over there. It was, of course, a 3v3. And in that moment, Uzum, that one player, did manage to get that very impactful frag over there. Had he not equalized the numbers 2v2 situation again, and this is where the luck factor really sets in, because if the zone not really shifted away from both I8 and Stalwart, I think if it would have been somewhere around Stalwart, it was a Stalwart game, because let's be honest, they had the high ground, they had the better position, and the way Crypto and Johnny fell, for a moment I was really scared, because you're talking about two primary assaulters of your team falling down. But when it mattered the most, that is where Uzum stepped up to the occasion, and he did his job perfectly fine.
I mean, not just that. I mean, I have to say it was a complete outplay from I8. Because look at the way Stalwart had positioned themselves, with Action being on the front line and Apex taking the sniper tower, watchtower for himself. That high ground advantage gave them a lot of information, but it was that one critical play for me where Uzum and Blade, both of them repositioned themselves towards Action's right-hand side. One guy behind the tree and the other guy still hiding behind the rock inside the smoke, and then all of a sudden Action was forced out of his position because he trusted Apex for that cover fire. That entire play being set up by I8 was so important, and they did a wonderful job just finishing this matchup.
Indeed, impeccable conversation, or rather synergy being showcased from the side of I8. Indeed, because it is. I mean, it always does go back to the communication. Basically, is what I was going to say. On the other front, talking about the damage that has been dealt in this first game of day 2. It is phenomenal. I mean, Stalwart just doing what they do best. They are being the mayhem creators in this entire lobby. I mean, they are every single game. Yesterday also we saw that. Yeah. Today also we were looking at the exact same thing, where they are being so supreme. On the other front, ACDE Esports. 64 damage, 0 kills.
Yeah, that was a bit tricky, but that was all because of Venom Legends and, well, in particular, Steel Shot for what he did. But, Fixes, I want to ask you a question. Do you reckon we're going to see like a 100 kill record being set by Stalwart Esports today? Do you think that can happen?
No, I don't think so. I mean, not today at least. Individually, maybe, I don't know. No, because they just crossed that 50 marks, right?
Yeah,
both top in action. But overall, I mean, once we get a look at that, we certainly will have a rather more clearer picture.
Definitely with that.
Yeah. It's going to
do
be a
apologize for him.
challenge, yeah. I'm sorry, but I was going to say it is going to be a challenge because now they have just 3 matches to do it.
Yep, that is true. That
Yeah.
is true. But then again, I mean, keep in mind, we're talking about Stalwart, right? I mean, this
Yeah.
team, they walked away with 15 kills in a single game, 20 kills in a single game. So there's nothing stopping them. There's nothing stopping them. And keeping that stat in mind,
Yeah.
I am like, you know what? Just go for it. YOLO approach or whatever they do, they are doing it to perfection. Because look at
Yeah.
the points right there, dudes. I mean, Stalwart on that first position, of course, with 2 chicken dinners, 117 points. And then comes Wizards with Vibes, 83 points. The difference between that, it's just a different league altogether that Stalwart is a part of.
Yeah, 100% agree with you, right? Now, this is where I would really want Stalwart to sort of replicate this sort of performance in the Super Weekends as well. But now I want to divert our attention towards Wizards with Vibes, because this is one thing we really need to touch upon. Because this is one of those teams, either they win the game in Sanhok or else they survive for pretty long. We've seen those 35 first aid halls, and Delta are doing majority of the healing battle over here. But today things were different. Today even Wizards with Vibes were looking really good. But in their fight, one thing we did observe was Delta was taken down pretty early. Now this is one thing. Now again, I want to have your attention taken down towards High Voltage, who apparently are having a really, really bad time.
Yeah. I mean, this all started with their performance in the Super Weekend, because the last league play was a decent performance coming in from High Voltage. But the Super Weekend, we did not really see them in those in the usual place they would be in the standings, which was well somewhere between the 5th and the 10th position, because that is where, I mean, usually they like to start the tournament runs with, and then slowly and steadily step things up. But this time it has been different, and again it's going to be the sort of rebuild that has happened with High Voltage, and I guess the impact, we have to see how long it lasts, because they did not have too much time to sort of rebuild their strats, and we are seeing them improve with every single game, but definitely this week is not going the way they planned.
True, that is definitely true, mate. I mean, just in this game itself, we saw that water rotation coming in from the side of High Voltage, and as soon as they made it to the land itself from the water, the circle moved away from them. And it was such a... Yeah, I felt so bad for them, but nevertheless, as we move on forth with our schedule and the run of the show, we are going to be looking on to Erangel now. Now, this is where Fix's Paradox is going to be moving on in as well. Alongside that, what are your expectations when it comes to predictions from this second game of the day?
Again, it has to come down to where the circle really ends, right? We've been seeing primarily the Eastern and Western circle, which is pretty much the default zones that we've been formed. But, you know, this time I'm going to sort of go in for the Gods of Thunder, ZEUS Esports. Because if you take a look at how they played in Sanhok, yes, 100% agree. They did not have the best of what we really expect from them, but they still managed to get 8 freaking kills. And amongst all that chaos, they tend to thrive. So, considering the momentum that they have built for themselves, I think I'm going to stick with ZEUS.
All right. On the other front, Johnny, I do want to ask you, mate, again, the same exact question. What team do you want to predict that might be in the top 3?
I mean, so I wanted to pick ZEUS for myself, but since Fixes loves the masala so much, I'm going to give it to him. And now, this time, so we're finally going to see Paradox once again. So the Group E is going to be stepping in. Although, as I said yesterday, I would still love to see the same domination from T2K. So maybe T2K or Paradox, I expect them to do really well in this match, but let's see.
Let's see indeed, because again, when it comes to Paradox, you know, this is a conversation that we've had in week 1 as well, when it comes down to the analyst desk. I mean, Paradox, they need to change their playstyle just a little bit, you know, spice it up a little bit, make it a little bit more dynamic so as to be able to work around that ratio. But for now, what they've got working for them, well, it at times just works perfectly, at times it just does not. And that is something that, well, it puts them in a very tricky position, right? Because when you talk about the first page of the overall standing itself, we're talking about a first team, which is, of course, looking really fabulous. That's Stalwart with 117 points. You move all the way down on that first page itself onto the 10th position. You've got A1 Esports with 25 points. First page, 117, 25 points. And then from there, all the other teams from 11 all the way down to 20, they're just so close. They're crammed in from 25 points all the way down to 9 points for Paradox. It's just one of those good games that's required for any of these teams on that second page to be able to push it along and move on into the top 16. But, of course, it's easier said than done. So we will keep our fingers crossed that Paradox does bring in that A-level gameplay. On the other front, you guys sitting back at home watching the stream, please go right ahead and, of course, let us know what team are you going to be rooting for in the chat alongside that. Fixes, I'm going to bring the conversation back to you, dude. I'm going to bring the conversation back to you, and I'm going to talk to you about a team, Venom Legends, and Varun, I'll come back to you with Seal Esports as well. So starting off with Fixes, dude, talk about Venom Legends a little bit. We saw that perfect gameplay being showcased from Seal. Just one dude mowing down two players from Seal Esports, just GG play being showcased. But yet again, in the overall, it seems like the team is kind of lacking. What do you think is going wrong there?
Everything, absolutely everything. Again, you're talking about, if you refer to the Sanhok fight particularly,
right,
he did have the Vector, right? That is where that gun really shines. But apart from that, how do they play as a team? They haven't really been looking as the same Venom Legends that we had witnessed in Season 1 and 2. They've certainly somewhere down the line vanished. And, that's just not the problem with Venom Legends. Even A1 Esports, despite having such a stable roster, they are having problems of their own. Now, Johnny has been talking a lot about Paradox. Even I've been talking a lot about Paradox. Now, the only problem here with Paradox, which also is sort of a factor that really helps them out, is their unpredictability. We really do not know what they're going to put on the table. Now, I'm going to take you back a few days ago where we did see them wiping out the likes of Seal Esports. Now, this is a team that has the potential to do absolutely anything. They are just lacking the confidence. Now, I do not know when it's all about survival. We know that they tend to get really ferocious. But again, this time, it also again comes down to the zone. So I'll have to see as to how
we'll see. We're going to have to see. We're definitely going to have to see. On the other front, I am sorry, Varun, we're out of time. We're going to have to move on to get the game started off. We'll come back to you with that Seal Esports question. But for now, it's time to get moving on along to XP and Play to take us through the second game.
Well, thank you again for that, Blotter. Wonderful gentleman on the desk, as usual, doing a great job breaking down all the action. XP, we're going to be jumping into Erangel here, the second game of the second day of the group/league stage of week number 2. I just want to touch upon what the desk mentioned. Couple of these teams, man, couple of these teams are still struggling. They're still trailing by quite a big margin, considering that we have only 4 games remaining today, of which each team is going to be playing only 4 games in the day, even though we have 5 games, right? So, at what point does a big red alarm bell go off for these guys?
Well, I mean, the alarm bell should have been going off yesterday, so to speak, especially for the teams right at the bottom. Now, this is the paradox that I'm in. Now, Paradox as a team is on the 16th, the last position
20th,
right now, 20th to speak. I mean, 16th is, high thinking, wishful thinking. But this was something similar to what they were in last week as well. And in day 2 is when they finally, just pushed on through and got the job done and made it to the top 16. So again, I'm not counting anything out because one good game could be what takes you to the Super Weekend. And talking about good games, ladies and gentlemen, match number 2 is about to be underway as the big bird takes to the sky. It is going to be Erangel. And, it is going to be perfect weather to get some PUBG action. And, Play, where are we flying to this time?
Well, I just want to see another Southern Circle, Co-Capitan. It's going to be, of course, starting from Severny, as all of you guys can see. And if you guys are listening in, radio mode, we'll try and narrate what's happening here. In case you're not watching the game, maybe you're in class, right? Maybe you're in class. Maybe you have only your headphones on. You're just relying on us to convey information. The plane path is for all the way from Severny, passing over shooting range, and heading straight down, right between the Sosnovka military base and Novorobnoye. Now, looking at the early drops coming in, this plane path is going to be favoring virtually every team, right? XP, it's kind of you can pretty much go wherever you want. So DRS is going to be going towards Yasnaya, P and Crew dropping early towards the 70 area. ZEUS have the option of either heading towards Shelter or heading towards Georgie, but it looks like Shelter is going to be the call. And I'm going to say, I'm not too sure who's in the server right now, but if there is I8 or if there is Stalwart, it's going to be military base and Novorobnoye, and there is no I8 playing in this particular game. Is there? I can't see them.
Yes, sir. There you have it. They're going to be jumping off right
at the very
now,
end. There we go.
And I mean, we did expect them to drop down on the military base, and that is where they shall go.
Listen, XP.
Action, however.
XP, I just want to paint something very quickly, right, before we start describing what everyone's going to be doing. I like the circle, though, by the way. It's interesting. Maybe a hospital circle, maybe a Zarki circle. You never know. You'd love to see it. T2K are 14th place and 21 points.
Not what you'd expect from the team that was pretty much dominating the scene in the Super Weekend. Again, a lot of curveballs, a lot of tables have definitely been turned in week 2. Now, again, that is testament to the teams that, did sit this one out. They are going to try their best, but again, the teams that were on the latter half are going to have to work a little bit harder. And talking about working a little harder, it looks like we are going to have to head back to the studio, ladies and gentlemen, as again, we want to make sure everyone has a level playing field. And I do believe Stalwart Esports top might have had an issue, because it did kind of feel like there was a little connectivity problem, because he dropped down when the plane ended. Anyway, of course, the game is going to be rehosted.
Shouldn't take long.
The action shall continue again, which actually gives me time to quickly bring up one point. We have the schedule laid out in front of us every single day that we have this tournament going on. So does all the teams which are participating in the tournament. So what I'm trying to get to is everyone knows each other's drop spots, right? Mm-hmm. And everyone knows, all right, in this game, this team is not playing. That means, this place is going to be up for grabs, so to speak. That is obviously one of the reasons why, we really haven't seen a lot of action early on, unless two teams are actually clashing for pretty much the same building in a town, which is kind of interesting because, again, like we said, we're creatures of habit. And every single team is doing their homework, and everyone knows where everyone is going to drop, and, they try and maneuver around it. But I want to see more action. I want to see more unpredictability. I want something.
I want to point
like
something out.
The PC version.
There's no. I just wanted to not interrupt you. I just wanted to add on to your point, right? Imagine a situation, right, where you are in the 19th, 18th position, right? Your chances of moving on through, let's say you're Paradox, for example, right? 18th position right now, final game of the day. Who's the 16th place team? Let's assume it's PN Crew, our 16th place. If I'm Paradox, I go for them. I go for them, right? And I want that sort of mixing things up. Now, you don't necessarily have to go for it if, you're in a very comfortable spot, but I feel like a lot of these teams, when they are in a very rough situation, we saw this in the group stage as well last week, where we had 7Cs and PN Crew and all these guys struggling, languishing at the bottom of the table. They didn't mix things up. They didn't try and take fights to anyone else. And I gotta say, that just seems like the viable option for these guys.
I mean, I guess, but
No?
I'm kind of stepping in your shoes this time. I want to see more drama. I mean, I do understand that everybody has their own play styles, because I'm actually all right. Let me put it down this way. Forget the teams that were at the bottom of week 1 as far as the Super Weekend is concerned, right? Because we are in week 2 right now, and I have a lot of thoughts in my mind. But you know what, Play? I guess we're going to give the viewers a little respite, because it's you and I. Come on, I guess they wanted rather look at the game than us. So what we're going to do is take a quick little breather. The game is being rehosted. We'll be back up in a jiffy. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this break.
And crew, PUBG Nepal crew. Things are looking really different this time, Johnny.
I'll be honest, it doesn't feel like the same team, because that's exactly what has happened. The complete roster shuffle that we have seen, with one of the best players from the lineup walking away, not walking away, but going over to another team, it is going to make things look quite interesting for this lineup.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you talk about that golden roster that they had, with ABCDE being over there. You've got Ayush, who still is a part somehow, and a lot of pressure is definitely going to be surmounting over him as to how he is really going to perform. But with the new talent that they have brought in inside the squad, I mean, it looks really flimsy as to how they're going to perform, to be really honest, because now they do not even have Sandesh. Now, the only a good part about PNQ that I really enjoyed was, of course, Sandesh in action, right? We had him with those bowl action shots, as we all are a fan of that. Again, combined with that assaulting prowess that he showed, I think we kind of are going to be missing that. But that being said, all the best to PNQ. They really need to hold up to that big name that they have come up with.
Oh, hi there. We're back. And we're going to be jumping straight into the second map, not wasting any time, XP. It is going to be the map of Erangel. No more technical issues. And very, very quickly, we will see where the plane path is. And it is going to be from the hospital, or rather from Georgia Pole.
Pretty similar.
But kind of similar. A little bit more skewed down, you know, like a little bit more flatter of a trajectory. But it's going to be heading towards Novorupnoi. Again, XP, don't really expect to see anything too drastic. The only big change I see seeing here is ZEUS dropping towards South Georgia, because obviously it's a much easier drop for them compared to, let's say, somewhere like Shelter.
Oh yeah, especially, they're going to be the first ones down, which means they're going to be looted up pretty much quicker than as compared to everybody else, and kind of looks like they might actually switch things around and go out on the hunt. I mean, that's what at least I'm hoping is going to happen, as of course the first circle is yet to reveal itself. But if it's, again, anything similar to last game, it is going to be to the northwest on the main island. However, since it loves being a spoiled sport, I want something different, and, well, it is going to be a bit more central. We still are in the northern hemisphere.
I like it.
Erangel. I like it too. I mean, again, it's something similar to what we saw yesterday. I love the fact that, up north in Erangel, you have a lot more hilly terrain, a lot more foliage, so to speak, and, it makes for interesting guerrilla warfare. But right now I do hear a bike in the distance, and looks like someone is trying to get away from danger. And I do hear a crash as well.
Something really went wrong.
What happened?
Something really went wrong there. We can probably call the cops to probably check out what happened. Oh, it looks like he's back up again. You can hear the vehicle. Taking a look at the overall rankings, so XP, this is something we pointed out, right? T2K in the 14th position. Man, they were the kings in the Super Weekend. They were fantastic. And for them not to play the second Super Weekend would be a terrifying thought for them. We got 7 Cs, though. They're in the 12th position. Again, the difference between the 11th and the 16th place is just a measly 10 points. The 10th and the 16th place is just a measly 10 points, XP. It's been a very top-heavy performance coming out from some of the big dogs like Wizzysuit Vibes, ZEUS Esports, i8, Bublu, and Stalwart Esports right there at the tippity top, cracking the 100-point barrier. But everyone else, they seem to be starved of points, and it's just been a very rough time for them. We do have Paradox in the server. Fixes picked them a little earlier, a little prematurely for game number 1, but here we go. Paradox, a team right now, once again, at the bottom of the table. However, they did really step up on day 2 of the group stage to make it to the first Super Weekend, so they could potentially recreate the magic. The question is, will they? I know they can, but will they is the question of the hour here. And Stalwart Esports, by and far, the best team so far in the past couple of days.
About Fixes, in his defense, I do have to say that, normally his circadian rhythm is kind of calibrated to start working a couple of games later. So I guess, a little bit of confusion coming in, since, of course, he is filling in for Ocean today. So I'm gonna let it slide. It's all right, Fixes. I got your back, bro. But anyway, right now, back in the game, yeah, you did kind of mention, T2K down in the 16th position. Again, just a measly 10 points, as you mentioned, between 10 and 16. Now, everyone's pretty much going to be sick of us saying the same thing again and again, like a stock record. One good game can make all the difference. Now, that, of course, does hold true on its own. But again, it matters on the opposition in front of you, because teams aren't really just going to roll over and let you, dominate them and pass them by. So I love the fact that we have this high level of competition in this PMPL Season 4. And again, for teams that are underdogs, like Paradox, again, I'm not counting them out, Blade. Now, they did find themselves in the same situation last week, and somehow they managed to, by choice of better words, they managed to scrape through, And still, with 3 games in hand, it's still possible. But now is the time. They need to make some moves now. They need to loot up on the eastern front of Erangel, as we do see them right now, pretty much at the mansion and the areas nearby. But then they need to go out on the hunt.
Are they going to go on the hunt, though? We're going to be finding out pretty soon here for Paradox. They are a surprisingly pretty aggressive team, but as our desk did break them down earlier last week, that they do need to know when to take certain fights. Because for them, it's like whenever a fight presents itself, they just go for it. All guns blazing. Speaking of all guns blazing, it is going to be 7C. Taking a couple of shots in the direction of R3D Hassan. A little too far away for Mimo to really believe he's going to be landing a shot. So yeah, apart from a couple of exchanges, no early damage yet, no early kills either. It has been a bit of a slower start than this map of Erangel. Something which we didn't see yesterday, XP. Yesterday was pretty action-packed, and we saw some pretty interesting zones as well. Yeah, absolutely chaotic. And here's the thing: looking at a zone, it could very well happen again, right? It depends on how it's going to play out. If you can take a look at the map, perfect. They just read my mind in production. If you take a look at the Salber, Kameshki, Severny, completely empty. That's free real estate for the taking. The ZEUS can go up towards North Georgie, and they can head inside towards, maybe towards shelter. Sorry, not shelter, towards the shooting range a little bit more comfortably if they wish to. And even for Stalwart, I-8, and Future Station, the southern part of that zone is kind of empty, at least for the time being. So don't really expect to see any early battles, maybe apart from maybe a couple of knocks, a couple of kills, at least till... I'm going to just give a gander and say the 15-minute mark, perhaps.
Well, I guess you could be wrong because R3D are going to be going up against RAW, and we might just see a few bodies hit the ground now. Bishal definitely has an idea with the enemy. Ooh, that was a dangerous little pop-up. He is going to be spotted out. In fact, his teammate is spotted out, and now he can be actually the little element of surprise. Two of the members are going to go down. It's Maxi, who is down on the ground now. Anubis, the god of death, is going to have his work cut out. Assassin right next to him as Bishal is going to cook a grenade. Now, if he gets that bounce to perfection, it could be deadly, and in fact, it is a good grenade, just a bit too far up, but Anubis is going to be taken down, in fact, and now Bishal coming under fire as Assassin goes around the bend, but he is going to be spotted out, and in the blink of an eye, my dear friend Blay, R3D bit the dust, and well, you have your foot in your mouth because team just got eliminated.
No. That was me. That was me with the counter jinx. I was like, there's not going to be any action till 15 minutes, and immediately a team wipe. You guys are welcome. You guys are welcome. Now I'm going to say it. Apex is meanwhile getting called. What happened to Apex? I want to see a replay of that. That looked a little iffy. All the way towards the eastern bridge is north of Novo, so I hope we get to see a replay of what went down there.
Whoa, have a look at what's happening in the center of the circle. Does everybody think they have to be in the same location at once?
I don't know.
Do we have a little flash mob going on?
Even DRS moving in. I thought DRS, considering you're Yasnaya, I thought they'd move up towards Stalber, right? Towards Stalber, play the coastlines, play the edge of the circle, but here we go. This was the replay of the wipe. What a beautiful cover. What an angle for blah blah blah. They were not expecting his position there, and of course Hassan trying his best to do something crazy, but he falls down, and that is an early wipe. And R3D, man, like their woes continue. XP. It's been a rough few days in the office for them.
It has been indeed, but then again, we can't take anything away from the team that just wiped them out. They did a wonderful job, as yet another AWM is going to be dropping from the heavens above, and chances are someone is going to pick it up because everyone is pretty much in each other's vicinity, and sometimes neighbors are not that friendly, and it does look like Seal could be one of the teams, or even Vibes, who could actually go for that AWM. But again, now the fact that everyone is so close to one another, it makes it a bit more dangerous, because every single compound you have to assume is going to be occupied. Every single hill you're going to have to double check, because you might just see a few silhouettes moving about, and if you aren't careful, those silhouettes could be deadly. However, have a look at what's happening up north. Now, Venom Legends are going to be coming in by way just south of Severny. Again, you have a couple of compounds, especially the giant warehouse on top of that hill. That is exactly where they are going to be, parking their vehicles right now. But T2K coming right behind them is going to be problematic. But Blay, wait a second. I guess there's a little bit of a ceasefire going on, because this is unprecedented. I've never seen so many teams packed together like a can of sardines, so close to one another, and no one's firing any bullets. Sensing, talking about firing bullets, finally, Sinister opens up with that beautifully sounding suppressed M16.
M16. Oh, it does sound nice, doesn't it? It's a classic gun from the Vietnam War era. Definitely can deal quite a lot of damage, especially long range with the burst fire. Speaking of long range, Seal are taking a bit of damage in the distance.
What? Wait a second. What? All right, Stalwart Esports are up to something, and they are up to some shenanigans.
Did they need to let go of those vehicles and just like leg it? I feel like they're just having a rough time in the vehicles.
I just had a look at the map
And
right
it-
now. Sorry to just interrupt you. They're out in the blue. And,
What is
this
going on?
Self-inflicted.
What is going on?
They-
They're a glider.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, they were in a glider. Oh.
Mayday, we are down. Well, finally, looks like the relief team is going to come in, and this could have gone very
Wiz?
badly for the current leaders. And here, let's have a look. Oh my goodness! Watch out for that building right in front of you, and boom! It kind of reminds me of Joe of the Jungle over there when they say, "Watch out for that tree."
Watch out for
Dead
that
smack
tree.
on the side of that building.
I can't believe they just flew straight into a building, man. Like, there's so much empty space right next to it. And, okay, Stalwart Esports are incredible at this game, except when hand gliding, or that's not really hand gliding, but you know what I mean, like the paragliding vehicle they have
When it
over
comes
there.
to flying, I'd rather have my feet on the ground. with
Absolutely,
that team.
terra firma, any time of the day.
Amen.
Paradox have managed to at least stave off that assault on them by PN Crew. And interestingly enough, they don't stick around to battle it out. They did lose Haza, who is a heavy hitter for the side of Paradox. And considering where they dropped earlier, XP, the fact that they're on the opposite end of the play zone is pretty interesting towards the shooting range. Now, Orchid, what a shot from Nixon.
Beautiful.
And I guess Wiz wasn't expecting his position. He's alone. He's alone. There's no way Keat and G1 can make their way in here to try and resuscitate their teammate. This one's done.
Oh, he's done for.
Yep.
Now, that's what exactly I was thinking, because, you know, with his position was a bit unexpected, since his teammates are going to be hunkered down in that bunker, literally just north of the shooting range. As you can have a look, GI is going to just come up towards the entrance, have a look. Now, again, you did kind of mention already that, you know, they were a three-man squad, and for them to be split up in this way is going to be a bit problematic. And there you have it. There's the bunker I was talking about. They do have their vehicles on standby in case they need to get away. But again, this was a perfect little bait and switch, as he is completely oblivious to the fact that his left flank has been, well, riddled with enemies, and soon he was riddled with bullets. And with that, of course, Paradox down to a two-man squad. Their woes continue. And judging by the circle, it's going to be drastic once again. Expect all the teams to be colliding with each other, and I guess we're going to see some drive-bys play.
Yeah, G1's left alone. He's even going to drive out into the blue. He's like, yeah, there's no way I'm going to be going back to where PN Crew are. Well, PN Crew doing a pretty good, solid job overall, XP, of taking down three members of Paradox there. They just got picked apart one by one. Maybe they could have just regrouped together and taken the fight initially, but it looks like they got caught with their pants down. And yeah, sometimes when that happens, even the best of teams and players can be in for a bit of a problem there. There we go. Keat trying to make his escape, but Nixon or Nishan is how he pronounces his name supposedly, XP. 3 kills for him. He got all the 3 knocks onto Paradox, so he's going to be a pretty happy player, happy camper. Speaking of being happy campers, DRS Gaming, they moved in from Yasnaya. XP, we did question, you know, they wouldn't have to really move in considering Yasnaya was inside a play zone. But even though the play zone has shifted a little bit, they are very well entrenched right here. They have this wall to work with, this little bit of a house, and they even have control of the exteriors as well. So they're in a pretty good spot. Don't really have to budge yet, and neither do RAW, who spot out A1 in the distance, but they are quite a distance away. So Joker will be exercising a bit of restraint.
Absolutely, and you know, I was just having a look at the circle, and I do have a point about Yasnaya that I do wish to make, but I do believe we are going to be switching things around, because there you have it. Vibes are going to come under fire. Killer is going to be taking down that grenade. In fact, it's not going to be needed, as Assassin is spotted down by Uzum as well, and he is going to be put in the ground in a matter of seconds. There you have it, just as easy as that. They get in their vehicles and are going to be making a move to the circle. Now, it does mean that they are still out of the blue, but the fact that they pretty much have an open playing field as they enter the circle, up until the point, of course, they meet ZEUS. That is the only time where I see some action taking place. And talking about ZEUS, there you have it. They are now going to be contesting Seal's location. Now, Seal, they do have that little house. They have tucked their vehicles in pretty well. But what ZEUS has in their favor is that little hill, but Killer's position. Oh, that is going to be priceless. Now, if he maintains trigger discipline, lets ZEUS, you know, maneuver around, gets as much information, and then strikes, it could be deadly. But I guess ZEUS have their options open for them. They're not taking any chances. And let's have a look over here. Quick action coming in from the Mosin Nagan. Spots the enemy. Boom! Goes the helmet. And now is down on his knees.
Godless with any bolt action rifle is a sight to behold. An apex predator with the scoped rifles. And he shows why. I'm looking at the next zone. Oh, it's on Yaz. It's on Yaznaya. And it's on the lake. It's on the little... It's not really a lake,
like this.
but what do you call that? I know a lot of people call it a
reservoir?
lake. It's more like a... There's a term for this, XP. Like when you have, you know, a river, a stream coming in from the ocean and kind of creating a... I guess you can call it a lake.
Wrong with lakes. Yeah, it is a lake. It's a
lake.
reservoir, whatever it is. It is going to be providing a lot of water in the scenery. That is why it is so.
However, the problem with that particular body of water, it is in a depression, right? So, and there's not much cover there. So it's not like the other streams of water where you can probably use it to find a semblance of cover. Speaking of finding no cover, is RAW. They've taken a lot of damage. A player getting taken out early on. Now, Stalwart Esports, they need to make haste in winning this duel because they are getting shot at from behind as well. I do believe there's Venom Legends right behind them. And the nades are so good from Pika. He's going to find Joker. Bishal, he's going to heal himself up. But now, RAW in a two-man squad, blah, 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 lining up that HE, looking to find its mark. And so many explosions right in front of that house, but it's not quite finding anyone. Blah, blah, blah's cooking it. He's going to time it to perfection. Lobs it in. Unfortunately, explodes right outside the window. So Stalwart, they have them pinned down. Nades are going to be tossed on. And it's just an artillery bombardment. And speaking of being in the water, XP, it looks like a couple of players have already made their way inside that lake/reservoir. Ooh.
Well, they have indeed, as Monkey is going to be opening up with his bolt action. He doesn't want to be left out as well. And Seal, they are mounting an assault on DRS right now. The sniper tower is literally on fire with Nima just holding on to one corner, hoping that no fragmentation grenades finds its way to him. Elsewhere, ZEUS Godless is going to be taken down with a flurry of bullets as Ale is going to open up. Now the stalemate does continue. Now, you know, talking about this body of water, I did want to bring up one point early on. I hope it's not too late. It's not the body of water itself that is the prime spot, but the positions around it, because you have high cliffs on three sides. Forget about that, as Zake is going to be taken down with a massive grenade. Now Nima could go in. Yep.
He's a madman. He's taking close range deals with a nade, and he's going to burn Zake alive, make that wally as well. Nima is duking it out against guns only with utility, and he's alone. Like, he is literally doing this all by his lonesome. Now, we have a couple of plays in the water, but as you correctly pointed out, XP, a majority of them are playing on the periphery of this body of water. You have the cluster of rocks, you have a little bit of a cliff, a little bit of cover in the form of very few watchtowers and maybe a couple of bits of shelter. In fact, they might have to use their vehicles here. And take a look at Monkey's shot here onto Void. Lines it up. Boop. That is just clinical, clean, and pristine. And we have another shot from Monkey. Oh my lord, Monkey is just popping heads. One shot, one knock, as I8 are going to unleash onto PN Crew. But PN Crew, they find a little bit of respite because ZEUS are going to be joining the fray.
Well, they are going to be joining in, but the question is, are they going to make too much of a difference? Because they are going to be caught in a bridge, and Blend could be blown to smithereens. He moves just in time, taking just a little bit of damage. Now, this is exactly what I was talking about, Blade. This is the hotly contested property, especially since, you know, you still have options because the circle is kind of being generous right now. You can either go north, but then the circle shifts, and now everyone is going to have to go south, which means Stalwart Esports are in a good position, and the team they were facing off against. Now, Seal 9, they do have an option to actually just get in the vehicles and head out of there, because looks like Venom Legends could be laying down some lead in PN Crew's direction. And have a look at that. Seal 9 already on the move. Umbra play kind of hesitated, let it off for a bit too late, and I guess he's going to pay the price.
Yeah, he's done for. Senior and Monkey, they will... Well, Senior's going to peel away. Monkey's going to stick around. Monkey's going to stick around now. Ayush, if he's not careful...
Him with that bolt action in his hands.
the guy's a lunatic. RAW.
Ooh, same team.
What is going on? What is going on at Stalwart? They will finish him off, though, but Bishal, he'll have a little bit of time to patch himself up. He's also topped himself off with the energy drinks and the painkillers. And Stalwart Esports, oh, they're so fortunate they got the smoke bloom and the cover of those walls, or else Steelchuck could have easily racked up a couple of kills. But it is still going to be Stalwart keeping 3 alive. And as you pointed out, XP, if they can get that final member of RAW, they have the compound to themselves, and they're going to be very, very happy. A very, very happy team. Meanwhile, ZEUS against DRS. Nades are going to be exchanged, and AJ and Mafia Ninja almost finding Icy. Eventually, one of these nades are going to find its mark. I don't know how Icy is still alive. Finally, he will be dropped, and ZEUS, he's just run for the hills.
Well, DRS are actually in a good position because they can potentially take out another team in the form of I8. Elsewhere, A1 Esports are mounting an attack on T2K as a grenade is going to be cooked. Sinister, mind you, lies bleeding on his knees behind that buggy. Now, Seog and Jane are aware of his position, but they aren't aware that someone is trying to deal some shrapnel death to them. Now, the grenade does go off, but it's Jax who is taken out instead by a grenade from Seog. Again, I'm just kind of surprised at how the meta is still the same, and it still catches people off guard, Blaze.
Sinister is crawling around as well. The only teammate remaining for the side of A1 Esports is off in the distance behind a hay bale, and A1 is just down to one member. It's 6ix9ine Boy. Hiding, not going to show himself, but with the smokes getting deployed, Nade's going to be hurled into his general direction, and you did spot that out, XP. Now, DRS, though, out in a very open field, they have a lot of smokes to work with, but they need to neutralize either ZEUS from the side of ZEUS Esports or their very angry neighbors on the other side of that road. So they're going to try and take down ZEUS. The moment they do that, they will have a little bit of breathing space, but if they don't, they could potentially be pincered from both sides. And in fact, it's going to be Steelshot who's going to do them a favor by eliminating ZEUS, and that is going to be ZEUS getting knocked out as well.
That is actually a good position for DRS because, you know, they are going to be on that little downslope towards the water, which means they are going to be saved from 7C and T2K. Talking about the two teams, they are going to be going up against one another. And Blade, this is just fantastic. It is going to be open warfare. Everyone's going to have to hit the deck, but looks like Fair does get up. He has no Fair. He spots Jane in the distance and is going to take him down with that M762. Switches to the M4. Two members of T2K are still somewhere in their midst. Question is, are they going to be striking when they least expect it?
Expect a lot of snakes crawling around, XP. It's, like you said, no cover, barely any vegetation either, and somehow G1 is alive. I don't know how. I don't know how he snuck his way through. He's like a ferret, just ferreting his way inside some cover, and he's found it. He's not even inside of the water, XP. So all these other members, like for DRS, all these 4 players, they're going to be so concentrated on taking down Praveen, Crypto, and all these players, Killer as well, in the water. But G1 is actually in a pretty good spot. He hasn't been spotted out, and I do believe he's found Steelshot. He's going to put him 6 feet under as well. So GI is doing a fantastic job, just trying his best to keep his team in contention.
Finally.
But then he finally gets spotted out by AJ, and from the distance, he is going to seal the deal on G1. But G1, fantastic effort to stay alive for as long as he did, considering how he was alone for it looked like the majority of the final stages of this game. But for DRS XP, 4 alive, 6 kills to the name, they're looking good.
They are looking good, and 7C as well. The fact that they have all 4 members alive, albeit that they have half the number of kills compared to DRS, well, they've just moved up to 7. Again, that is going to be something that is going to be coming in their favor. Now, you did kind of mention that a team did seal the deal early on, but it looks like one man from Seal is still alive. Now, Killer is low on HP, and it does look like the enemy has an idea where he is. There you go. He's going to come out for possibly his last breath of air as Nima now waits anxiously, spots him, finally lays down a couple of bullets, but they are just going to be whizzing past him. Swishes to that AK, and this is going to be it. Finally, is it the play zone? Yes, it's the play zone that gets the kill. Hey, man, 1 point. He denied that. That is beautiful.
That's brilliant, yeah. I was afraid he was going to go up for air, come up for air, and have a lung full of lead, but he will avoid death by lung poisoning. Instead, he is going to drown, and that is going to be it for Seal. Still a respectable showing, all things considered. 7 kills for DRS, 4 alive. T2K on 7 of their own. However, they are down 1 man. Jane has been taken out earlier on. So Stalwart Esports, considering some of the vehicular mishaps we saw earlier, they still have Pika and Apex, who will be putting up a pretty decent fight here, tossing in all the utility they have as they creep on ahead into the direction of DRS. Now, that's keeping them pinned down, but AJ is actually crawling up towards Pika and Apex, trying to take the fight to Stalwart. And with the nades being tossed in, it is looking very dicey indeed. Great work from DRS to take down Stalwart Esports, and that leaves 4 teams in contention, 12 players in the server.
I guess Stalwart weren't anticipating the fact that, the moment they got up, T2K would have a little attention in their direction as well, especially since they were making such a commotion. The last man standing from Future Station, I mean, he's going to be quiet for a long time. Now, the problem with him is he is at the edge of the circle. In fact, he does need to move probably to that next hay bale in front of him, but he's got to do it at the right time. Now, T2K and 7C are divided by a little bit of a mound in between the fields, and that is something that is going to keep both these teams from clashing with one another for now. Now, the thing is, DRS are going to be, looks like they are going to be favored by the gods above, as they do have fresh ammunitions, fresh weapons, and fresh armor coming in. And looks like Fair is going to be spotted in the distance, and he's taken out courtesy Mafia Ninja.
DRS, because of the cover they have, XP, like you said, they have this drop. They also have a couple of the trees as well. They have the freedom in order to try and take some of these duels, right? They're not lying prone like a lot of the members are from 7C and T2K. Speaking of 7Cs, two of them have been taken down very early on, one by T2K and the other by Mafia Ninja. So now down to a two-man squad. Sandesh has to patch himself up, which he will do so slowly. I do believe he's just down to the bandages. And amongst all this commotion, the final member of Future Station, Evil Eye, he is sneaking in.
They have an idea.
I guess it's just a preemptive Molotov because they know that part of the map is still very much empty. But he is being very, very quiet, and he is inside the next play zone, so he doesn't really have to budge yet because T2K and 7C are very focused on DRS, but DRS are coming out on top. But T2K Sandesh steals a kill from DRS. So 7C are just getting wrecked by two different teams, but T2K, XP, bear in mind, they still have 3 alive, and now they're taking the fight to them. Ale will be the final member to stay alive for 7C, but he will fall as well, and Nima has been knocked down. So for the time being, temporarily, it's a 3v3, and Evil Eye, he's got to unleash a hail of bullets. He finds one, but will be quickly traded, but he might have just done a huge favor to DRS.
Now, he did quickly try and finish his kill. Unfortunately, that is not to be, as, he is going to be down with one kill. But now DRS are going to make a move. It's going to be Sanhok. It's going to be the one man standing in their way. He does have a lot of fire to contend with, but he gets shot upon from the edge. AJ goes down. Mafia Ninja with the big gun is going to mow down the opposition. And a vehicle kill coming in from Nima as well in the end to run over the opposition, get the job done, get that chicken dinner for their team. Again, it was just a beautiful effort. And you're right, they were kind of helped at the end by T2K themselves, kind of, hitting themselves in the foot. But the real soldiers play, they are back. And if you notice one thing, it's a little bit of a deja vu kind of moment, because we did see them win in Erangel on the very first day, very first game, right? If you remember, they were forced to move out of Yasnaya, but then somehow the circle kind of came back to Yasnaya, and that is when they won. And this is exactly what happened again.
Yeah, and I feel like this game was a very stereotypical DRS game, right? They landed Yasnaya, they move out a little bit, they didn't go too far, and then they just mill around. They're like, oh, the zone's going to keep favoring us, we don't really have to budge. But I really do like the way they played that final-ish circle. There were 4 teams in contention, and the way they didn't just lie prone, right? We saw T2K, we saw 7C, they were being very, very passive, snake-like, open fields, and DRS like, we have a little bit of cover, we have the weaponry, we have the man advantage, just take the fight. And even in the end, they just drove in, took the fight to T2K. Great job overall, 28 points for the side of DRS. And we're going to be going to a very quick break, and we'll be back with the analyst desk.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We are back. Week number 2, league plays looking pretty good, and in that, we've got the second game done, and the real soldiers are back in action. They got a very high fragging chicken dinner game right now, and that certainly is going to make the Nepali players, well, Nepali fans, a lot happy with that. Let's move on forth and have a look at the top players, Warren.
I mean, we were talking about what DRS was going through, and I guess they have figured out a way to reset themselves. This was a really good game, and as even the casters were talking about it, sort of a deja vu moment from the very first victory that they got of the very first game of this PMPL South Asia Season 4. And this time in the top players list, we see Nima leading the charge with the 5 kills but 1031 damage. And on the third is going to be, it is his teammate AJ with 5 kills as well, but 523 damage. Although I have to say, I picked T2K. In this game, they finished second. Last game, it was Stalwart Esports I picked. They finished second as well. Let's see if I can make it 3 times in a row.
Hey, I'm rooting for you, mate. You're definitely going to be able to. As long as you've got that ocean potion going for you,
Yeah.
it's definitely going to be working in your favor. But
It's
fix this.
almost working, right?
It is, yeah. But fix this. Talk to me about Train to Kill, dude.
I mean, of course, I will definitely talk about Train to Kill, but more than that, we have to talk about 4 teams in particular, amongst which we have 2 over here right in front of us, right?
Yeah.
Again, this a game of Erangel came down to how the circle shifted. Initially, started off as an hybrid circle. We did anticipate that might just end around Rozok or Major Squad, shifting towards the northern side. And that is exactly what everybody else did see as well. But, when the game, sort of took that curveball where we had the zone shifting towards the eastern side. So this is where I would really applaud Team Raw and Stalwart picking up that one little small tiny house just on towards the western side of Yasnaya. And then we've also got DRS and T2K joining the fray as well, because we always know for one thing, right? The circle is never going to end around that lake area over there. It's always going to go out from the city, and that is exactly what happened. But Raw were a bit tad unlucky. Of course, Stalwart did wipe them out, but DRS maintaining those positions over there. I mean, sticking on. They did find a lot of kills here and there, and here they are with the chicken.
Well. With that, let's move on and have a look at the match ranking coming in from the second game of the day. Of course, keep in mind, this is the second day of the league plays. The teams that will be in the top 16 by the end of the day are going to be moving on forth for the second Super Weekend. And right now, the Real Soldiers are definitely making themselves look pretty neat with 13 kills, along with that chicken dinner. 28 points is what they walk away with. In the overall, they move all the way up to the 5th position.
I mean, a really, I have to say, a game that was required from DRS Gaming, because they lost a lot of momentum after that first league play, and now this could be the thing that sets things in motion for them. Although, on the other side, as we were talking about, or even Fixtures talked about the shifts of the circle, I guess a deja vu over there as well, because the last time we had a hybrid circle like this, things ended a little differently. It was towards the side of Water City, T2K holding compounds on the edge of the city, and they came out on top. And I guess the nightmares of that game sort of stuck with a few teams, because in the early stages, I believe, to the second and the third circle, we had just 5 teams sticking to the main island, and the rest of them, like 10 teams on the northern island, and that crossing became a challenge for everyone. We saw a lot of bodies in the water. We saw a lot of teams losing out on a lot of players, just few individuals left. And out of those individuals, there's that one team, as Fixer said, talking about 4 teams, I have to say, I mean, Fuser Station, they always figure out a way. They always have a way into the final circle.
Exactly. I mean, this time around as well, I was wanting to point that out on the match ranking as well. 10 placement points with just that 1 kill, and that definitely will help them in that map chance. With that, talking about the maps, talking about the rotations, Varun, let's go through the zone analysis when it comes down to this game.
I mean, I'll try and see if I have the powers of Ocean within me, all of them, but this time, I mean, things definitely looked really tricky from the early stages as well, because now even the casters mentioned this throughout while they were casting the game. I mean, in the early stages, we see everyone just instantly, they see the circle as soon as they land, they're like, all right, we have to take the early position up north, because I mean, we've seen a lot of northern circles. Shifts like these you hardly get to witness. And that was the curveball that basically threw the game plans that most of the teams were building for themselves out the window. But look at this. This is where things take a change, and T2K do find themselves in a pretty decent position, because that basically secured the early game for them. From there on out, they continue to move east, try and find the control of the center, where Raw actually had a really good position, even going on to secure those 5 kills early in the game. but then they make the mistake of abandoning their stronghold for the center control of the next circle, when you can definitely expect majority of the teams to move down south, and they're going to move towards the western end of Yasnaya. They fall under a lot of pressure and they get picked off. Fixes, what would you like to add to this? If I'm missing something about the rotations, which team did you like the most?
You know, I really caught a lot of surprising rotations, especially, you know, you talk about Team I8. I mean, coming in all the way from down military base, they took a longer way towards the north. They did take a fight over there. They did win it. However, you know, just dropping inside the lake, that is something that is not really advisable over here, because once you do that, you're basically giving up. You're going in for those position points. Now, again, this could have been a really good skirmish between DRS and T2K had Evil Eye not just meddled in his legs over there, right? Sure. I mean, taking down Sandesh over there, that was an important knock. And that is, in that moment, they realized, you know, we've got enemies from different directions, and T2K's attention sort of got diverted. And then that moment, DRS capitalized, got that beautiful chicken.
Well. Again, I mean, there were just so many kills that took place throughout the entirety of the game. Of course, that is going to lead us down basically towards the Oppo F19 Pro moments, where we start things off with Raw's complete aggressive stance. Varun.
Exactly. I mean, the positioning was quite nice inside this match. The first fight that they took, in fact, earlier on in their rotations was against R3D. And I believe the start itself of this fight was, we're going to talk about this a little later, but as I said, the fight between Raw and R3D right there, the start of the fight was the thing that won them half of the fight itself before it even began, if that makes sense, because they were able to catch a few individuals off guard. In fact, it was a surprise attack that they had planned out, and it was successful. But then as we move forward, as I said, in control of the center from there on out, moving towards Yasnaya is where sort of things did not, in fact, take a good turn for them. Although on the other side, the team that ZEUS Esports are fighting right now, 7Cs, they somehow did manage to disengage quite nicely, and they did, in fact, find themselves in a really good position towards the ending stages of the game as well.
You know what? I also have a few more pointers over here. The way things went along, right? Team Paradox, they should not have taken that fight, right? They were being too complacent about the surroundings. They were completely unaware. There was sort of tunnel vision to one team. Did get capitalized by Nishan, who was just on their western side, and that is where the majority of the damage were dealt. Now, you're sort of in that dip. You're never supposed to take fight, because you know initially a lot of teams are already grouping up over there, and that sort of led to their demise. And now, again, T2K, this was really smart, right?
Yeah.
They had a 3-1 split going on. They knew the circle was going to shift at them at some point or the other. And this one entire area, look at how crowded it was. This is free kill barrage for DRS. All they had to do was just find anyone and everyone and take them down. And that is how they did that. And that is where they got those 13 kills.
Now, G1 was doing pretty well from the side of Paradox until he started shooting. I mean, the player was heading in his direction. The fight was unavoidable. He had to take those shots. But as soon as he did that, he caught the eyes of DRS, and they were like, all right, one extra kill. But they secured, as Fixer said, the free kill barrage that was there. They capitalized on it quite nicely. In the end, what happened, I was actually expecting 7Cs and DRS to have a little bit of a skirmish on which T2K would have capitalized. And since both the teams would have actually dished out a lot of damage on each other, T2K could have come out on top, but that did not happen. 7C were the first ones to go down. Then Evil Eye steps in, dishes out a little bit of damage to T2K, and DRS are like, all right, guys, now it's time to clean up.
You know what? I kind of liked how 7C and PN Crew played this one. Of course, PN Crew not really having the best of position points, but 5 kills, that is something I can live with. But on the contrary, 7C not really having a lot of kills, but those position points. I think these are those crucial points, because we just have limited number of matches remaining right now. And these might be those little points that push them towards maybe qualifying. But you're not talking about how the damages have been dealt over here. Stalwart again, had they not been third-partied by T2K, you never know. They could have instilled a lot of hurt to DRS.
Yeah.
Absolutely, that's so very true. On the other front, I mean, talk about A1 Esports, talk about C Esports. These teams are still slacking quite a lot in terms of their gameplay. And again, I'm going to have to keep my fingers crossed, because when it comes to the top 16 teams as of now, the first 10 are on our screens, where Train to Kill has moved up 5 positions, along with, of course, the real soldiers right there, looking pretty comfortable with this chicken dinner working in their favor.
Yeah.
Success.
I mean, of course, this is certainly going to help them, right? Now, we've been talking about this. The way DRS has been playing, now they're in that safe territory. They know they're going to qualify. But now, with just limited number of games remaining, we've got to take a look at what has to be that threshold, right? That threshold you need to maintain. Now, considering how the point structure has been framed, I mean, it's been there for a year. You never know. You can pull off a comeback in the final game and might as well qualify.
Yeah. Also, I mean, so I think I'm going to be proven wrong this week. I don't think the cutoff is going to be around 40. Yeah, I think it's going to be lower this time, because look at that. S9 Esports sitting on 18 points on the 16th position, and Paradox and High Voltage, they seem to be struggling. They have 3 matches left, along with S9 Esports as well. So it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly where things end up before that final match. But I think now, reconsidering everything, I think we're going to be somewhere around 35 and 40 where that's going to be required to qualify. But let's see, I mean.
Indeed. I would definitely second that as well, because when it comes down to that first page leaderboard teams, they are just taking away so many kills that the teams on the second page, they're just left with spares. And with that, let's move on with our schedule, have a look at the next upcoming map, and that's going to be, of course, Sanhok, where we're going to be jumping in without Group C participating this time around. So when it comes down to the Sanhok, what are your expectations, guys?
Well, to be honest, I mean, considering Stalwart are going to be sitting this one out, so I really want to see who's going to drop off at bootcamp, if at all someone is going over there. Because considering the way this, the zones have been forming, I think bootcamp is one of those areas that needs to be capitalized on. And I really need to watch how Wizards with Vibes are playing this time, because in Sanhok, this is where they really thrive, right? Even if they're not as good in terms of their kill potential, the survival instincts have been A1, and this is where I really want to bring our attention towards how Delta is going to perform, because this lad has been dead.
Absolutely. On the other front, Warren, what other team would you want to pick, mate?
Well, again, let's go with the Masala. So since Fix is going with Wizards with Vibes, I'm just going to go with Vibes.
All right, that works perfectly. That works absolutely perfectly. With that, I'm pretty sure our casters are pretty happy, because this week they are part of the, Sanhok map overall. And the casters that I'm talking about, they are going to be none other than XP and Blay to take us through for this final game.
Well, thank you for that, Blotter. Gentlemen over there, they're vibing hard, XP.
I do see your mouth moving, but I definitely
I'm back. I'm back. Saved right there. Everyone else could hear me, just that I was muted on Discord, so I'm going to repeat what I said there. I'm going to say,
just me?
I said, just for you, XP, I'm sorry. The desk are vibing hard. They're going with Wizards with Vibes and Vibes Esports, so who are you going with? It's a final game for us today, so who are you going with here?
Look, I'm just having a look. I kind of, I'm going to be rooting for them, because, again, Sanhok was the game. In fact, it wasn't game 3, it was game 4 last week, when they actually, won the chicken dinner that propelled them higher up on the leaderboard. All right, I guess I'm going to go for Paradox.
All right, rooting for the underdogs. I like that.
Absolutely.
I'm not. I'm going with ZEUS.
You set me up. You set me up.
I won't lie. I would love to see them win.
I'll tell you a couple of pointers for ZEUS right now. They're kind of playing what we actually have come to expect from them. They don't have a single chicken dinner, but they are in the 3rd position. Can they change it around this time? Well, Blay definitely thinks so. He thinks ZEUS is going to run away with the action in match number 8 on Sanhok, and I'm going to give the underdogs one last push, so to speak, as of course this lane path is pretty much similar to what we saw earlier. We are going to be heading down southeast, I beg your pardon, flying over boot camp, which means a couple of teams are going to be contesting for that hot property. But do you think it's going to be something similar in game 1? Do you think it's going to be a stalemate at the beginning in Sanhok?
I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. It's been a bit of a slow couple of games here today, at least to open things off with. I would obviously want to see things get a little bit more exciting. I want to see teams really take early fights here. But as we've been talking about, and as the desk has been alluding to as well, there is so much on the line, and I think it was Johnny who mentioned that the cutoff is going to be way lower than what it was last time around, right? Because you can see here, the majority of the points have been accrued by some of the teams up in the tippity top, leaving very less points available for a lot of the other teams. And one of the teams who has been a bit endangered so far in Pro League Season 4 has been R3D. Hassan, though, waiting to strike, and he is going to drop down from that little bit of a balcony, but Anubis is going to bear the brunt from Wally. Wally coming on down from behind, spots a player out, and he's going to get a double knocky. The Yump comes out on top, but Joker is at least able to down one member of SEAL. So they're going to be trading blows here, XP, and Wally needs to patch himself up real quick.
I kind of felt that Assassin would have anticipated Wally jumping over, and his reaction was just a little bit slower, because you do see that Wally did take a big chunk of his HP out. And while it wasn't enough to put him down, now Assassin is still going to be bleeding on the ground. 3 members of SEAL are going to be running around, which means Joker and Adil definitely have their work cut out. Now, Anubis is going to meet his maker, as is Assassin OP, and well, Zake Prone's down right next to him, looks the enemy in the eye, and then puts a bullet right between his. Now, Joker and Adil are going to be reduced to a 2-man squad, and as you mentioned, the woes for R3D are going to continue in this game. And, well, lucky for us, Play, we did see some action early on. Now, SEAL are down to a 3-man squad, but that shouldn't really deter them from taking the fight to the enemies.
Wally's still very low on health, though.
Ooh, I like that.
Ooh, that's clean. Not a typical vehicle to drive around, especially on a jungle island like Sanhok. But hey,
man, the Cybertruck is made for everything except hammers. Except hammers.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. They will, of course, escape the danger presented there earlier on by ZEUS. So they will make it. Sorry, by SEAL. So they will make their escape, at least for the time being. But again, man, like, they've been having a rough time, have R3D, and you have to feel for them a little bit. Looking at the map, Paradox smack center. We got Venom Legends up towards north. You expecting Deadeyes guys to go for the rotation again?
I mean, I was kind of thinking about that, but I think High Voltage definitely would be one team that is going to go for that rotation out to C. Now, Deadeyes guys, again, this is pretty much a similar circle to Game 1. It's pretty much identical, Blay. I mean, it's scary how identical it is. Now, what happened last time was Deadeyes guys, of course, assumed there's going to be a lot of commotion just west of Paradise Resort and, of course, north of Boot Camp, especially where, well, Paradox is right now. So, I mean, they were anticipating some resistance and they decided to take the scenic route. This time, however, the fact that T2K are still in Mong Nai, let's see if it comes down to timing, because, again, for them to be successful, they need T2K to move further inland, which is something that is pretty much something that, we are going to see in the not-so-distant future. Now, Paradox, man, I did pick this team by some pressure, thanks to you. But again, it isn't a difficult call, so to speak. I mean, I'm not asking for a tall drink of water over here, because it is definitely doable. They have done it in the past. But, you did kind of mention that they need to learn when to take their fights, because they usually get taken down from behind or when they are fighting on multiple fronts. But right now, it is going to be a single front fight, as Seal 9 are taking the action to P, and Crew and Nixon almost got blown off. But have a look at Umbra's position. He could be catching them off guard.
He needs to strike at some point, because Nixon is pretty much almost made his escape. He's still biding his time. I think he's paranoid. It could be someone uphill, I guess. And yeah, Nixon has found a bit of cover, though. Now, Umbra trying to get an angle on Nixon, and they see him running away. Are they gonna? Oh, there we go. Finally, they strike, and Nixon, he's gonna be put down very, very quickly by Inky and Umbra teaming up together. Orchid has been spotted out. But Umbra, knowing that there is a possibility of Blend also being in the vicinity, he's going to be playing a much more safer game. Monkey's all the way back behind. This is an interesting setup from C-Line. Yeah, he's got those eyes peeled in the direction of this little gentle slope. As Umbra, the first one doesn't find him. Yep, go on.
talking about good positions, keep an eye out on Ayush. Now, he's on the other side of the boot camp right now, right at the edge of the cliff, right? Now, I am pretty sure that Inky does not have an idea of his location, especially since all of Seal 9 is currently concentrating their fire on Orchid. Now, ooh, this is problematic. Look like someone else is going to be running in behind. Someone didn't get the memo. There's already a fight taking place, but Future Station, another team that have been languishing, so to speak, are going to join the fray, and Magnet's position is given away. Orchid displaying good trigger discipline over here, but I wonder if he's aware that if you have a look at the minimap play,
just to his right,
else is to his right. Ooh, that is dangerous.
This is rough for him. Where does he go from here? Like, what are the options available? Unless his teammate tries to divert their attention, but the moment he does that, it's just gonna screw him over as well. So, luckily for Orchid, everyone's lying prone. They are aware that there were a few gunshots breaking out, but oh boy, this feels like the lull before the storm.
Oh, absolutely. Especially since he knows that, his way back down is going to be compromised because Seal 9 is already present there. And Seal 9, good presence of mind, Blade. They've actually backed off, but we're going to hold on to the thought. As Paradox are going to be taking the action to the 3 members of Seal, and looks like they are going to be trading in one of their members for Killer. Now, Wally, we did see him in action moments earlier. The man of the moment. He does lob a grenade. That grenade is going to be a bit too short. Have a look at Parakeet. He moves around on the left flank, trying to get a different angle. That is pristine. Now, if Zeke can get higher up onto that wall, he could actually provide a little bit of a semblance for his team. But look at that smoke cover. Killer, against all odds play, just might make it to safety.
Yeah, he's crawled away, bloody knees, but he somehow... Oh, still tossing a few nades. But yeah, the absolute brilliant smokes. Wiz trying his best to confirm the kill, but Killer... He's managed to crawl his way to safety. You don't really see someone surviving like that. He was on a rooftop, XP, drops down, crawls through the smoke, and Wiz probably wondering, where the hell did he disappear to? They haven't got the kill confirmation either, so they're like, yeah, he's probably made his escape, and now they need to decide, do they want to take this fight to Seal? They know who they're going up against. And Seal did get that kill, and they weren't quite able to get the trade, right? They got the knock, but didn't confirm the kill. So a bit of a lull here, once again, the action between Paradox and Seal Esports, all the way in Paradise Resort.
It kind of becomes a mouthful, doesn't it? Paradox
Sorry.
in Paradise City? I mean, wait, City Resort. Paradox in Paradise Resort. Say that 10 times quick.
Paradox in Paradise City. Paradox in Paradise Resort, sorry.
It is in the city.
Paradox in Paradise Resort. There we go. Boom. Let's take a look, though, at what is going on where we left off earlier, where it was a bit of a standstill. Not a standoff, more like a standstill between Seal 9, Future Station, and the few members surviving for the side of P and Crew. And Ayush, you pointed him out earlier on, XP. He had a great angle, and he's going to isolate a kill. Takes down an important member that of Seal 9. Now down to a 3-member squad, as Blend is going to unleash on a Future Station. So P and Crew, despite being spread so far apart from each other, are taking individual fights against full squads and still coming out on top. That's pretty impressive.
Now, Ayush definitely shook Seal 9's world, because again, they were completely oblivious to his position, and he creeped and crawled his way as close as he could and then unleashed some hell. Right now, have a look at how Killer did take down one of the members from Paradox. We did see that earlier, but of course he was traded in. However, that trade was not to be, as he does manage to survive. And right now, Venom Legends Void, I do see that you're in a futuristic truck. However, it isn't bulletproof yet. And well, I guess he's going to pay the price. Elon Musk is definitely going to be unhappy about that.
Yeah, that's going to be bad for his stonks. Inky dropping down into the water, and Seal 9, I do wonder what these Mongolians are up to. They headed towards the cliffs where they paranoid. There could be someone around there, but they just seem to be going away, not looking to even trade against P and Crew, against Ayush. He was alone, XP. If that just grouped up and pushed him together, he would have been taken down, and there would be no possibility of a trade taking place. But considering what a precarious position P and Crew were in earlier, they've regrouped pretty well. They've taken down a member of Future Station. They've taken down a member of Seal 9. So now it's a 3v3v3. And Future Station and Seal 9 seem to be afraid of going up against them.
kudos to Orchid, Blade from Pre and Crew, for communicating with his team so well, letting them know that, you know, Future Station is pretty much around them. They held their trigger discipline and got the job done. Right now, ZEUS Ably is going to go up against I8. Uzum gets taken down. Blade is taken down as well, with a little bit of help coming in from Icy. And just in the blink of an eye, I8 are going to be reduced to a two-man squad. Now, Crypto and Johnny, both heavy-hitting members of I8, do spot the enemy as Icy is taken down, but a grenade from range. I mean, that is longer than a half-court shot, finds its mark, and Crypto, the man of the moment, is going to be blown to smithereens, and they're not done yet. They're not done yet, Play. They're going to follow up with another grenade to put him 6 feet under.
That is just brutal. That is so brutal. And ZEUS now scrambling to get their teammates back on their feet, Godless and Icy. Of course, Ably and Zeol will be able to find a teammate, so the res is going to be coming on in. But yeah, just the HE usage there, just clinical, just clean stuff. Something Kobe would be proud of. Rest in peace. Johnny, is he going for this?
I mean, well, he is the last man standing, and the other winners from the last Sanhok. And, you know, sometimes what happens is you want to take some vengeance upon your enemies. And Johnny could be that man right now. Now, he knows that, you know, the odds are stacked against him tremendously, but he spots out Icy, and he's like, I am not one to step away from danger. He spots out AB as well, but it comes under heavy fire from ZEUS on that right flank, and it is quite miraculous. In fact, he is still alive and kicking now. Zeol, expect him to go up on that ridge towards the left of your screen to lay down some lead. Godless, on the other hand, needs to patch himself up, as the doors are going to be broken down, but it is going to be 3 guns trained at him in a matter of moments. Grenade is going to be lobbed. If this is good, it could be devastating for ZEUS.
1 versus 4 against ZEUS. Not many people would be willing to take that fight, and he still gets another knock. You take a bow. Take a bow. Just the sheer cojones, the I am not gonna go down without dealing out a bit of damage. That attitude from him to just go up against ZEUS Esports in a 1 versus 4 to try and avenge his fallen teammates is something a bit foolish, at the same time quite commendable. He could have run away. He could have played for placement points, but no, he just took the fight, and I can respect that. Would I advise he had gone for that? Absolutely not. He should have just yeeted the hell out of there and run for the hills and play for the placement points. But then again, it's IA. They already have accrued a number of points. I can respect that, as we have your favorite weapon dropping in the water XP. I don't think anyone's going to be going for that, and I believe it's just going to lie rusted at the bottom of the waters for all eternity.
Oh yeah, it's I'm used to it now. It's the story of my life, you know, being disappointed every now and then. Because if you know one thing, this is the 3rd AWM that's dropped in as many games, and no one, I repeat, no one has picked it up so far. So again, BFG, well, not in this game. They let other guns do the talking, because now we have an M4 that is going to be trained at Shaw, not Shaw, but it is Shaw. He is going to be taken down, as Bublu is going to be on the retaliation. Gould is taken down. Pika on low HP is finally brought to his knees. Delta on a sliver of HP. Mind you, his teammate behind him is going to be knocked out as well. Now, Malik, again, have a look at the staggered formation. Is it good? Is it good? It is good.
1 HP and goodbye, Shaw.
No!
Perfect utility usage from Delta X, the double nade, and Wizzies with vibes. Well, they're going to take care of Team Bublu there. Just beautiful nades getting tossed in. The second team to be eliminated, I8 and Team Bublu, both the Pakistani teams bidding us goodbye very early here, XP, as we do take a look at the next circle. Is it going to screw anyone? It's going to screw a few of them.
It is going to screw a few of them, especially if you have a look at high voltage, because what's going to be going on through their minds is, do we cross through water or do we take the bridge? Now, the pros of crossing water is that there is that fat, juicy airdrop right in the center of all that delicious water. And all they're going to do is go pick it up. They get fresh armor, they get big guns. They can kind of paddle their way to the island and then make it to, the mainland. However, I do believe they are going to go by way of the bridge. Again, speculations at our end. On the other side, if you have a look at the east of your map, DRS are going to be making their way into the circle, as Magnet is going to be finally taken down by Orchid. Now, remember, this little stalemate, so to speak, started off way too early, as Umbra is going to be spotted by Blend again. Blade, the fights are continuing between the 3 teams.
Yeah, it's like a battle that never seems to end, but eventually we will have one final winner. The question is, who is it going to be? Ayush, though, P and Crew, though, I like credit to them, man. I mean, they have struggled for so very long, and I've said it out loud. I've said that they look like the weakest team by far compared to anyone else, but 3 kills racked up from a position where I honestly felt like they'd be down to a one-man squad about 10 minutes ago. And now Clutch Baba having to live up to his name. He's alone. C1 is nearby in the vicinity. And he's going to come pre-firing around the corner. That's good. He's going to confirm the kill, though. Gets a second knock. That is massive. And look at him quickly confirming the kills XP. It's down to Blend. And Blend has been spotted out. Clutch Baba, he's got no time to go for the res. He goes prone. How is he alive? I don't even know. But he will finally be put down by Blend. That was an ugly fight from Blend. He could have easily have taken him down with just the one bullet. And he's got to have enough time to go for the res and the orchid. But they have lost Ayush, unfortunately. And I do wonder where the hell C-Wine is. Never mind. He's fallen as well, XP. And that is going to be it for Future Station 1952.
Man, I mean, that was just amazing. And let me point one thing out. Orchid, he has surprised me. Haven't really seen a lot of games from Orchid, but oh boy, he is at the tip of my tongue right now. Take a bow. He is playing brilliant. Again, calm under pressure and composed well. That is what you need from your teammates. Now, P and Crew are going to make it to the next circle. ZEUS, again, they are still just with 4 kills to their names. Of course, we did see that squad wipe early on, but they still have 4 members alive. Now, they are playing considerably slower than what we expect them to play like. However, it does seem like they are getting the job done, and a chicken dinner, as you predict, could just propel them further up the leaderboard. Now, talking about the leaderboard play, Stalwart Esports have a dominating lead over the 2nd and 3rd position teams, but again, that shouldn't deter them from trying their best, as right now ZEUS does spot some enemy movement, but is taken down by Inky instead.
Mongolian action. Let's see if they're able to come out on top here. Amra, she confirmed the kill. No way his teammates were going to be able to come in and rescue him. So Seal 9, despite having a 3-man squad, they take down a very dangerous member. Now waiting for the next zone to close on in, as ZEUS is taking fire from Wizards with Vibes as well as from Seal 9. So they're going to take this one a little safe. Take a look at the zone, and oh, it's a drastic shift, XP. It's quite a drastic shift, and T2K are going to be extremely happy. Now, DRS could be a thorn in their side, literally a thorn in their side, because they're coming in from the eastern side. Venom Legends as well in a pretty good spot. Paradox, though.
Still in it.
Still in it. 3 alive in Paradise Resort as well, and they have a little bit of cover to work with, and they could. I mean, you look at the amount of teams outside. Seal 9, High Voltage, R3D, ZEUS, Deadeyes guys, PN Crew, Wizzies with Vibes. They can all get taken down. However, I'm sure you wanted to point out, Seal are still there.
Seal are still there, but I do like Paradox's position because, you know, that's a little guest house, as I like to call it, a bit off towards the northwest of the main resort. You have high ground, you have the cliffs nearby. Perfect cover, especially since they are going to have their backs against the blue in just a few moments. Now, as far as Seal Esports is concerned, I do believe they are going to be heading towards the northern block of Paradise Resort sooner or later, of course, since they want to be in the circle. Again, a lot of cover, but mind you, they could still circumnavigate all the roofs and such and get those awkward angles. Talking about awkward angles, it looks like Monkey is going to be spotted out from the distance, and High Voltage are finally saying hello, and they're not done yet. They're not done yet. Opening fire on that way.
What are you getting shot at?
He is going to get him. Did he get knocked out?
I think he got him.
Knocked out.
I think they got him. They got him. There we go. Seal 9.
Whoa!
They
beautiful.
just erupt out in the open. Water was also getting shot at. He was getting shot at, but he was so committed to that spray. He's like, I don't care if I get taken down. I'm still going to go for the res. Look at AJ. Look at AJ. He's a snake in the grass. Boro's not spotted out either. Vibes need to be careful, or else they're going to be struck from behind by AJ. That UMP up close could be problematic. Praveen's been knocked down. So now, a real chance for AJ to strike. He sees Assassin. Is he going to strike now? He knows where one is. He finds a kill. Killer's going to drop as well. And AJ has just somehow managed to murder his opponents from behind, leaving Jiggle, the last man standing, for Vibes. It's all gone wrong. And AJ, the last man standing, will eventually fall from Sandesh T2K. Actually, it was Jiggle who fell. My bad. It was Jiggle who fell. And how badly did that go wrong for Vibes XP? It looked like they had all 4 members alive, 30 seconds ago? And now they're gone.
Well, when you have a serpent in the grass behind you, you got to be extra careful. And looks like the coin wiper struck and delivered and got the job done elsewhere. Deadeyes guys again are going to be alive and kicking, but looks like R3D are driving past. Now PN Crew, they suddenly realize that, you know what, we are in the fight as well. ZEUS Esports have spent a considerable amount of time in the main reception area of the resort, so to speak, which is kind of funny because, you know, now the blue is going to force their move. That grenade could be devastating for Zeg, but he does move out in the nick of time. Now Blend is going to find himself caught out in the blue zone. Now Seal, I like that. You know what, they're foregoing the buildings. They are going for that downslope and those massive the elephant for cover right over here, hiding behind the rear leg. And now PN Crew, the moment they press out, they could be, taken down in an instance. And that is the position I was talking about. Look at Paradox play. They still have the high ground to play with. And if Seal don't play their cards right, they could be next on their menu.
Orchid was knocked down by Paradox, but the confirmation is going to be coming in from Wally. 1 for 2. 2 birds, 1 stone. The stone consisting of shrapnel and explosives. And that is going to be Seal getting a very easy wipe onto PN Crew, who will bid us adieu in the 9th position. At least they get a couple of 4 points to work with. Now Paradox to XP, now they finally have to make a move. They've been sticking around here for quite a while. Reaper bot. He sees them. But the moment he strikes XP, there's going to be at least 3 guns trained in his position. So he might take this one a little, or so we assume. But they're not checking. Ably getting taken down by GI in the meantime, instant. But here we go. The reply comes in from Godless. Now Parakeet on his knees. They don't know where Reaper Bot is going to use that opportunity to sneak on in. Is he thinking about going for a knock? Maybe a kill? Parakeet's going to be done for here.
It does seem like that. He is going to make sure he puts this is the first aid before he does let loose. And Wiz is going to be caught in his crossfire. That UMP doing tremendous amount of damage. But he is spotted out. And now, since he's gone down, Respite is going to be nowhere in sight. And Reaper Bot is going to meet his maker momentarily. Now, Paradox are going to be survived by 1 man. And that man is GI. Now, the thing with GI is he's all by his lonesome, blame. He is going to have a lot of weight on his shoulders, but he does have this little bit of cover over here in the form of trees. And just as I say that, you need to be behind the tree for cover, not in the patch of grass next to it.
Pretty good showing overall, though, for elimination. 7th position for the side of Paradox. Not too shabby, all things considered, but still a couple more opportunities remaining in the day. Everyone's getting shot at by the enemy they're not shooting at. As Aussie is down, but High Voltage, despite having a kind of a quiet game, they do have all 4 members alive here. Now, T2K were a problem for them, but Sandesh has been knocked down. So has Legend. So Suyog and Jane has a lot of work to do. I kind of wanted G1 to go up against Jane. And I could be like, GI versus Jade. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. But anyway, it is going to be down to the final 6 teams, 14 left alive in the server. And 1 team who looks like, at least numbers-wise, do have the advantage XP. It has to be Venom Legends. I mean, of course, unless Sandesh gets res, which he should. But the fact that they have 3 players alive this late in the game, this is something which really hasn't happened for Venom Legends for what feels like forever. Nate going to be lobbed in, and that's going to tickle Mamba quite a bit. So now Venom Legends are aware that there is the enemy in the form of High Voltage making their way in.
I like how the Molotovs have been thrown so that they actually kind of funnel them in from the left, but now Wadu G and Havoc are going to be making their way to Steel Shot's position. The fact that they did throw those grenades early on could be devastating as Steel Shot is brought down to his knees with yet another fragmentation grenade going off as Aussie is going to be caught out in the distance, and now the attackers are going to become attacked as one of their members have gone down. However, they are still going to take the fight to Venom Legends, and talking about Venom Legends, they are still standing 2-on-1 situation. It has all turned around for High Voltage, and there you have it. Venom Legends survived by 2 members, still carrying the torch forward, Blay.
They want to probably thank T2K for that, and they're gonna actually no, there's no thanking. They're gonna attack T2K. Did ZEUS just get eliminated? I think they did. Yes, they did. But the knock does take place, and somehow Deadeyes guys as well. The last member, he was out in the blue, and XP. It's a 2 versus 2. T2K against Venom Legends. Venom Legends desperately need this chicken dinner, but what a reaction from Legend! He stops in his tracks, pivots on his feet, and takes down Frypan. and now they're going to come pushing in. Mama's down to 50 HP as well, and he needs to patch himself up, and he needs to go for the res, and that's the opportunity that T2K are looking for. They're so very low, and that is going to be winner, chicken dinner for T2K. Another one in the bag.
Another one, and well, you did kind of mention that they were struggling a bit early on. They were in the 16th division. They moved up to the 10th. Last we saw, well, this is definitely going to take them higher on the leaderboard. Have a look at that. 11 kills, getting the job done. 70 points of damage, which means they were in the thick, and 10 of all the action. What a way to get the job done. They have an overall ranking. They've shot up to the 4th position, Blake.
Absolutely, they needed the big game, and they did indeed deliver. 26 points for T2K. Incredible showing. I won't lie, I would have been gutted if we didn't get to see T2K in the second Super Weekend, because they were the kings just last weekend. Now, definitely with a game like this, they're definitely going to be feeling very, very happy. 4th position. All but almost ensured they will be making it to the Super Weekend, but still, you can never count out some of the other teams.
More games.
I also want to know how Venom Legends are faring right now. That performance coming in second, they should be kind of safe, at least for now.
They should be jumping up on the leaderboard, but again, props to Venom Legends to, make it to the end, get those placement points. And again, a little mishap right at the end. He ADS'd a bit too quicker, and he couldn't really get the scope up on time. But again, all speculations are our end. Now, this does mark halfway through all the action, but Blaine, we still have 2 more games in store for all our wonderful viewers. So what we're going to do is, we're going to just re-energize a bit. You should do the same. We'll be back after this break.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We are in the second week of this awesomeness. It's all thanks to, of course, Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. We've got 3 games done. I mean, incredible days what this is turning out to be when it comes to the second week's league play, final league play days. But dudes, when it comes down to this game, well. The team that was rocking, or rather super duper rocking in Super Weekend, is back on the start.
Exactly. I mean, we all knew this was going to happen, but it was just a bound of time. And T2K, they're back in action. But I have to say, Fixes, you picked Wizard Vibes, and they had a decent finish in this match as well.
Well, they always have the contingency plan on, right? Whenever they know that maybe they might not be able to enter the circle. And this is where, again, Delta going in for that those healing battles. I'm starting to speculate as to how many first aids would he even have.
Indeed, with that, as we move on and have a look at the top players, exactly. Let's have a look and find out who are we going to be looking at. Wow, an interesting bunch. All the teams, right? I mean, all the teams that were not really performing that well, they've got all the players from there in the top list.
Exactly. That is exactly what I was about to say. I mean, we were talking about these teams. Oh, they're struggling a little bit. When are we going to see the performance? And I mean, individual players have delivered every now and then. G1, especially for Paradox, they were stuck in a really, really bad position. But G1 just having those 3 kills and making sure that at least something walks away with Paradox from this match as well. It is going to be quite crucial. But have to give props to Frypan and the squad of Venom Legends. I mean, even in the last Sanhok, they tried their level best to figure out a way somehow to get those points, but the zones weren't really favoring them. This time, they turned things around, finishing in the top 2.
Exactly, Fixes.
I mean, right now, of course, as we can take a look at our screens, we've got T2K, Venom Legends both going up against each other. But again, a standard Sanhok game where it all came down to how the zone shifted, right? Which really went into the favor of Venom Legends. For a point, I really felt they could have won this pretty easy. but again, just being a little bit late on those ADS, like XP did, beautifully mentioned, that caused their demise, and of course, Legend going out. But that was not the crux of it, right? Right off the bat, we did see a lot of changes around here, especially in the drop locations. Now, considering the fact that Stalwart and A1 Esports were not playing, we did have that early skirmish around the Paradise Resort, and even we did see C-Line dropping off at boot camp. Now, this is where things started really getting intense, because we did have some early skirmishes over there where Seal and R3D went up against each other. Then we had one big change over there where Paradox decided to head into its Paradise, which they usually don't.
Yeah, quite a lot of interesting things. And talking about interesting things, I would love to see a game of Sanhok where the utility number is going to be more than 13. Every single time, I believe it is going to be just the fact how the terrain is on this map that results in a lot more action from the gunfights rather than the utilities. And when we see the utilities, most often it is going to be the nades and the molotovs. But talking about the rankings of the match, Wizard of the Vibes, as we said, they put up a decent performance in this matchup as well. Venom Legends as well. Train 2K walking away with a chicken dinner. But I want to focus on this, the kills. Look at that. Quite nicely laid out and distributed amongst the teams. And even on the second page, we see this, the nice distribution. Every single team being able to walk away with at least a few points. Apart from I8, who, well, quite had an unfortunate series of events befall them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do not, I'm not going to condemn it, right? Because why? They've already qualified. They've got enough points for themselves. They are just going to, try themselves a bit more. They were exploring over there. And we do know for a fact that Johnny, as a player, how deadly he is. Now, this is one of those things that they've been trying around, Reviews, Johnny, they've been giving both the players a fair amount of games, right? Yesterday, we did see a lot of reviews. Today was all about Johnny. And he did perform pretty well. But now, Lakshay, I'm really getting concerned about how do Paradox stand in the overall standing.
Indeed, dude. Indeed. I mean, yes, this game was working pretty neat for them. I mean, G1, as Varun mentioned as well, was the kind of like the stone who stood there for Paradox's side. In the previous game as well, he was the final dude who was able to get a few more points before he himself was taken out by DRS. But indeed, will that be enough? Will that be enough? I mean, it's too early to say because we still have a few more games remaining. But before we jump into that speculation, let's go back through this entire saga that took place on Sanhok. Let's cue in the Oppo F19 Pro moments, Varun.
I mean, this was an interesting match again on Sanhok. Early fights are, well, they are unavoidable. And as we did witness again this time, a skirmish between Seal Esports and R3D. This has been the case over time with R3D, or always again and again getting caught off guard. But look at this. It is going to be quite interesting to notice that every single Sanhok we have had so far, it is in the early stages that we see teams getting caught off guard in their rotations. And that is due to the fact what I feel is the level of aggression that has sort of spiked up over the days of this PMPL South Asia Season 4.
You know what? This is where I think it comes down to the void by the teams that are not playing, right? The voids that have been created. Like we did touch upon it, boot camp being empty, C-Line went. I mean, had there been another team who would have rather gone in for taking over boot camp, we could have witnessed a fight over there, which certainly did happen at Paradise Resort. Now, this is one of those things that we even witnessed yesterday, if you remember, in the map of Erangel, where I think there was a fight with amongst Wizards with Vibes going up against Deadeyes at Nova Ripnoi when Stalwart were not playing. So these teams are trying to capitalize on the drop locations of the teams that are not playing in that particular game. But the only problem here is you're not the only one thinking of that.
Well, as you said, I mean, you're not the only one thinking about the possibility. And so I guess what happened to Bablu over there, you could call it karma in action, because remember the first Sanhok, right? that is what they were able to accomplish over there. But still, I mean, overall, a really nice game, really display of aggression from a lot of these teams, not willing to give up their strongholds that they were holding. The pushes that came in, a few of them were quite interesting, even to the very end, as Fixes and Experiment pointed out the ADS issue that we witnessed. And Legend, his reactions, I believe, were also noteworthy, because just punishing your opponent for a small little mistake in just a split second, because I mean, as soon as As soon as Frypan missed the first shot, he was instantly taking
Yeah.
a hit on him. That was insane.
You know, and adding on more to it, right? The moment Legend was moving out, getting inside the zone, all he knew that his opponent was inside that little compound over there, right?
Yeah.
So he knew those angles that he could possibly peek from. But on the contrary, I mean, that was not known to Frypan as to from where Legend is going to come. That is where you need to adjust your scope. And that is what he was trying to do, and Legend was the faster man over there. Getting that first knock, this sort of built pressure on Venom Legends. But again, this second position isn't too shabby. It's going to earn them enough points to be in that safe zone. So I'm really happy about them. But again, we've got a few teams. I think it was Deadeyes and Wizards with Vibes that purely opted for the healing battle. And I feel that really worked out for them.
I have to say though, the moment of the moment Jane going up against the last surviving player of ZEUS Esports, that was something straight out of a movie. I've seen that in a movie, in fact.
Indeed. But talking about the damage graph itself, I mean, this definitely does look like teams were, of course, part of so many fights. In fact, all the teams, right? All the teams pretty much were part of fights. You talk about Deadeyes, I mean, they only had 159 damage, but that too was done to precision because they were able to walk away with the 2 kills. On the other front, talk about those towers, those leading towers that are being created from the side of T2K, ZEUS, Venom Legends, as well as, I mean, all of the teams, I would say, have had a good run when it comes down to this game.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course. I mean, sorry to cut you off there, Johnny, but you know, that again comes down to the fact that Paradox did rotate early, right? This is where teams like Deadeyes and High Voltage had that easy access inside the circle. But again, when we were sort of anticipating maybe the circle in sort of initially shifting down or rather shrinking towards Paradise, it headed way towards the east. That is where the chaos was created.
Exactly. That was a surprise for everyone inside the lobby, and we saw teams struggling because of that as well, because now you were forced to move in a completely opposite direction that you were setting up yourself for. And that sort of allowed a lot of teams to get into those chaotic fights, and we see the number of kills that were distributed amongst the entire lobby.
Exactly. With that, let's have a look at the storyboard once again to find out the top 16 teams that we have currently. Of course, I'm talking about the overall rankings, where you talk about that first page. I mean, look at that stark difference. Stalwart Esports with 130 points, 10 positions down is going to be ACDE Esports with 36 points. It is a crazy week is what this league play has turned out to be. Week 2.
Also, they're coming back next game, so... I mean,
exactly. They're going to be back in the lobby. That's true. And the domination is going to continue that much more further.
I mean, that's what we expect from them, right? But let's see. I mean, what's going to happen, because the last Erangel it did not really go their way. Although, I mean, I want to look at the second page of the standings and see what's the cutoff looking like right now. All right, PN Crew on the 16th with 26 points. Paradox sitting on the 15th. I would say in order for Paradox or High Voltage to qualify, they have 2 matches remaining. One Erangel, one Sanhok. They're going to have to get those 10 plus points every single game just to be safe.
Exactly.
Let's call it 12 points every single match.
I mean, right now, to be honest, Blotter and Johnny, I really feel Ruthless Aggressive Warriors are the ones who are creating the threshold over here. Because from A1 Esports to Down Under, I think it just could be absolutely anyone. Now, that being said, Ruthless Aggressive Warriors just can't be overwhelmed over there, right? They need to collect more points. Now, Venom Legends, they were in such a tough spot. And that 1 second spot position has secured them that, safer area, at least for now. They've got a few more games to play, but I'm telling you, this is going to be even more intense than the first week.
Absolutely. I mean, again, you talk about those points right there. We did see Venom Legends sitting with 34 points, but the team above them is also sitting on 34 points. I mean, you go down below from there, you go down towards A1 Esports, you're talking about 26 points. But then further down below, again, you're talking about 26 points. So it's just so very close, right? I mean, you get one good game and things are going to be turning quite a lot. On the other front, let's get our day moving on along. Let's have a look at the schedule, where we've, like we just discussed, 3 games are done, 2 more remain for the day, and now for the 4th game of the day, we're going to be moving on back to Erangel.
Yeah, so one dominating team goes out, another one steps back in. Group B is going to be sitting out, so that means no more ZEUS Esports in this game. But then Stalwart Esports is coming back, and they're going to be bringing their friends from Group A as well. So Erangel, I have to say it is going to get intense, especially with a lot of pressure, as Fitz has pointed out, on the teams that are below Raw on the overall standings, which is quite a lot. With the pressure falling upon them, they have to do everything that they can in this very game to make sure they cross that 30-point marker.
Absolutely, and as we move on to the map chance, once again, of course, FS is going to be here. I mean, yeah, of course it's going to be there. And they showcased it in the previous Erangel as well. They got 1 kill, 10 placement points, and that has been going on from week 1, day 1 of the league plays itself. And this team, God, they just know it. They just know it. Either they do their homework really well, or they just they're gone, so to say, off that circle.
This is where I really believe, they've always got that plan B. Every single time, Future Station has someone or the other to be surviving for their team in the final few circles. The moment they realize a game is going out of their hands, they go complete survival mode, right?
Exactly.
One of the players completely lies inside that little bush. But, again, heading into the last final 2 games over here, one really good thing I must point out, because the final game what we have is Sanhok. That is where you're not going to have your chips take down, because we do not know what happens over there.
Exactly.
But in Erangel, this is a map where I would really, really want high voltage to be getting the win.
Well, with that, Warren.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with them. I mean, we expect a lot from high voltage, but this time I want to see. Because last time this happened as well, with a few matches to go, Paradox, they popped off really nicely. Also, I'm sort of confused because DE are on the verge of making it now. It's going to be quite interesting to see exactly how things are going to turn out. But, I mean, it is going to be a fun match to watch.
Indeed, definitely. But Warren, there's another thing that is, that is something to talk about, dude. I'm done with this dude right here. Honestly.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's good to have him right here on the desk. But honestly, it's time for him to leave. It's time for him to disappear, whoosh away, because we've stolen away the panda, bro. And I just got a call from the other panda. He's not too happy about that. So
he just
he's gonna have to disappear. Yeah, I'm sorry. We had to do that. But with that, it is time to get our game moving on along, our day moving on along to game number 4. That means Panda Bros are going to be back in the action. It's going to be none other than Necro and Pain Fixes take you through this game.
Well, thank you so much, Blotter. Yeah, my Panda Bro is definitely missing. But one thing I feel like way much more is important to mention over here is that the bottom 4 teams on the overall rankings. Now, you have Deadeyes, guys, Seal9, High Voltage, and Paradox. Well, these 4 teams definitely are all the way in the bottom, but he seems like our guy, my other Panda Bro, again, is late to the party. I do see him running. Hey, you better be quick, man. The game's about to start. Hopefully, you're going to be here back in time. And hey, finally, we do see him. He is back. The smile as well is back on his face. How you doing, man?
Well, I mean, while the way I was running through the corridors, I did have to grab myself a munchie over there. I'm starving. But, I made it in time. I hope so, because now we are going to be heading into Erangel, the good old Erangel that we absolutely love, and the last Erangel for the league days, because after this we're going to end things in Sanhok. Now, this is something that I was discussing with the desk, Necro, that the last final game being Sanhok, I mean, where your survival really matters a lot. You're going into a map where RNG factor does set in, so things are gonna definitely look dicey. So this is the chance, the last final chance, I must say, for teams that want to be consistent, want to play position oriented. This is where teams like Paradox, High Voltage need to pull that comeback. That being said, we've got to directly head inside the game and find for ourselves where does the zone form. But Necro, I want your predictions. Where do you want the zone to be in?
Well, look, man, I'm always a man who's kind of a cruel in the Erangel, okay? And I always want the zone to be in the military island. No matter what, whenever you ask me, I'm the person who would always say I want the zone to actually be down south. But this Erangel map also reminds me of that previous zone. Now, in the previous Erangel, I gotta say the circle was pretty unique. I mean, it was one of those circles that is pretty rare to see. I mean, kind of like the lake, kind of near Yasnaya, and we just see so many teams kind of getting caught off guard, right? So many teams in the water just getting stuck over there, and DRS just easily wrapping up those kills like it's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, well, the last game, of course, the last game of Erangel, that's what they did.
Yeah.
And it all came down to them getting so many freebies over there from where they were geographically located, right? They had a really good dip to play around with, and they did have direct vision at a lot of enemies who were apparently fighting amongst themselves. So they did capitalize on that situation. But mind you, Necro, this game is going to be totally different because I have a gut feeling the circle is not going to be on the eastern side, at least. I hope so, because taking a look at things, now we were talking about the voids being created by certain teams over here, right? So I believe we might have someone else dropping off. No, it's going to be I8 dropping off at military base. Nothing changed over here. And there you have it. Not an Eastern Circle anymore. But this circle makes it even more deadly considering how many open lands are over here.
Yeah, definitely. As you beautifully mentioned, that there are definitely a lot of open lands. Now, what would really kind of my eyes would stick out for is definitely going to be the next zone after this one, because that would kind of decide on which kind of an open land maybe the late game circle will finish down to. But with that being said, you know, today's day, I got to say, Fixes, man, it has been really predictable, right? First game, I8, then second game, DRS, third game, TDK, all the big names just coming in huge, you know. We haven't really seen any of their teams just taking that chicken dinner.
Necro, what are we witnessing? I mean, Clarity Bablu and Raw, by all means, they're clashing at Komeshki out of every spot. I mean, is it the fear to get third party? I mean, it's understandable for Raw, but for Bablu, they're safe.
I have no clue. Now, if you remember, Kamishki was the drop location of R3D, like in Season 3, and inside this group, R3D is not playing. So maybe that's what Raw realized, maybe that's what Clarity Bubble as well realized, but yeah, both of them just going over there like that. Clarity Bubble should have realized last time Raw was the one who dropped near Kamishki, and dropping inside that kind of spot is just not really that great, because I feel like Kamishki is kind of a place where you don't really get enough loot for the, like, in general, like for two teams, I would say.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you've got that western area completely vacant. I think, you know, Necro, what I'm really feeling is teams are feeling a lot of heat right now. They're under a lot of pressure. Now, ideally, these teams would be wanting to take a few vehicles, head on to their desired or, you know, their designated drop locations. But they did not want to take chances. Imagine, you know, someone contesting for your vehicle and you get picked off early on. And this is where teams like Raw, I mean, this is one of those teams that performed really well during the Super Weekend. Now they're struggling to just qualify, sitting at that threshold mark. So it's understandable for Raw. But a team like Clarity Bablu, who apparently are trying out a lot of different things, especially, you know, bringing in Shaw to the roster. And I do not know, I've got mixed feelings about it. What about you, Necro? How do you feel about Shaw being added over here?
I mean, honestly saying, I haven't really seen kind of like that much kind of an action from his side in general, but him kind of like added in the team, I do understand he's also kind of getting in that a little bit of firepower boost coming in. And I have kind of mixed feeling, you know, at this point, I don't really want to be the one to kind of like instantly judge of how things is really going to be looking like, but only in future, we're going to get to see how their performance is kind of reflecting on the overall rankings, because there's still 2 more games to come, and we never know what can happen. Each and every single game or each and every single moment can be a difference maker.
Yeah, it certainly can be. And, you know, again, we're talking about a mainland circle. We're talking about the same old story, right? How does I8 cross the bridge? Now, if that is, you know, that is something that excites you. Now, imagine the situation. Stalwart also needs to cross the bridge. And we did see them pulling off some absolutely mental plays last time, if you remember, right? Just a completely going above the bridge, and we did have, I think, Action, who went from the waterways and caught 2 players of T2K just to thwart them off from the area, and made their way on towards that central island.
Yeah, definitely. But now, you also do see kind of Avon Esports. I feel like Fixes over here, Avon Esports has been one of those teams that haven't really been getting that much of limelight. And I do understand, even in the overall rankings, they're not really that great. I mean, yeah, they are in the top 16. But the main thing over here is that they haven't really been getting a lot of limelight. And we need to talk about what exactly is going wrong with Avon Esports. So what do you think, Fixes? Like, what is Avon Esports lacking this time?
You know, the only way they get limelight is if they make their presence felt. As simple as that.
Yeah.
Now, initially, one of their primary problems has been their drop location. Now, earlier, if you remember in the previous renditions of the PMPL, they used to drop off at Yasnaya Polyana. But for some reason, they've changed it. And I think that might be pertaining down to the fact that DRS also shares the same drop location. And them being the champions, you do not want to go against the best. Now, there was a time when A1 Esports was one of the top 3 teams in the South Asian region. Now, they were highly regarded as BTR slayers, you know, the King Slayers, as you can call them. But after that, they've sort of vanished, dude. I mean, I do not know if it's some internet problems that that they're going through, or I do not know what's going on in their game. But we've seen them being caught off in those rotations. Their fights have been really, really off, which clearly suggests that there's a missing synergy amongst the players.
Yeah, missing synergy. Yeah, definitely. It has been kind of like a thing where even like I want to talk about the bottom 4 teams for now. Now, for example, Deadeyes, Sea Lion, High Voltage, and Paradox. Now, these 4 teams last time, they went inside the top 16 pretty easily. And now with that being said, such kind of problems occurring for these kind of teams. I don't really know, especially Deadeyes. Now, we have had a conversation over this, even like, you know, before the show started. We were talking about how Deadeyes guys, you know, it doesn't really seem like they have upped the game. It's just the same game they have in the Season 3. While if you compare all the other teams from Season 3 to Season 4, you have seen a lot of improvement. But it isn't really like the same thing with Deadeyes guys.
You know, even on that note, you know, I would like to add a few things up over here. Of course, I 100% agree with you. You know, that's what we've been discussing. Now, this is where team vibes dropping off near Deadeyes becomes really crucial. It sort of restricts Deadeyes' early movement, but hold on. We might have a fight amongst us. As Prabeen, he suddenly has his heart rates heightened because Havoc has entered his compound with his Tesla. I mean, this car is really silent, but I'm sure Prabeen has heard sound of Havoc, completely unaware. Gets caught, and Prabeen,
come on,
he is merciless. But now, how on earth does he escape? Because High Voltage would, of course, want to contest this to take a few shots on Jiggle, but nah, nothing happening.
Yeah, the cavalry arrived, and just like that, High Voltage, they need to back off because now they aren't really in that great of a position. And take a look at this. What's going on? It's a stunt vehicle over here. And Bull Assassin, the previous member of... pretty much just doing a great job over here. And Vol Vibes just almost wiping out High Voltage. I gotta say, at this point, they have to be really lucky. And Assassin is like, yeah, I was the one who was your previous teammate, but not anymore, so I gotta betray you.
Oh, you had to do that, didn't you, Necra? I was really getting over there. I mean, Assassin, the moment he was engaging, he knew that was High Voltage. And, well, I mean, a really shabby start for them. Now, they've already lost 2 players. When survival is on the line, Wadu is definitely knocking on the wrong doors. And this is where, you know, the last team you would want to go up against is the likes of Sea Lion over here, who are going to be so merciless. But did I see some dashes flying in the background? But we'll get back to that later because Wadu needs to hold on. Does not have a lot of first aids for himself, as Senor will just jump dash and get the knock and wipe him out.
What was that, Bucky?
Look at the Dasha! It's hanging!
Yeah, it's like, after seeing that, I feel like even some people might just make some memes, you know. I believe I can fly. You know, with that song, they can actually try and make those memes over there. But with that being said, it seems like another fight is just panning out, and it's going to be DRS versus Bubble. Now, so many fights happening this early in the game. It's really nice to see a little bit of parkour being shown from the side of Mafia Ninja. This is a great off angle. Clarity Bubble, now they do not really expect anyone to be on top of the roof just like that, so they are pretty unaware of his position. This is where Mafia Ninja strikes in, managed to get a little bit of damage, but at the same time, he gets some return fire onto himself. And take a look at this, what's going on? Trick shotters all across the place, but it doesn't matter. Mafia Ninja, wow, he's just a little too quick to react.
Oh my god. What just happened? I mean, Khan 420 almost had it, but DRS Wow, I mean this is one of those first rotations for DRS, right? They drop off at Isnaya. They usually like to take a halt over here. However, this time it was Team Bablu. Usually the Bablu does not come over there, right? So engaging against and Khan 420 did show some resilience, but it was just not enough. But getting back onto what is in front of us right now, we've got Train to Kill in Kerfuffle against the players of Business with Vibes. Of course, Rules is knocked out, but I believe that the teammates will, of course, make it in time to get that res back up. But look at Vibes. They are rotating like a horde. And Amra does feel it. You know, he hears all those vehicle sounds in the background. But now he's not going to take any shot because, of course, you would not want to give your position away.
Now, talking about Deadeyes, guys. Fixes
Yeah.
over here. Last night I was having a okay. This is a replay. Take a look at this shot as well. I'm gonna get back to the oh, that's just a crispy shot, isn't it? He took a sweet little time to line it up, and then just bam, there goes the bullet out the M24. Finds a beautiful knockout right there. And now Deadeyes, guys. Well, Shifu being quite far away from the rest of the squad, and he has been taken out by Vibes. Again, this is one of those teams that they have been locking horns against each other since a long time. And now, getting back to the thing I was saying.
Yeah.
So last night, I was having a conversation with our Nepali brother, Ansh,
Yeah.
and I was asking him the same thing. I was like, what do you think so? What's exactly is going wrong with Deadeyes, guys? And instead, he replied to me and said, which is a thing even I felt like I noticed. He said that with Deadeyes, guys, the only thing that's going wrong over here is that he feels there's no scouter in the team. There's no one to go in front and scout the areas out, which is pretty understandable.
I mean, at this point, well, partially, yes, I do agree with you. Then again, you're a four-man team. You've got experience. Everyone has played almost all the renditions of PMPL. I think scouting should not be an issue. What you do mean to say, I believe the IGLing department might just be a little bit weak, because if you cannot assign a scout for your team, if you cannot do that.
Yeah.
But I think, more than that, like I want to go back to the old point that I was talking about. It's team vibes, that constant threat looming around them. And we've got the majority of the games in Erangel, man. And that's bound to happen. And that is exactly what's happening.
Baron.
And we are witnessing some crazy, crazy, nasty headshots from Baron, of course. I mean, the ways this lad has been playing, especially all the Mongolians, the way they've got that mastery over the bolt action, it's a sight to behold. But
Yeah.
yes, I mean, from now on, I'm gonna have a keen eye on actually how Team Vibes and Deadeyes do rotate, because that is what I'm feeling has been the X factor. Because last time that was not the case with Deadeyes. I mean, they did have some early kerfuffles, I think, against high voltage, if you remember, around the Rozok area. But this time it's different, and this nasty shot. Aye, Baron.
That must not feel good. I was literally about to say that I do want to see that in replay, but thank you, production, for showing it instantly. That was one of those shots that I definitely wanted to see, because it's like that initial shot just put so much pressure on that team. And any knock, man, it can't just be game-changing. But now Stalwart Esports pressuring on the lads of A1 Esports. Already they have a lot of pressure. Please let them go. A1 Esports isn't having that good of a day, guys. Please don't bully them. But now, with that being said, they are on 14th position, and, well, just like that, another man goes down, and, well, they're just going to be running right inside the building to confirm the kill. Nine Boy, he just has gave up. He's not even moving.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I do not know. Like I said, A1 Esports completely missing that communication amongst themselves. This is not the A1 Esports we love and adore, because the A1 Esports we knew back then used to go in, wipe out teams as big as BTR. They never shied away from a fight. But looking at them right now, I mean, the condition is sort of worsening. Of course, I mean, they are going to qualify, right? They're going to qualify for the next Super Weekend. I hope so, because they're still on 26 points. Now, this is not good news, because the numbers, the matches are definitely reducing for them. And just that last game remaining, I mean, I do not know what awaits for them, especially in a map like Sanhok, which might work out, because they tend to drop over at Paradise, and that's how the circle has been rotating. But now, We've got a little bit of a skirmish holding on around DRS and business with Vibes. But this is what I was talking about, Retro, right? We've got those mainlands, those open areas where the zone tend to form. And I8 does have a really good high ground.
Man, this circle makes me think so many things over here. Circle shifting right next to Pochinki on those hills. Man, this is going to be an interesting one, that's for sure, because two teams are already kind of like the king of the hills. There's like 2 hills over there. And if any other team do want to contest, or even if the end zone kind of even ends on any one of those hills, it can be such a problematic factor for so many teams that are outside, including Wizards of the Wives. Then you also have teams like Para who are slowly and steadily moving in. Because Seal9 and 7C are ruling those hills right now. But Seal, you can see, they're quite close. Maybe they're planning out a kind of strategy to just bombard 7C down, but only time will tell. Take a look at the southern side as well. There's so many teams stuck over there. And with that being said, Wizards of the Wives finally finding the opening on the Stalwart Esports. That should give them a lot of timing on it and a lot of things to actually just capitalize on it. Instantly going in, finishing the kill, and they're on the move.
Yeah, I mean, this is good, right? You know, you eliminate one of the most dangerous players in the lobby. You're going to increase your chances as Evil Eye. That really satisfying most in the guard shot. And I really felt that it did miss its mark, right? But I hope he gets it the second time. He goes for it. And this is where Joker might just peek out. Oh, he did. But Evil Eye just having a little bit of reluctance over there. And did not really go for the shot. Might just want to change the
look at
angles.
Assassin.
Yeah.
He just, I think so, accidentally ejected out of his own car. And that's why you never just leave the vehicle while it's running, guys. It's never a good thing. You got to stop first, and then only you can eject out of a vehicle. But with that being said, Vibes, they should probably get the res back onto Assassin. I'm not really sure. Let's just see how things do pan out in the future. But 7C, they have their eyes locked onto Vibes. Now, Vibes, the main priority for them over here is to get the hill control from 7C. And 7C is not going to let that happen that easily. Assassin should be back up on his feet. Assassin's a huge man. If they get him back up, that means you're going to be having a lot of firing power to cover your kind of stance up. So they do realize the importance of Assassin. They finally get the res back onto him. But that being said, 7C as well, they are putting up constant pressure on the Vibes, which is kind of buying a lot of time for 7C.
Yeah, but right now, you know, Team Vibes, they're really settled in the overall standings. And the same goes for 7C, I believe. You know, they've got a few games where they did have those positioning points going in their favor. But look at this. Assassin, well, he's still breathing. He's got to patch himself up over there. But they have to deal with 7C ASAP. And now this is where the game might change. But Assassin, this
I told you,
monster of a player just goes in for that one little spray. But Mimo might cause a few surprises over here. That Molotov was absolutely cooked in perfection, but did it get any knock? 2 players are definitely knocked away, but now we've got T2K going up against DRS. Now Legend not really engaging in this fight. He realizes how critical the situation is and does want that better of the zone, though. Look at the shit, Necro.
That's what
completely favoring I8.
I8 and even Future Station not really far off from that. Future Station now, they do have a little compound. And this kind of a situation over here reminds me of a certain scenario, but I'm going to be talking about it later because, again, the fights do continue to happen. I8, they have a high ground, and TDK to contest it down is going to be such a hard task because I8 is being damaging so much that TDK, they have no chance of pretty much taking I8 down. They are the king of the hills for now, but with that being said, another fight occurring in front of us. It's going to be Para versus Deadeyes. Guys, ready, sir, now. He does spot Hazard in the clotheslines, and Hazard being a little too aggressive. He doesn't really realize he has a little bit of disadvantage in that kind of an initial position. He goes down. That being said, slowly and steadily, Paradox are crumbling down on their knees. Wiz should be confirmed anytime soon, but no, is a little lucky. He does have that cover. And you can see from afar, afraid, it's another team kind of just third party in this entire situation, and Para is just getting so demolished from both the sides, even from the back lines, even from the front lines. They're getting third party, and it's not a good sign.
I mean, the threat of elimination looming over Paradox, and it's G1 and Keith who apparently can save the team. But Chiggle, I believe, has spotted them out, and there goes Paradox falling down again with just that 1 point, Necro. Now, this is devastating. Getting just 2 points out of this one game. I mean, considering where they're standing in the overall standings, I think it's over, man. It's over for Paradox. But we have another fight breaking down in front of us as Raw go pushing on towards Future Station, and they are getting sandwiched, rather being taken shots from 2 different directions over here. And Future Station, I hope they're aware that they've got enemies right in front of them. And Evil Eye, he's got a grenade cook, which he's going to lob in any single moment. But Sada, outright in the open, gets taken down. Now, Future Station, they do have a really good chance of capitalizing on the situation. But Bishal, in the meanwhile, makes a run. Everyone's scared for their survival. And there you have it. He's been taken down by Clutch Baba, and Raw seem to be in a really bad situation, Necro.
They definitely do seem to be in a really kind of weird situation. And take a look at the minimap as well. You can see C-Vine's kind of separated out from the rest of the squad of 1952. Now that's a 3-1 split coming in through, and it can be really good in those future lines as long as Evil Eye isn't really being spotted. And well, that's the knock that they were really looking for. It finally seems like they're crumbling down on their knees. One man being taken out, that means that's a huge string falling apart, and you don't really want those kind of things to actually go against you. TDK, with that being said, eliminated. That means one side of the pressure has been released from I8, so they don't really need to worry about their backlines anymore because TDK is not going to be there to pressure them. Instead, now they can pretty much tunnel vision onto Seal 9, which is in the front lines. Nades are coming in through from the front lines, and that's a great nade as well. They have managed to find themselves 2 knocks. Those are 2 great openings. They're looking to find a third one, and yes, they do! The nade parade coming in from the side of I8 doesn't really seem like it's going to be stopped anytime soon. It's unstoppable, and I8, well, the King of the Hills continue to dominate.
Crypto is definitely the king of the hills over here. The way this lad played, I mean, he's solo. He solo wiped out the entirety of Seal Line over there. And why would I say solo? Because the impact that he had over there in that particular situation. You know, those nade barrages knocking not just one, but multiple players out there, and also putting the final lead into the hearts of Seal Line and taking them out from this game. But look at the circle shift, Necro. Now, this is a deja vu moment. We did see the circle yesterday where, you know, Stalwart did come out with the chicken dinners formed somewhere around here where action had completely gone berserk. Now, this is a similar kind of circle, but situation is pretty different because we've got a lot of teams on the northern side, and this is what I was talking about. Team Vibes going up against Team Seal.
Now, if you can take a look at the minimap as well, now you do see Stalwart Esports. They have quite a decent amount of the zone advantage over here.
Yep.
Because they are spread out. They have a lot of control of the zone, but the problem is I8 is slowly and steadily wrapping around. But hold on, I'm going to be holding on to my words because Seal has finally found themselves an opening onto Vibes. That means that's going to be opening up a lot of opportunities, and Vibes need to do something to stop the domination from the side of Seal. And finally, a nade from Killer. It's going to be a killer nade. He finds one opening, and I8 from the backlines now are pressuring Seal. And this is where it does seem like Seal, slowly and steadily, their lives are fading away from their eyes, but no, he's going to be the answer. Instead, Wally is a warrior. He's going to fight back, but no, he's going to be the answer anymore because he's not in the game, and he has been taken down by I8. But this is where Vibes as well capitalize on it. They have realized one man has been taken down, actually 2 men, so there's a fair share chance that they might just be able to eliminate I8.
Yes, indeed. And all right, Killer just spotting out the pixel of head over Crypto, and that's a really devastating knock. Now, IA did not have the chance all the time to revive Crypto, so they're going to leave him behind and will have to head in. But again, Team Vibes have apparently given a second life by IA, of course. Otherwise, you know, Team Seal had done a lot of damage over there, and now they're going to bite IA in the backs as they head in. We've got Killer and Praveen just dashing onto it. Team I8. Yeah, of course, we're going to look at that. But right now, Praveen, he's got another knock for himself. Now, with this grenade being propelled over there, Ozim and Blade, if it is connecting at them, they're going to go falling down. That is exactly what happens, leaving Ozim, the final player standing, going up against Killer.
Oh man, I'm already concluding this. I'm saying it. Stalwart Esports are going to take it. There's no way anyone's going to be able to steal it away from them. And you can also see from the right lines, they're wrapping up slowly and steadily. They're wrapping up from the back lines. They're looking to third party this entire situation because they know a lot of players have been hurt inside this fight. And while Stalwart Esports do want to collect those kills for themselves, they are being quite greedy. They're being quite hungry. And sometimes greed might just be good. And well, just like that, they find themselves one off. But no. Instead, he gets taken down, and that's a great trade coming out from Vibes because that's going to be buying so much time for I8. I mean, unknowingly, they just helped Uzum.
Well, I mean, so much for a Mexican standoff in it. And again, Uzum being the hero, survivor for his team. And he's sort of sandwiched, but he needs to get back inside the circle. Instead, he is heading out to take the fight against Pika, but is a bit unlucky because Apex from the far off raid does spot him down and takes him down for the better good. But look at Team Vibes, still a two-man squad strong, going up against Stalwart. Now, this is a fight that I really want to see shaping up because Pika has been spotted, Action's position has been compromised. Now the zone, look at it, Necro, slightly tilted towards Stalwart. Now Team Vibes need to make the move.
Wait, did I just jinx it? Oh no, hopefully I didn't jinx it because I was too early to call it. Man, Stalwart Esports pushing onto that kind of from the bottom lines and then going all the way up on the up lines to get those kills from the bottom ground wasn't really a good thing. They should have utilized some kind of smokes to at least create themselves a safe pathway, but instead they thought, okay, a lot of people were down, so maybe that can be a safe pathway for them and they can just capitalize onto it, but that's not how that worked out. And well, Praveen being taken down, that's going to be opening up so many things for them. And just like that, they also get a lot of zone advantage. They also get a lot of zone cover. And with that being said, Action, he does know where exactly Killer is. And he's just lobbing in some nades in his direction. Now, finally, as being said, Killer being spotted out, he's going to be locked behind that little tree. And there's no way he's going to be making out of that situation.
100%. I mean, there's no chance he's gonna escape alive. But all right, miracles are happening today. But Killer still trying to put up a fight. But Action and of course Pika, they're gonna be pushing in from both the ends. You know, trying to apply pressure at the same time. Maybe work in tandem with each other. But this grenade might seal the deal. Yes, it does. And well. Stalwart Esports 2 and the final game of Erangel that we have. With style, with fashion. But, you know, again, it came down to the wire for a second because we really thought it's going to be so easy for them. But again, things started getting really piping hot when, of course, Praveen and Killer, they take down Apex and it was brought down to a 2v2 situation. I sort of felt that, you know, the boys from Vibes could have done better over here. But, I mean, there was no reason to go down the hills, right? Again, Stalwart getting the better of the situation. This time, they did not miss that chicken.
Yeah, they definitely do not miss that chicken. I gotta say, I mean, the form in Stalwart as well from yesterday, I mean, the domination that was being shown, it has continued over today as well. And they are in the #1 place of the overall rankings. And as I said, today's day has just been these big teams, you know, just kind of dominating. But I want to see a little bit of, you know, change in the flavor. I want to see a little bit of change in the taste. I want to see some team that we haven't really been expecting up till now, just getting that chicken dinner and surprising all these teams. What about you?
I mean, well, it's too late to expect anything else because we just have that one game remaining. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be pushing for a short little break because coming right after is the test to break the fights down.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to this awesome looking virtual studio this time around for PMPL Season 4. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making this all happen. We're back again. 4 games done for the day. What an incredible game this was. I mean, talk about it. Warren, Fixes.
Yeah.
This was just a kill-hungry game. Let's start off with Fixes.
Well, of course, I mean, had to be, right? This is where Stalwart really thrives. But again, did come down to the zone, and gotta give it to I8, man. Their zone prediction was 100% on point. And it was, again, team vibes, you know, capitalizing on the situation and surviving till the very end. But Crypto, my oh my, those fights that he was taking, especially against the line over there, that was out of the world, you know. The nades being thrown by him, 7 freaking kills, Shawnee.
I think we need a new role inside the game called the Madman, because that is exactly what Crypto is. I mean, just absolutely destroying the opponents, as Fixes mentioned, with the utility uses that he has displayed right now inside this match. 7 kills, 1150 damage, and I8, they had a pretty good thing going for themselves until they came up face to face against the players of Vibes. As Fixes mentioned during the cast as well, I8 helped them out, but they were like, all right, now it's your time, guys.
Exactly. With that, let's have a look at the top players coming in from this game. I mean, this was a kill-hungry game, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Talk about I8's Crypto. Well, 7 kills to the dude with 1153 damage. Overall, the entirety of I8 walked away with 15 kills from this game. Moving on to, of course, action from Stalwart Esports with 7 kills. And then it's the vibe and glory.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, most of it has to do with how Team Vibes had dropped off around the default drop location and the way they were rotated, right? This first fight, of course, against High Voltage, you know, just catching Havoc off guard in that squad house. And then from there onwards, the action began. And constantly, they were in the midst of battle every single time, you know, while they were rotating till the very, very end.
Yeah. I mean, also looking at the match summary, look at those damage numbers. Highest damage is with Crypto with 1173, but a lot of individuals did, in fact, just put... I mean, they were putting up a lot of pressure on their opponents. From the side of Vibes, we do have 2 lads in the list as well, representing Stalwart Esports, is Action, the team that actually did do pretty well in closing things out and capitalized on the fact that I8 and Vibes Esports, they, in their own fight, cut down their numbers to the last surviving players.
Wow, look at those kills right there. It's Stalwart Esports, of course, Auto Chicken Dinner, 11 kills for them, but following very close along with them is going to be I8 with 15 kills, only 3 points shy with 23 points on the second position, and then comes in Vibe with 11 kills. I mean, this is just a kill-hungry game overall through and through.
You know, more than that, Johnny. I mean, we've got to talk about this, right? 7C, High Voltage, A1 Esports, and Paradox. Look at them. And even Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, they've just got 3 points out of this game. And with just 1 game remaining, I do not know if they can qualify at all.
True.
I'm in a bit of a shocker because now that means the cutoff is barely going to be 30 points in the last match for making it to the Super Weekend, which is... well, quite lower than what we were talking about in the morning. Yeah.
Wow. Unexpected. Unexpected is what this week has been, certainly. With that, let's go across and have a look at all the fights once again through the Oppo F90 Pro Moments.
I mean, as Fixes mentioned, the early fight between Vibes and High Voltage, the sort of fight that helped them build up the momentum. Again, even in the last game I mentioned, Vibes, they like to pull off moves out of Hollywood movies, even in this one. It was the same thing, but High Voltage was an unfortunate start to them. Yeah, this was intense.
This moment.
So, I mean, that was interesting, to be very honest. Interesting and fun to watch because Mafia Ninja had taken a lot of damage before he jumped out.
You know, not just that damage, you know, there's movements, right? The parkour that he did, you know, directly jumping over that, climbing over the ledge, taking over, you know, the first floor over there, and then his positioning, even after his position was compromised. Now, this is where Khan 420 really held his ground strong. Initially, did manage to get that one knock, but when he went over the rooftop, he got a jump. He knew exactly where Mafia Ninja was. But despite that fact, Mafia Ninja was on pretty low HP. Still, he managed to get a knock over there, and DRS, the way they just wiped out the pairs of Clarity Bablu. I mean, that was a spectacle to behold. But after that, those ships that we got to see, I mean, this is where hell started breaking loose.
Also, I have to say, really loved the fight that happened between the players of Raw and Future Station. I mean, Raw did, in fact, get into trouble getting sandwiched the open charge in on the edge compound that Future Station were holding, and they got into trouble. Future Station, they were able to capitalize quite nicely on the situation, but from there on out, things did not really look good for them, because first of all, it was Stalwart Esports that just charged in upon them. Evil Eye got taken out, and after that, they were able to just keep Future Station in check before closing out the game. Although, giving props to the team of Future Station, again, they were in the top 3, by the way.
Yeah, and this comes down to how good they are, you know, the survival instincts that they do possess. And we do not see them taking a lot of fights, right? And that will, of course, be reflected in our damage graph over there. They sort of are hesitant, and this time, however, barring the assumptions that we have around them, this time they've got some decent number of damage out there. But look at Stalwart Vibe in I8. And yes, it's breaking the rules over there, but DRS back down below, but with 1,000 points of damage.
Yeah, from the early fight, that is against the players of Bablu Clarity, and they did capitalize on that. They did get those kills. They were able to secure an extra kill along the way. The 5 points for those kills coming for them. As you were talking about Future Station, I agree with what you said. The damage that they have in this game, they do like to dish out the damage, but it is not to secure those kills. It is more in a situation to hold their ground and deter their opponents from coming in their direction. This time it was the players of Raw though that messed up, and Future Station were like, alright, this is something that we can secure. These are the kills that we can go for safely.
Exactly. With that, we come down to the tricky part, the storyboard itself, which is going to be dictating the top 16 teams that we're going to be looking at right now. Of course, we're going to be starting things off on the first page, where Stalwart Esports is in a league of their own altogether with the 3 chicken dinners. 79 kills for this team. Abysmal performance coming in from that team. On the other front, talking about the teams on the first page itself, I mean, look at the point difference from that second position all the way down to 10.
I mean, had the points stacked up, Johnny, and they've qualified for 3 super weekends, right? That is how dominant Stalwart Esports have been, but that's not going to be the case, you know. Take 10 chicken dinners, does not really matter. You can, of course, play just 8 matches. But again, Stalwart Esports, they're comfortably cruising in to the super weekends. Now, this is where a lot of teams we do know have qualified. This is where they're going to go all out, right? They're not going to shy away from fights. But what I'm really interested in is the next page, and once it is in front of us, we're gonna have an even more clearer picture. And look at this,
it's not clear, Fixes. It's even more blurry now, because 3 teams on 27, 2 on 26, and the last 2 teams sitting on 17 points. How is that any clearer than before?
Well,
I mean,
also
R3D started the day actually pretty high up on the standings. Now they're on 17th. What went wrong?
A lot of things. I mean, especially their fights. And what they're initially intending to do is try to avoid fights. But no matter what, the fights are in front of them. And that is where we do see the reluctance from them to engage in combat. And that's where we see their downfall. And with just that one game of Sanhok, Johnny and Blotter, I'm starting to get scared for them.
Yeah, it's not looking good. It's definitely not looking good. But then again, I mean, they've got that one game, and if that one game goes right in their favor, then you can rest assured be, well, in the safety net of the top 16. With that, as we move on with the show, we're going to be looking on to Sanhok for the final game. And this time around, Group A is not going to be participating, but ZEUS is back in action.
Yeah, ZEUS is going to be back in action. It's going to be quite interesting to see what they're going to be able to accomplish in this last game. But I have to say, if I was rooting for anyone, I would be rooting for Paradox in this matchup. I mean, it is an off map. We know the teams that are not having a good day always have an opportunity to capitalize on maps like these. And Paradox, I mean, there was just one game, but this is the map that they converted into a win. Also, they desperately need this win in order to make it to the other side, and they don't just need the win, they need a win with a decent number of kills.
Exactly, because they've got 17 points right now. And again, when it comes down to placement once again, we've spoken about this in week number 1 as well for Paradox. The placement point is something that team just does not care about. Fixes.
Well, yeah, I mean, right now, Paradox, they've got to go all in. Because if you take a look at how they played the last Sanhok, they were pretty passive, right? They were playing clearly for the center. Now, this is Paradox not playing in the natural element, because it's one of the teams that sticks towards that western compound that they tend to hold, and they try to fend off Deadeyes and High Voltage. Now, with High Voltage having that last one game for themselves, they've got to make that rotation. They've got to get some hefty points in order to survive.
fight.
Well, Panda Bro, you better get there, dude. You better get there. You better get yourself prepped. It's time for you to vanish because it is time for us to be heading into the final game of the day, the final game of Week 2's league play itself. And for that, Varun, what is going to be your prediction, dude?
I mean, I've already called it. Paradox is going to be taking, a decent performance. I hope they take
so.
like 15, 16 points in this game. Yeah.
So true, so true. With that, let's get the game started off. Let's move on to the Panda Brothers. It's going to be none other than Necro and Pain Fixes to take us through this final game.
Thank you so much, Blotter, for that throw over here. But yeah, with that being said, I also one thing noticed on the overall rankings is that 14, 15, and 16 position are tied up. And with that being said, again, it seems like Fixes over here is late to the party. I do see him running across the field, though. Yeah, finally he's back over here. And, well, I also did see, like, you having a little bit of tissue paper in your hand. Is this to wipe your sweat after you're done running?
No, this is my notes, which I
Oh,
take
that's
for the games, but here I magically appear again. But right now, Necro, I mean, in the situation that we are in the junction that we have come across right now is getting really exciting because so many teams are contending for the top 16 spots, right? Now imagine, they're all coming in with just that one aim to win the league. Now they're fighting for survival. What have we come down to? Now, with those final few games remaining and so many big names in contention, now this is going to be one bloodthirsty battle over here breaking out. And let's not waste any time. Directly head inside the rainforest and find for ourselves who's going to get the chicken in this one.
Well, the funny part over here is that Fix's Group A is not playing over here, and pretty much every single team from Group A is like qualified easily. You don't really need to worry about it anymore. The previous game was their last one. Now, with that being said, I feel like the first 9 teams over here, now they can spoil a lot of things for the bottom half of the board, for sure. If they decide to be the spoiled sport, oh man, this is going to be one of the best things to watch.
Yeah, 100%. Because what I'm really witnessing right off the bat is 7C dropping off where, well, I8 tend to drop. And since they're not playing, they might as well capitalize. But I do not know how it's going to work out for them. Reason one, because you've got to deal with the likes of ZEUS, who are right in front of you. Yes.
I'm sorry to cut you off there, but even TDK, they didn't drop in Mong Knight this time, and TDK's drop location is clashing. Well, it seems like Sundation Legend. Yeah, Sundation Legend. Well, yeah, okay. Getting back in the game.
Yeah, I totally understand where you're directing this conversation, and we do love those rivalries right, between them. And I think T2K, considering the fact that they've easily qualified, they would definitely not want their brothers in arms to qualify for, of course, the Super Weekend, because be it true, they're struggling. And now, I mean, this is where I really want the fight to break out, right? This is where we would want things happening for us. But are PN crew aware of T2K's presence? Because they're slowly but surely creeping up ontowards them.
Man, I'm pretty sure they are well aware of TDK just being in those close vicinities over there. And this rivalry is interesting. This rivalry is interesting. The ex-teammates now are pretty much out for the blood where it all started. And, well, it seems like PN Crew, you better start running, man, because TDK has been one of those teams that's feeling themselves. And PN Crew, if you talk about it, compare their firepower to TDK. Well, it's pretty less, because in early in the game, you don't really have that many utilities to use it. It all is on that sheer firepower and your individual skills. And up till now, PN Crew, summer downline, it does seem like it's lacking.
Yes, of course, and it has to primarily revolve around the fact that they're completely playing a new roster. But the storyline that you're talking, ex teammates now in different squads, now going after each other. I am starting to wonder if we can make a movie around this, because I smell some bad blood out there. Them completely just gushing, or rather, just waiting for PN Crew. I think what they're doing is playing the waiting game over here. They're waiting for PN Crew to get done with the loot, and that's going to be a more terrible situation for them, right? Once you're completely oblivious about the threat looming around you, you're running out in the open, and that's when we hear that sound. Maybe of the bolt action, maybe, of any other gun. just breaking their skulls open, and that is where the fear creeps in. But PN Crew, they're doing a pretty good job avoiding T2K, but they're getting themselves into even trouble territories because Deadeyes and Paradox, they're both waiting for them.
Imagine now Stalwart Esports. I mean, there's nothing really to do in this game, as we have been talking over that like they have 156 points in their pockets. At this point, they might as well just go and start hunting teams that are pretty much on the latter half of the board, because they can try to make things a little bit more worse for them. What do you think, Sofixes? I mean, yeah, this sounds pretty evil to me, but it sounds a lot of fun as well.
I mean, I like it. I like it. I mean, this is exactly the masala we would want to develop in the final game, because so many teams are in contention, Necro. Like you said, so many teams do share the same number of points. A1 Esports, Deadeyes, C-Line, Survival is on the line, and this is where you've got to give it to the cojones of the lads from C-Line. I mean, sitting at the 16th spot, look at how vastly they're spread across the map, and this sort of confidence comes in because you do know, right? It is not going to be playing this one. Now, we also do not have DRS playing this one, but RX Jax, I believe, he spotted G1, of course, from Paradox, and he does manage to get that info, and he backs off because he realizes he's in a really bad spot. And had he taken that shot, I do not know if he could have confirmed a knock, but of course, I mean, had he overextended in that fight, pretty much would have been taken down.
Exactly. Now, Future Station 1952, you can see their entire performance throughout the game on the screen. Rank #8 in the overall rankings. Total kills of 21. Pretty much, I would say, a decent performance, enough to at least qualify, and that's all you really need, at least in the group stages, or at least in the league days. That being said, same thing goes with a team like Paradox. Now, last time they did qualify in, but this time the chances are looking pretty slim. They're all the way in the bottom in 20 rank. This game is just going to be so important for them because they only have total points 17. And, well, if you do want to make it inside, at least in the league days, you want to make sure you finish this game off with a banger.
Well, I mean, if they can manage to get, let's say, 10, 12 points in this particular game, then I think they might just have a good chance of qualifying. And I think they're sort of infamous for doing that, because there's something similar they've done even in the last week. If you remember, in those final few games, they tend to overperform. But the last time, the big difference was we had Miramars instead of Sanhok. Now, Sanhok having that RNG factor inside the game, that has changed so many things. But that being said, we've got the number one, the first airdrop of this game, and has to be my favorite weapon. That's the MG3, and tagged along with the 4 times. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, you have been talking about this weapon quite a lot, even off stream, and yeah, it does seem like that weapon does kind of like fascinates you by quite a lot, which is understandable. It's a great weapon. It's an absolute shredder. I do hear a little bit of gunshots rattling off, though, and, well, this is not really good news because Stalwart Esports locking their eyes on Future Station 1952, and, well, just rattled a few shots off, making sure at least they're being scared for now. At least they're not really going to be walking out of their safe zone. And, well, Stalwart Esports, they're going to leave them to have their own little sweet time, and Stalwart Esports are on a move. And I just want to see, like, again, as I'm mentioning this again, I just want to see teams like Stalwart Esports just hunting teams down, because they do know they have gotten themselves a great spot. But with that being said, we also do see PN Crew quite next to Deadeyes, guys. And, well, take a look at this. There's a lot of fishes in the water, and Deadeyes, guys, well, you might just have free kills for yourselves.
I mean, we'll get back to them, but right now, you wanted Stalwart Esports to be getting really aggressive, of course, and personal. And, here they are to fulfill your desires, and already entering in, getting the better out of Future Station, as one of the players has already fallen since C-Wide. He's gonna fall to that beautiful grenade. Now, that is one of those areas nowadays. Everyone sort of makes sure you either lob a Molotov or a frag grenade to ensure that there's no one creeping up behind you. That being said, you know, Future Station are refused to just a two-man squad. Now, top definitely has been taken down by Clutch Baba, who is doing a pretty decent job holding himself all by his lonesome. But right now, Entry, he's got to be the one who creates all the difference. Now, this is the moment where I really wanted to see some proactive movements made by him, a longer flank, maybe to find the players off guard. But now this is where Apex does know exactly where Clutch Baba is. One more grenade and might just seal the deal.
Well, yeah, he is lobbing in that Molotov right in that direction, but he's going to be saved for a while. Clutch Baba has been one of those players inside the squad of 1952 that has been a massive difference maker for them, and up till now he has been proven true. That being said, 1952 though still not really falling back from this fight. Future Station, well, they've won all the smoke in the world, and well, they're going to get it from Stalwart Esports. They have managed to find themselves 2 knocks onto them. One lad has been finished off early. So now Future Station, they have to only go through one more lad to at least get the entire squad wiped on their side. And they're looking to do it in style. Entry is the man who's trying his best to fight back inside this compound. Clutch Baba has found himself pinned down behind that little wall, but he can move. He just doesn't really know that he has a little bit of free space to move on. Well, Entry finally is going to be pushing inside this little house. And well, he's also getting shot at from the backlines. And guess what? ZEUS is back in the party, baby.
The Mongolian brothers for the rescue, and this is where the tables have turned, right? Stalwart entering inside this one little compound, they knew that they've got this fight in the bag, right? This is where Clutch Baba and Entry made all that difference. But look at ZEUS, certainly engulfing Future Station and Stalwart like an amoeba. Any single moment they might just strike, but at the same time I'm kind of scared about ZEUS, because if they're gonna take shots, they might as well expect some retaliation fire coming out from even Raw, because they did indeed spot them. But look at this zone shift, Necro. This is something pretty uncommon, if not rare. A1 Esports really has a good chance in this one, but Venom Legends, this one rotation, if they kind of head towards that intersection point between Cow and Mong Knight, take that compound for themselves, I think can be a really good game. But look at Entry. Well, the players of ZEUS are right beside him. How long is he gonna survive over here?
He's not moving a single muscle, Fixes, and he does realize moving even an inch can be damaging for him and his buddy right there, Clutch Baba. Both of them playing it out of perfection, because they do realize the squad that is in the front line is ZEUS, and he finally found a free opening, and while he's going to be taking full chances or full advantage of it, he found himself a knock. IC being taken down. ZEUS are not going to be happy. They're going to be unsettled after that one. Finally lobbing in some nade in that direction, and that's a great reflex coming out from Zol. Takes down Entry. With that being said, now ZEUS, they have found themselves a great pathway inside, and well, they are going to be capitalizing on it fully. Godless do realize there might just be someone around in the close quarters, and he wants to make sure he's being as safe as possible. Clutch Baba is the man who still hasn't moved an inch. He hasn't moved a muscle, and that little closet is being unchecked, and this is where Clutch Baba might just be so damaging for ZEUS.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, just hiding in that mannequin room, and Saul might have ignored him. And ably, he's still there. But if Clutch Baba eats him up, then I'm going to be delighted. But again, Future Station has nothing much to lose over there. What they've displayed is some valiant effort, because they were not supposed to be surviving for this long, considering how aggressively Stalwart Esports did push upon them. And still they managed to somehow hold the grounds and turn the tables. But look at Top. He realized he's in a very bad spot and he cannot take that fight against ZEUS. He instantly managed to rotate towards Cow. How? Wow. I have no idea. How? But look at how Clutch Baba is hiding over there. I mean, this is one of those angles that you tend to miss, because you're completely on the corner side, because either way or otherwise, anyone passing by would get a glimpse of maybe your muscle. But this time, Clutch Baba was just too smart. But they're still searching for him.
Yeah, but how did Top just run away so quickly? I'm just left surprised. And well, with that being said, even somewhere else Top goes, he still want to stay on top. And well, he finds himself an opening, and well, Ozol left it unchecked, and just like that, Clutch Baba reveals himself, and well, that's going to be it for him. ZEUS get the final man down from the squad of Future Station 1952, and that's going to be it for them. With that being said, Stalwart Esports still alive and cooking in the game. CN9, take a look at their rotation. All the way from the right lines, right behind Visit with Vibes, but CN9 needs to realize that this game is really important for them, at least if they want to make it inside the Super Weekend. Something goes with Para as well, and a lot of teams that are on the 14, 15, and 16 position, they're tied up.
Necro, take a look at High Voltage. I mean, look at how scared they are right now, completely avoiding that roadways, just heading in. They know that Paradox might be waiting for them. They rather chose the water route and have gone all the way up towards northeastern side. But look at Blend. I believe he is
Only
the
man.
final survivor.
Yeah.
Yes, he is. And everything went falling down for them right from the very start, right? You head in with a clear mentality that you're going to drop off at your drop location and loot in peace. But that peace was completely shattered by T2K's presence over there. Their constant poking, and now PN Crew, I mean, on the verge of getting eliminated over here, because they might not play the second Super Weekend. And if they're not playing the second Super Weekend, I really doubt the chances to be very, very slim to make it to the finals.
Exactly. With that kind of a circle shift now, every single team has started to rotate inside. Same thing goes with High Voltage, as you have pointed it out. And Venom Legends is in the center of the circle, so at least they're looking quite great for now. ABDE Esports, again, this is kind of an important game for them, so they need to play their survival game at the same time, need to rack up a few kills to solidify their spot where they are at right now. I'm not really expecting a lot of incredible performance from these teams, but at least try to play as much as you want to just secure that spot. And this is how PN Crew went down. You can see in the replay. Yeah. Unfortunately, Ayush got caught off guard out in the open, and I don't even blame him at this point, right? He had such a position that he's probably not expecting someone to be around, and just someone all the way from the far fray just points him out and takes him out.
I mean, that was ought to happen, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie over here, because what else do you expect, right? You're taking the shorelines. You know that a couple of teams love playing around it, through the peripheries of the edges of the land, and that is where he caught off guard. And had Steel Shot had the aim assist on over there, that could have been even a faster knock. But I think the players have really adapted well to aim assist being turned off, because after those first few initial days, we are looking at players getting back on their M4s, and they are connecting this sprays. And this is what we did see a little graphic of, right? 420 getting that airdrop, and I was starting to ponder as to what would be inside of it. And
AUG.
Yeah, it's AUG, a perfect weapon, considering again now that you have to be very careful with your shots. Now he's got to watch out for himself. Now High Voltage, they're doing it again. The same thing happened with them in the last game, and Ozzy is definitely not going to be happy about it. And this is disgusting. Again, being taken down
I hate it.
by a player who's just hiding inside that little compound. Oh, yeah, Necro.
I hate Top for that so much, because that happens with me so many times. No, that just happens with me so many times in games as well, where I'm just trying to loot in peace, and you just see someone just hiding in a corner. He's just ratting around, and
I'm a player like
how
Top
are you
then.
supposed to expect it? You can't check every single corner all the time. You can't be paranoid all the time. And, well, Top just completely blowing the cover up and also exposing himself, but also got a free kill for himself. So, hey, why not? High Voltage now, they're pretty scared. They don't really know how many players Stalwart Esports have.
Exactly.
So, might as well just stay back, Don't want to risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they can't afford it right now. Look at how many teams are alive over here. I believe there's just that one squad has been wiped out. That's Future Station. So at this point, if the chances are pretty slim, but you can never rule out Top. He's been the highest fragger so far. He's been having an amazing day. But right now, we've got a fight amongst us. It's going to be Amra going up against the lads of Venom Legends, and barely surviving with a sliver of HP. Not any longer, has been taken down, but the cavalry is definitely there. From the backline, it's going to be Inky, who does manage to get the trade in. Now Mumke has definitely come close in, get the revive on his teammate, but who's going to walk out of this situation alive, Necro?
The retaliation is definitely there. CL9, they want to make sure at least they're getting their teammates back up on the feet. Mooncat trying his best to suppress the enemy lines down with those nades, but that's really not going to be that easy of a task. Instead, Venom Legends, Mamba has confirmed a kill for himself, and well, it seems like, at least for now, he's looking quite great. And just with that being said, Venom Legends finding another one. Sinor falls down. Mamba is just on a killing spree at this point. He's got himself 2 kills. Inky from the far fray also goes down. And unfortunately, it's going to be Visited Wipes third-partying them. And I feel so bad for CL9 because this was an important game. At this point, they all got to do is just sit down, pray, and hope that the other teams next to them don't rack up a lot of points if they want to qualify inside the Super Weekend.
This is a disaster from C-Line. Of course, I mean, Senor, for God's sake, had 23 first aids. There was no reason for him to go and engage in that fight. And it all fell down when Amra did get caught off. And T2K getting the better out of Team ZEUS. Now, I really want to take a look at what's happening over there. But we've got quite a couple of fights happening around us over here. R3D, high voltage up against Stalwart. Now look at the situation over here. Just picture this out. 2 teams fighting for survival against one of the players who's having a really stellar form. I mean, at this point, we can start to contemplate that, Top might have more kills than both High Voltage and R3D combined.
I mean, just Top might just have more kills than all the bottom 4 teams combined at this point. That's how good he is. Definitely does have the caliber to eliminate out a few squads if they give him those kind of opportunities. And R3D is the one going head-on-head against him. And Venom Legends instead now are again getting third-party by Visited Wipes and doing a great job wiping them out of the game. And that's going to be it for Venom Legends. Well, Venom, this is how it feels to get third-partied by Visited Wipes. And well, this is what exactly was felt by CL9. And now Venom Legends got a little bit of taste of it. With that being said, R3D sticking the reds on Anubis. He's going to be back on his feet. Adil, he's kind of the medic over here, falls back instantly.
Do they realize that Top is just by his lonesome over there? I don't think so, because they're not pushing. And look at the commitment made by R3D. I do see at least 6 or 7 smokes just to get that one res back up. This is where they're absolutely feeling the heat. And now they've got to make a run because the circle has shifted away from them and starting to favor the players of Deadeyes. But we've got some quite interesting fights over there as well. ZEUS going up against T2K, but I believe 420 has been spotted by blah blah blah, who makes no mistake in knocking him out and finishing him off.
Blah blah blah. The ex-TDK player must not be feeling good after leaving TDK, huh? They have been doing quite a great job. But now, High Voltage over here, as you mentioned, Top is just doing a great job, a fantastic job of keeping R3D at least at the bay. R3D,
the waters. Wow.
As you beautifully mentioned, that they just don't want to push against him. And Top, with that kind of a time being bought, he is also making rotation happen. And Wall Shaw, he take it down. And Wall Visited Wipes now. Malik is out in the open, and you do hear those ringing bells. And well, that means those headshots are being connected.
Now things are starting to get really interesting, because we've got a lot of teams, rather 3 teams rotating in from the northeastern side. Now with R3D still alive, High Voltage still alive, but they're scared for their lives. Now this is where they're going to meet each other. Now one of them is definitely going to bow out and will not play the next Super Weekend. Who's that going to be, as Adil does manage to find the knock on towards Havoc, as one will be taken down from the circle, and Adil makes sure he gets the kill confirmed at least, but with no first aids on him, how on earth is he gonna get inside the zone? Because look at this, Necro. We've got 8 teams still alive. If he falls down over here, he's just gonna get 1 position point, and that's just about it.
Well, the thing over here is that we really need to talk about is Paradox still has all 4 players alive. Same thing goes with ABCDE Esports. With that being said, I just jinxed it. 1 man got knocked out. It's going to be Dante who falls down. But this is the battle for survival on the overall rankings. With that being said, well, they definitely need to be paranoid about ABCDE Esports because they're dealing a lot of damage onto Para. If Para realizes they're all the way in the bottom of the overall rankings, and while GI also falls down, and just like that, with that being said, ABCDE Esports are looking so dominating inside this fight. Hazard and one more lad is the last 2 men surviving. On the other hand, ABCDE Esports has all 4 of it, and it's easily detectable as well that, well, Avon Esports might just come out on top if Paradox goes head-on-head against Avon Esports.
So many teams going up for the heal battle. We did just see blah 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 having 23 first hits, but look at Sinister go, and he might as well spot out Hazard any single moment.
Yep.
Yes, he does, and makes no mistake in taking him down. That being said, look at Wiz, the last survivor. Can he take down the entirety of A1 Esports? His
too
position
late.
completely compromised. Dante is gonna make no mistakes in finishing him off. And that being said, Paradox, they are out from this game. Now we've just got 4 teams, but I do see only 2 because High Voltage, they're going in for that healing battle along with blah blah blah. Who's got that smirk on his face? He knows it, right? 15 first aids. He's gonna last maybe more 30 seconds, and he's got more first aids dropped right in front of him. Look at this.
This is, as you beautifully mentioned, he also does have a little smirk on his face. He's like, what am I doing, man? I'm just trying to ruin these games for these lads. Well, now, the important teams that we really need to have our eyes out for are definitely going to be now Deadeyes guys and Avon Esports. This is the battle of survival on the overall rankings. And as we mentioned, these teams were kind of tied up. 14, 15, and 16th place were tied up. Sealand was one of them, but they got eliminated quite early. Now, just got to see which one really does come out on top.
I think Dante has a really good position over here, and he's gonna make the whole world of difference, right? If he can spot down maybe Shifu, that could be the one opening that A1 Esports really desperately need. Now, this is one of those teams that we know did dominate the PMPL last time around as the fights have begun, and yes, Dante opens it up. And just as we predicted, him taking down Shifu, this opens up the entire fight. Now, all Deadeyes have to do is hold themselves up, but considering, you know, the smokes being deployed, that sort of gives away their position. But blah, blah, blah still has 3 first aids. I'm going to wonder as to how many first aids lie in front of him right now. Is he going to pick them up any single moment? He's definitely going to do that. And Dante, well, he's fallen from the play zone. I'm starting to ponder what in earth is happening over there as blah, 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 as the final first aid being picked up. He's got 2 more. But I think it's just too late. I don't think he's going to survive this one.
No, he will. Yep,
Oh, he does?
He will.
But
He
it's
does.
not going to make a big difference, right?
Yeah, just few more seconds, like, you know, bought in that thing, and well, blah blah blah.
Gets a few more.
What's going on? The first is are just like flowers, just spread on the ground, and he's able to survive up till now. And he's slowly and steadily approaching inside the zone as well. I don't really know why is he doing so. I mean, there's no way he's going to be making out alive from that situation. The zone's really far away, and I don't really expect him to do anything. But instead, he's looking to cause a little bit of trouble for the teams that are alive. And he's looking to just spoil the party. Fires a few shots, gives his position away. This should make a few teams a little bit more conscious of what's going on around them. That being said, these teams just locking eyes out on each other. Avon Esports, they have a man advantage, but I just want to see how well they're able to capitalize on it. Sinister spots one out. He does see it, but he has that bush covering him up. This is where On Top is going to be the one to react first in time, and well, just like that, the man advantage now has been evened out.
Yeah, it certainly has, and now things have gotten really spicy with a 2v2 situation breaking down in front of us as Jax gets taken down. It's the last player, 6'9" boy, who apparently has been spotted out. Can Frag get it right over here as he has to shift his weapon? Frag making no mistake, spotting him out in the last moments. And well, Deadeyes finally ending things down with a chicken dinner. A chicken dinner which should have been A1 Esports'. And Dante, he's not gonna feel happy about it, you know. Getting knocked from the play zone at a situation like that. A1 Esports do have a lot of things that they need to discuss. But again, that being said, you know, again, a second spot that make sure that they've qualified for the Super Weekend, and they're going to play it for the second time. But we do sense a lot of miscommunication happening in the department. Of course, we're going to talk about it more, but after this quick little break.
Bye, Fixes.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We're in week number 2. League play days is where we're at, and the journey has come to an end. We've got the 16 teams. We're talking about the game right now that just took place. What a play.
Yeah.
We're waiting for Deadeyes, and here they are delivering in style.
I mean, I don't know if I should be happy or upset, because a lot of those teams that made it to the final fights were the ones that were struggling this entire time and were just on the verge of not being able to make it to the Super Weekend. But Deadeyes guys doing a wonderful job in this match, and also kudos to A1 Esports.
You know, Johnny and Blotter,
Yeah.
of course, I mean, on top, gets 6 kills. Congratulations, kudos to him. But we've got to talk about the man at the second spot there, top, right?
Yeah.
His
Yep.
impact, the threat, and, you know, I voted in R3D. None of them were committing. They were so scared.
In
Yeah.
fact, Fixes, not only that, like before that also, when Stalwart Esports pushed on to the compound of FS, right?
Yeah.
That fight that took place right there, somehow, even though the fight was looking like it should be in favor of Stalwart, it was only Top who was able to move away from there because of course, Entry and Clash Baba being the two legends for FS who stood their ground.
But imagine this, imagine the performance that you had to deliver all this time in the previous 7 matches, that now a man all alone surviving, and two teams are scared to finish him off. Oh man.
Wow, what a play. But on the other front, as we look onto the head-to-head, we do have A1 Esports, another sad affair right there. This
I don't
also
think
could have been their game.
Yeah.
I believe it should have been their game, but things did not
But-
favor of us.
But I think right now it's more about qualifying for both these
Yeah,
teams.
true.
So I think both of them are going to be celebrating right now that they made it to the Super Weekend. But Top, definitely. That's why no one pushes on him.
Yeah,
He's
and
everywhere.
This player, yeah, he's absolutely everywhere. And adding on to it, I think Deadeyes looked really sharp in this
Yeah.
game. If you take a look at how they rotated, you must remember, right? They dropped off on the western side, then they went from they swamped their way inside the main island over there. And more than that, you know, of course, Blotter, I'm going to come back to you where you did point out Top escaping. But even me and Necro and I, we both were baffled as to how quickly could that man escape and head over all the way top.
And as soon as we got back to him, he was still killing. He was still roaming
Yeah.
around all by himself. Just a one-man legend and still getting points for his team. Just ruthless play coming in from that side. On the other front, talking about ruthless gameplay, Raw is right here on the second with 7 kills, 17
Yeah.
points.
Now, Raw were in a much safer position in terms of the overall rankings, but A1 Esports, this is going to get them to safety. We've seen DE move up. Over on the other side, though, R3D not looking good. And, well,
PN
it's going to
Crew.
be quite interesting to see. Yeah, PN Crew as well. Even Paradox, they finished off
Exactly.
with, 7 points
7
in
points.
this match. That's it, 7 points.
It's going to be close. I think
Yeah.
when it comes to that 16th position, it's going to be really close. Once again, just that 1 point difference is what we shall see. But before we talk about that storyline, let's have a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
Yeah, of course, a lot of things happened in this game, right? And this is one of the fights where the tables were turned around. And Future Station did pull off a really valiant effort, and especially, you know, the duo over there, Clutch Baba and Entry, doing all the magic. But, you know, there are a lot of more important points that we have to talk about, especially Seal 9, with elimination looming over their head,
Yeah.
Sword hanging over them. Senior did have 23 first aids, and I really did not feel any meaning for them to sort of engage in that fight, right? Of course, you've got one of your players taken out, and he was in a bad spot. We can't help
Yeah.
it. Might as well just let it go. Just for that one player, just to get the rest back on him, they committed so much, man. Look at this, look at this. Now, this is where they did realize that, all right, we can now win this fight. And suddenly, again, things reversed around, and they got eliminated, and I think the chances of qualifying are looking pretty slim now.
I mean, this is where being double-minded, exactly how you want to play a game, can backfire. As you said, I mean, if you have collected those first stage, just play on the back foot the entire time. You're not playing for the fight, you're playing for survival. And as you mentioned, I mean, just overcommitting into situations will definitely put you in a tough spot. Now, I believe it's time we are about to witness the fight that happened between A1 Esports and the players of Paradox. And I don't know, after getting the opening, why Paradox did not realize they had the perfect opportunity to engage. They tried their level best, but all of a sudden, even though G1 had a really good position because A1 Esports, they failed to notice him, G1 could have gotten them off guard. No, that does not happen. He gets taken out for some reason, peeks out at a wrong time where his teammates were behind cover, and he gets taken out, and then has to deal with the pressure all alone. Wiz was the last man surviving in the backlines, gets taken out, and A1 Esports from there on out move to take the top 2 finish in this match.
Oh, yes, they do. With that, as we move on to the damage graph, let's have a look at what sort of damages were being brought on from these teams. Well, wow. Those are some good towers.
186 from Stalwart, and I think 600, 700 might just be only from top, right?
I think it was 1100 from top.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh my goodness. But
he did everything.
right now, take a look at Future Station, right?
Yeah.
You've got 2 kills, 664 damage being dealt. Venom Legends, they also tried, but A1 Esports, despite the fact 1331 damage, just 5 kills, this could have been the chicken dinner. This should have been their chicken dinner, considering how good a team they are on pen and paper, but not being able to reflect. Now, this is where I want to get into the minds of Dante and really wonder what really went wrong for him that he did get knocked out from the play zone in a situation where they were completely in control of that entire fight.
Yeah.
I mean, you can ponder, you can question, but in the end, as you so said, they have moved on along, and the points that they've got, that will certainly be favoring them on the other front. As we talk about points, let's move on to the storyboard. That's going to be bringing up the overall ranking for these teams, and of course we are going to be keeping our eyes gauged out towards the top 16, Varun.
Exactly. I mean, we knew, alright, these teams were already in a much safer position, but Deadeyes, guys, look at that bounce on the 9th. 6th position jump with 53 points to their name, so definitely a spot that will make them feel more comfortable going into the second Super Weekend. But Stalwart Esports, I believe the matches that they played and the way they have played them, it was more about asserting dominance against the opposition than just qualifying for the Super Weekend, which I believe, I mean, they've done a pretty decent job. Look at those 83 kills, that's the highest, and the second highest is what, 48?
I mean, Johnny and Blotter, we both have to talk about this rivalry spurting around T2K and, of course, high voltage, with T2K completely denying high voltage, which could possibly have been a really good game, dropping off. They were chasing, or rather not against high voltage, but with PN Crew.
PN Crew,
just chasing after them and completely acting a spoil spot to their game.
Exactly. That's not the first time that's happened, though. I mean, even in the first Super Weekend, we saw PN Crew actually taking the fight against T2K. So that is definitely something that's brewing up, and maybe in the upcoming weeks we are going to see this rivalry. Well,
next week maybe.
I'm telling you, it's Sandesh. It's Sandesh, dude.
It's
get Sandesh down.
Maybe.
Let's move on to the second page and find out what 16 teams are we looking at this time around. PN Crew on the 17th.
Yeah.
2 points shy, and R3D do get inside this time around.
Paradox barely missing out. 6-point difference between them and the team that makes it. R3D, look at this. So R3D, they were in a decent spot in this match, along with Raw, A1 Esports. A1 Esports, we do see them bounce up to the 12th. But still, so this time, Venom Legends, they make it, R3D make it. It is going to be super interesting to see what is going to happen in the Super Weekend.
Now imagine a situation in the parallel universe where Paradox actually did capitalize on that fight against A1. They could have been the ones taking the chicken and could have qualified. So a lot of ifs and buts and coulds and well, a lot of things. But again, now PN Crew is one of those teams we're not going to see for the second time. Now this sort of seals the deal, right? You're missing 2 Super Weekends, and I really find their chances to qualify for the finals to be very slim. And High Voltage and C9, 2 of the teams that we did see in the first Super Weekend with us, along with Paradox, won't be playing this time because 7C, R3D, they're all going to qualify and play.
Absolutely, as we are now confirmed, the top 16 teams, the teams that are going to be moving on into the Super Weekend, are on our screens. And congratulations, of course, to the side of Venom Legends, because this team, well, I was keeping my eye out towards, but now they're going to be starting from a clean slate, whereas the final team was Paradox, that was on 70 points. So 70 points is what Venom is going to have to cross first. But yeah, it's going to be a tough affair for them.
It is definitely going to be an uphill battle, and it's not just for them. It's Venom Legends, 7C, and R3D. So we have 3 new teams joining us, and PN Crew, now they seem to be the only ones left behind. that even after 2 weeks haven't played a single game of the Super Weekend, and imagine they come into the third, they're going to be starting from zero last week. Talk about pressure, man.
Hey, but again, you're talking about PMPL. You know, when it comes to PMPL, there are teams that just need that one good day or that one good Super Weekend, and that will make them legends. And that could very well be the case from that team as well.
Yeah,
Could,
maybe.
hopefully. Hopefully. But with that, let's move on and have a look at the kill leaders from the games.
Yeah, there we have it, right? Top sitting right at the tippity top at 68 kills. I mean, missing a few. I think we were talking about that 100.
Right.
Did they hit that? I don't think
No.
so today. But, well, I mean, the search for this tournament has been Delta X, right? We were talking a lot about Bishal, but the other players, we're sort of accustomed to see them over here, right? Top again being one of those players from Stalwart that is shining so far. Action, even the last time he was really good. Crypto, well, the man needs no introduction. Sandesh, we did put this player in our top 3 at the end of this tournament. But Delta X, one of those players that we have to talk about because of the versatility he puts on board, right? This one player knows how to frag, and when the situation arrives, he's a smart player. He carries a lot of first aids with him, and I really want to see, we've seen the 1st to 5th, and what about 6 to 10, Johnny?
Well, here we have them, and it's like vibes. Team that works in units is doing really well for themselves. We have 3 players, Prabeen on the 6th, Killer on the 7th, and Assassin sitting on the 10th position. And with all 3 combined, I mean, Vibes have put up solid numbers throughout the weeks in the kill department. But again, so whenever we mention the name ZEUS Esports, Zeol, I see we know these lads are good, but the name that shines the most, it is Godless, and he seems to be missing this time from the kill leaders. But still, an incredible job by these lads, and I guess they're going to be waiting for the Super Weekend now.
I really think, Blotter, over here is the fact that Godless has taken a little bit of that back step because previously you remember him really going up close and personal with the enemies. Now we're seeing a lot of knocks coming out from his bolt action, and he's usually the last player surviving for his team. So I think they've swapped the roles a little bit, but I've got to see what ZEUS have to offer in the next Super Weekend as well.
Exactly. With that, let's move on and have a look at the day summary coming in, where we will have, of course, 5 games that have been played, and the 5 games that have been played. We started off with I8 looking really good, but then DRS came into the action with this wing.
Yeah, I mean, we were waiting for this. We were waiting for this. DRS, they lost so much momentum in that Super Weekend, the run that they had, but still, this Super Weekend, even when they were struggling in the league play days, even when they were struggling, they were doing actually pretty decent. So them getting this chicken dinner was, I believe it was a bit of a surprise, but it was something that I believe is going to make the fans happy. But today, it was an interesting day. Every single game getting really close, some really intense shifts of the circle. And now, I guess, second Super Week, here we go.
Oh, yes, indeed. And all of it, of course, the biggest change of the team, that, of course, was the final game right here, where we saw Deadeyes guys take that chicken dinner away, and that too in style, with quite a lot of kills working in for them. And, of course, a wonderful play and turn of events when it comes down to the second week of League Play Days. With that, we do reach the end of our stream almost. If you have tuned in right here, have you clicked that red button yet? If not, please go right ahead and click that subscribe button, alongside which, as you're busy with that, you can very well go on to, of course, Twitter and Instagram as well as Facebook, and follow PUBG Mobile official esports pages. And this is going to be it when it comes to the League Play Days. It has been an incredibly fun ride throughout the entirety of the saga, but we are sad to say that Paradox will not be able to participate this time around. But on the other front, on the plus point, we do have Venom Legends, we do have 7C, and of course R3D looking real good. With that, thanks to our sponsor Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. We will be joining you guys with the second Super Weekend starting off on Friday. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.